Welcome to Manhwa Recaps, spoilers ahead, watch out, and take care. Huge shout out and special thanks to the channel members. The manhwa starts off with showing an old and creepy wall, along with wooden furniture that is worn down. There are bugs that occasionally fly in from outside through the vents. As it's flying through the air, a boy says he envies them. He smacks the bug between his hands, and looks at the remains of the bug on his palm. Then licks it up, but stops, saying that it's really bitter. He says he's spent his entire life here. He cleans the bug off his hand, saying he's always been trapped here. His light flickers, and the boy, it doesn't say his name even in the later chapters. So boy will be his name for now. He's writing a self-introduction for when he finally gets out of the basement. Boy says normally one would start with their name. But he doesn't know his name, as he's never been called it. He looks to the side, at a picture saying he should have one. As it's a picture of him, his mother and his father. He was separated from his mother shortly after birth. He can tell from the picture of her, and how brightly she was smiling, that she must have loved him a lot. His father interrupts his thought, saying that she's gone, his mother is dead. Boy turns around asking what he means. He tells him that she died shortly after birth, by jumping off a bridge. He starts to laugh, angering the boy. He says even though this man is his father, he is also the bastard who locked him here. Just to ensure he can't escape, there are multiple doors, all with their own locks. Every key is on his dad's hip. The father says he'll never send him outside, and asks if he hasn't told him before why his mother jumped off the bridge. Boy looks scared. The father grabs a cookie, and shoves it towards Boy's face, saying that his mother was afraid of the world she lived in. He says to imagine the cookie is the world, then he breaks it, saying that she knew an apocalypse was coming. The boy is still on edge. The father tells him the reason he isn't sending him outside is because he loves him, and he can't watch his own son commit unalivement. Boy shakes in anger, saying that he is lying. Saying that sounds like a ridiculous excuse, and he shouldn't talk about his mother like that, asking if he thinks he'd believe him when he's had him trapped here. He says it's up to him or not if he wants to believe him. He grabs onto Boy's notebook, saying his self-introduction will never see the light of day. He goes to burn it, and Boy tries to stop him, but the father ignores him. Now all that is left is ashes. Boy starts to ask how someone like him is his father. He says that Boy shouldn't have said something like that. He is doing this all for him, and to follow him as it's that time of day. They begin to walk down the hallway, and Boy says this happens at the same time every single day. Even from the vents that lead to the outside, he cannot hear anything besides the sound of he and his father, and they are alone in this giant basement. The father begins to write on the chalkboard, and Boy says that it's always the same routine. He gets lectured by his father, and then follows with training. There's only one thing allows him to overcome this mundane life. He smiles at a book, saying that he's able to read books from the library to entertain himself. There are many to choose from, but he likes the ones that describe the outside world. He can only imagine what it looks like on the outside. He wonders what the feeling of sunlight is like, and says it must be quite warm. He wants to feel what it's like to run through grass and trees. He wants to see what other people look like, and maybe befriend them. But most of all, he needs to find his mother. He gets kicked in the face by his father, who grabs the book, saying he's surely told him which books he is allowed to read. And this is a book about the surface. The father laughs, saying that is pathetic, that the boy has such a strong attachment to the outside. And he's told him before that he can never go outside. Since when the apocalypse comes, the world will be filled with screaming and blood, only ashes will remain. The only place for him to survive is here in the basement. Boy says he's tired of this damn lie. It's always about how the apocalypse is coming. Because of that he's been locked here, constantly being abused physically. He says he will escape this prison no matter what it takes. But that right now is not the time to do it. He needs to wait for the perfect chance. The moment his guard is down, he will try to get the keys and dip. Inside of the training area of the bunker, we see Boy sweating, as he is doing some push-ups. The father says if he's tired from just that he won't be able to survive, as he has only gotten to 10 so far, but we see he has hella weight stacked on his back. His arms give out, and he collapses under the weight. He is gassed out, and his father approaches him. He stretches his hand out toward him. But Boy is confused. He sees his father seems caring and asks him why he is helping him. The father grabs his arm and yanks him up, saying he never said he was helping him, while kicking his feet out from under him, causing him to roll towards a mirror, crashing into it back first. The father says if someone reaches out to him he should never trust them. Always be wary of humans, especially during the apocalypse. Which is what he's been training him for, and the combat techniques will be essential, as he needs to be able to survive with just his bare hands. But he realizes that Boy isn't listening to him, as he has been unresponsive. He says that he's weak to have collapsed from that. He turns to leave, saying they can end it here for today. As he leaves, Boy's eyes fill with opportunity. He says this carelessness is what he was waiting for. He jolts up, grabbing a piece of glass. His father still hasn't noticed. Boy begins to run at him, then puts his feet together, exploding forward, saying he can kill him and escape. As he gets closer and closer to his father's back, Boy smiles, saying that it worked. Father stops moving as Boy gets closer. Boy has made a mistake in his plan. The father looks down at the floor to see a shadow behind him, and it's revealed that he never dropped his guard to begin with. With the shard getting ever so closer, his face distorts as he turns and smiles toward it. Boy is surprised to see the creature-like movements coming from his father, but continues with his plan and attempts to stab him. The father avoids the attack, much to Boy's surprise. The father starts to pivot, and twists his body along with it as he goes for a roundhouse kick. Boy realizes he's screwed, and all we hear is the sound of the kick as he falls unconscious. A bit later, the sound of dripping water wakes him up. He sits up to see the water from the sink dripping into a bucket, as his father says he's finally awake. He says that it was a good attempt, at least the attack was. But that he told him before, that if it's not with his bare hands, then this training is all for naught. He starts to grin, saying that the penalty for using a weapon is he will train twice as much. Father locks the cell door, and leaves, telling Boy to get some rest. As tomorrow will be a rough day, he laughs while the lights dim. He walks down the hallway, and Boy says he knows something that his father doesn't. When he turns the lights off, all of the electricity in the room turns off for a moment, and all of the noise fades out. And if he focuses on listening for that moment, he can hear things that were too dulled out before. Even though they are far away, he could hear things faintly. The sounds of wheels being turned, the sounds of birds chirping, along with the sound of a city full of people. From this he found two things. While his father says it's bedtime, it's actually daytime above ground, and the other truth is that the earth is peaceful. His father keeps saying the end is coming, but it's an excuse to keep him locked up. So he plans to break out of here, and then he will find his mother, anytime he asks about her. He's only told that she is dead. But now that he knows he only tells lies, he thinks he understands now that it means she is actually alive. He pulls his blanket up, saying he is going to make sure to find her. It shows father walking down the hallway while laughing, and then his phone rings. He stops moving, and takes it out to see it's from someone called River. His facial expression shifts to a serious one, and he asks what it is, saying that he told them not to contact him unless it was an emergency. While Boy sleeps, the father listens to River speak for quite a few minutes. And when River finally stops talking, father says all right and to let the boy live. He instantly crumbles to the floor, sobbing from what he's been told. Sometime later, Boy hears his father laughing, and he opens his eyes to see that he's in a completely different mood than usual, and seems ominous. Boy realizes it feels off, asking him what's going on. Then he feels that he cannot move, and looks down to see that he is tied up. He shouts, asking what is going on, and to be untied. But father keeps laughing, not listening to what Boy is saying. He grits his teeth out of anger, and says he'll break himself free. He starts to flex and the ropes begin to slowly break. Boy gets distracted, and looks up to see father staring down at him. And in a blood-curdling tone, he tells him to stop it. Boy breaks out in cold sweats, saying that he thought training was meant to be twice as difficult, asking if he doesn't remember that. Father tells him that the plans have changed, as they won't be doing anything today, rather not just today but from every day from here forward. He will be forced to sit in this chair. Boy starts to panic, asking what he's talking about, saying he told him he would train him to survive. Father says the training is over now. Boy wonders what's gotten into him so suddenly. He won't be able to see his mom if he can't break free. He starts to try harder to break out. Father asks him what he's doing. Boy starts to struggle as hard as he can, barely snapping some of the rope. Father sees this and is speechless, then starts to laugh uncontrollably, but it wasn't like his normal laugh. This one seemed demonic in nature. He throws out a punch that cracks like a whip. There is some delay that sends Boy and his chair into the air, causing him to fall over. Father walks over, and raises his chair back up, saying that he is sure he told him not to move. He laughs, then turns back to normal, but Boy is determined to break out, and tries again. Father kicks him this time, and laughs while Boy is on the floor. This sequence is repeated multiple times, and Boy doesn't know what compelled him to keep fighting back that day, as it would have made more sense to just pretend to agree and look for another opportunity. But he didn't want to give up even if it cost his life. His resentment towards father as the one who locked him up and tormented him was increasing every minute. Boy feels his hand move, and looks down to see he is broken free from the ropes. He says he felt an excitement he's never felt before. He began to wonder what kind of face his father would make if he were to beat him. He smiles and turns to look at him, but instead is greeted with his father already having closed the distance. He thought that his father would be angry that he broke out, or maybe even worried. But instead he saw something that he did not expect, as his father was crying, and it seems like he's always been holding them back. Boy is shocked by this, as for the first time he can see that behind his father's mean persona, he is truly a saddened man. Boy wonders why he's looking at him like that. He doesn't even try to avoid the attack. After being hit, he begins to lose consciousness, and sees his father walks up to him, and in a shaky voice says he hopes he can understand. He begins to recall his father's words. He says to always keep in mind, and among all of the survival tips, the most important rule is to never leave the basement. There is no safer place than here. It has thousands of defense mechanisms, and will maintain itself for 126 years. And it has plenty of food. Trying to leave a place that has everything prepared is just asking for death. The end will find them without warning, so he mustn't leave the basement. He starts to wake up, and stands back up seeing that his father is nowhere in sight. He says it's never happened before, and the only time he disappeared was when he would lay down to sleep. He says that he was acting really strange yesterday too. He sits up against the wall, saying from the repetitive lifestyle to the current situation he couldn't understand. He knew that something big was about to happen to him. The gears stop turning, and he says his hunch was correct as the door opens. He sees every single door down the hallway has now been opened, with nobody in sight. This is a chance he couldn't pass by. He bursts out into a sprint so he can take the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He begins to run past the door, and through the hallway. He says by now father would have stopped him if he were here. But since he hasn't, it means he isn't. He keeps running until reaching the ladder at the end, and looks up saying he's found it. He begins to climb it, and hopes that it's bright outside. Right as he gets to the top, he removes the cover and we hear the sound of cars. He pops up out of the hole. His eyes are closed due to it being so bright, but he slowly opens them and is in complete shock. To see just a normal cityscape in front of him, with people all over. Just walking around peacefully, living their lives. His heart starts to beat loudly. He's finally made it out. A man walks over, asking why he is in the middle of the road. Boy turns and is happy to see another person. The man wonders if he's got something wrong with his head. Boy realizes it's too early for this. He can't let his guard down now that he's escaped. As father might realize he is missing, so the best thing he can do now is just run and create distance. As he runs through the city, he says he's dreamed of this all of his life. To escape from the basement, and to be truly free. Up until a few moments ago it felt like an impossible task, but somehow it still feels odd why it just opened so suddenly. He stops moving, to wonder why. He thinks maybe it was a system malfunction, but there's no way it would open solely because of that, as father wouldn't make mistakes. Which makes him think that maybe opening the door was his father's intent all along. He shakes his head saying no way, as he was the one who made the rule of never leaving the basement. Boy looks around to see people living their lives like normal people, students, kids playing happily and just smiles all around. He realizes that these could have experiences he would have had, if his father had not lied to him. There is no apocalypse, just peacefulness. Boy says he knew the worries about the end were all just pointless. While everyone is enjoying themselves, but all of their laughter began to be drowned out by the sound of wings flapping, and only one thing echoed throughout Boy's head. That was that the end finds them all without warning. Birds fly up in the sky, and everyone looks up at something in pure disbelief. A balloon blocks Boy's sight, but as it passes we see there is something in the sky above. That begins to blot out the sun. Everyone begins to wonder what is going on. From the mysterious planet thing, it begins to form a whirlwind. A closer look at the planet shows there are multiple of them forming all at the same time, going straight towards Earth, almost like tentacles. As it gets closer they begin to panic. They ask each other what it is, suggesting maybe it's the moon. Boy asks if everyone is dumb, or if they just cannot see that bright light emanating from it. As it is a monster's eyes, glaring at them all. But it's not just one, as those tentacles that formed are thousands of monsters all charging together, forming into them. As it gets closer and closer, Boy recalls his father saying to never leave. But that there is an exception to that rule, which is when the basement's location is exposed to the enemy. For some reason the monsters head straight into the basement before even going to other parts of the earth. Which means that Rule 1 no longer applies. The monsters charge through the basement, heading to the very end. With them being crammed inside like sardines, the others begin to spread out among the surface. The winners of the Darwin Award all sit and stare at the sight, until one of them is picked up by a monster and pulled towards it with its tentacles. The man screams, but doesn't even try to escape the monster's clutches. And is greeted with the monster's mouth ready to eat. At this point nobody is running, and just watch as the man gets munched on like a McRib. With only his head being thrown across the ground, landing in front of the crowd. They wait for it to roll over before the fear and panic set in. They start to scream and everyone begins to run asking what the hell is going on. Some of them start to fall down, and we see a socially unaware kid listening to music. While everyone else runs past him. We see something flying in from above. And it turns out it's a rock being thrown by this giant guy. He starts yeeting them out towards the civilians. As if it isn't bad enough they need to watch out for giant rocks, another monster flies out, covered in spikes. It effortlessly cuts the people around it in half. Other types of monsters appear, just effortlessly snubbing out the life of these humans. A man looks over and screams, and then we see Boy watching this. People start to call for the police. Boy hears a horrible sound, and says that his father once told him when the apocalypse comes, the world will be filled with blood and screams, with only ashes being left behind. What was once a peaceful street, now turned into a scene of horror. Boy sees what can only be described as an absolute unit. Stomping on skyscrapers. As if the monster parade didn't cement the fact their ordinary lives are over. This behemoth stomping out buildings, and destroying the terrain made them understand the world is doomed. Just look at how much of the city this unit stomped out, with even more monsters descending down into the ruins of the city. Boy says that his father was right this entire time. He starts to wonder if his father wasn't lying to him after all, and maybe his mother is dead. He begins to freeze up as everyone behind him gets engulfed into the wave of monsters. While Boy is standing there, a hand grabs him and begins carrying him away. As it's none other than Father. He asks how he found him, but Father says to keep running, and not to stop. The monsters get closer and closer. The man behind Boy begins to get turned into a chew toy. Boy starts to pant, as he and his father round a corner only to see even more monsters. Father leaps over a railing, saying to follow him closely. Boy does so, and they start to run against the crowd. Towards a bridge off in the distance, monsters of all shapes and sizes begin to eat the civilians around them, and some seem to just kill for seemingly no reason. Boy keeps running, but some more Darwin Award winners stand by and stare at the monsters. They consume everything behind Boy and Father. And as they get further up the bridge, Boy turns to see there aren't any people left behind them, as they have all been caught up in the monster wave. He tells his father they'll be catching up. Father tells him to keep running, and it's the only way to leave the city. The bridge is over a giant canyon, probably left from the unit. Below them the monster wave sweeps up everything, but turns and starts heading up the bridge now. He tells Father about this, but then gets stopped in his tracks. As a monster has latched onto his foot, it starts to squeeze, and begins to damage his foot. He grunts out of pain, but says if he doesn't get it off now, he will die. But Father pulls up with a car door, and uses it to cut the monster's arm off, causing it to scream, and fall off the bridge. Boy starts to grasp his ankle, and Father gets close to him, seeing that his foot is decently injured. The bridge begins to shake, as the wave is still charging straight toward them. Boy starts to stand up, saying he needs to run, but the more he does the more that he realizes the gap between them seems to be shrinking. And no matter how much he runs he won't be able to escape. He falls over, and as it gets closer, he looks up to see Father staring at him. He tells him to go, saying he can save himself at least. Father begins to take steps, and Boy says this is what he expected, as his father always ignored him. He thinks it's over, but his father reaches his hand out. Asking why he isn't getting up, Boy is confused. Asking why he isn't just leaving him and running away. Since he cannot make it far even if he runs, Father tells him he can survive, since he has a plan. Boy is surprised, saying there is no way he has a plan. Father looks at him with a trusting face, and Boy closes his mouth, recalling his tears. Then grabs his hand. Father pulls him away, saying to run. As Boy begins to, he turns to ask what the plan was. He feels something in his hand, and Father yells at him that there is no time, he needs to escape the bridge now. Boy says he got it, and begins to run. The closer he gets to the other side, the more violently the bridge begins to rumble. He sees shadows, and turns to spot the bridge's beam supports breaking due to the weight of the monsters. And that the cables also snap, as it falls into the canyon below, sending some of the monsters, and presumably Father down to the depths below. Boy stands there, and calls out to his father. He wonders what happened to the bridge, or if his father is okay. He recalls his father saying he had a plan, and wonders if this was what he had planned. He asks why he would go to the extent of torturing him for his entire life. To now saving him, his legs shake and he collapses. Saying that he's survived, but now what? What's the point of him surviving? Everything he's dreamed about in the above ground life, that light has been put out. There is no peace here, there is no beauty, and his most important goal of meeting his mother is also nothing but a dream. He begins to cry, saying he wanted to ask why his father went so far to save him. He asks what he is meant to do next, as this is a hell worse than the prison he grew up in. He recalls his father helping him, and giving him a note. He looks at his hand, and slowly opens it to see what is written. He stops crying after what he saw, and he stares at the remains of the bridge. But a monster then starts to crawl out of the cliff. Boy gets scared, and turns to run but feels nothing but pain in his leg. He grabs onto the railing, and realizes the monster is getting closer and closer. Until they both end up falling off of the bridge. Boy rolls along the ground, The monster also decides to play on the floor too. Boy tries to stand up, but he can't since his stamina is at rock bottom. The monster starts to sit up, and he says he cannot run from it. He starts to think that he is going to die like this, but now his light is reignited. He has hope again. He begins to cry while looking at the note, and he wonders why his father is only telling him that his mother is alive now. The monster stands up. Now that he has something to hope for, his body begins to surge with adrenaline. And he stands up saying he wants to live. He won't give up, he will find his mother. But first, how the hell is he meant to handle this monster in front of him? He recalls a lesson from his father and how humans won't be able to survive, since they won't have the power of knowledge to survive independently. The monster runs at him, while father says even if they survive, it's just a matter of time until they die. The monster goes for an attack, and he asks his father how he is meant to deal with it. Since if what he said is all true, it means that he will be unable to do anything, and just accept his death. As the fist gets closer and closer to his face, time begins to stop for Boy, as his father asks if he's forgotten everything he's taught him. All forms of countering begin to flow through Boy's mind, and he sees the fist and avoids the punch, and jumps behind the monster. But due to the momentum from the punch, the monster has to stop himself from sliding off the cliff. Boy is surprised he managed to avoid it. And he sees the monster is ready for round 2. But recalls his father saying that he is built differently. The biggest difference between him and others is that Boy knows exactly what he must do to survive, as that is all he has been taught. Boy stops shaking and calms down, lowering himself down into a fighting stance, ready to fight. The monster charges toward him, and he looks ready. It comes with another punch. Boy slides underneath the punch, stopping himself by the spike he saw earlier. He grabs onto it, and pulls it out of the ground. He charges at the monster, who turns to grab a hold of him, but Boy evades the attack, and with the spike in his hand, he grabs onto it, and turns to stab the monster straight through the head with it. It cuts to a different area, with monsters having completely taken over the city, or well, the rubble that remains of the city. In the underground we see some survivors, and they are saying the cops should do something by now, as it's been 4 days. They say they are lucky to be able to hide here, but that their food supplies are running low. The girl looks at her friend, and he doesn't say anything. As he says if they stay hopeful maybe something will change. A guy tells her that she's making everyone uncomfortable. She says she isn't speaking loudly, and he says that's not what he means. As we see her friend is most likely already dead. He tells her never mind, and walks away, saying he might be losing his mind at this point. A schoolgirl calls out to him, and tells him that she can't find food anywhere. He tells her that they have to find food somehow if they want to stay here. She says there's still one place to check, and she didn't look over there, so she'll check it out again. So not to give up. The man smiles, and thanks her, saying everyone is exhausted from guarding against the monsters. And she is the only one willing to help them all this much. He calls her a great kid. And she shakes her head saying not at all. He says they need to keep hoping and try to get everyone out of here. She is speechless, and walks over to 2 people talking. They turn to look at her, and she asks them if they found any food here. They look at each other, and pull out a sandwich saying they found it earlier. The girl then rips the bag, and the girl tells them to wait, but they munch on it. She asks what they are doing, saying they said they'd share their food. The other girl says that those boring people made that decision, they never said they'd go along with it. She tells them just yesterday they ate the food from the shared portion. The man says he doesn't remember that. The girl grits her teeth, saying she's going to report them. The guy stands up and threatens her, saying to go ahead and try, saying they won't stand by and watch. She says it's pointless, since they can't catch her, as if there's one thing she's good at. It is running away. The guy starts to walk at her, but a scream is heard and they all turn and begin to feel fear. The woman says it came from far, so they'll probably be okay. He says he got scared for nothing, then notices the schoolgirl is cowered on the floor. He sees her shivering, then laughs at her, saying she was so confident a minute ago, yet now she is too afraid to move. She spots food they've left behind, and quickly leaves. She goes back to the guy from earlier, and he asks her if she looked in the area he said. She says yes. He asks how it went. We see the food in her pocket, but her stomach growls and she tells him that she found nothing. He says that he isn't surprised, and what is important is that they are alive. But of course that won't last for long as a monster bursts into the room. The schoolgirl is knocked down, but sits back up and is in fear as she sees the monster behind the man. He crawls and stretches his hand out toward her, begging for help. But she runs away saying she's sorry. The man tells her to wait, and she says that she told him before she isn't a good person. As he gets turned into a chew toy. The couple from earlier start to run as well. They spot the schoolgirl running straight toward a monster. The woman says it'll be fine as they can just use her as bait. She keeps running forward and the girl calls her an idiot. The monster swings down toward her, and she sees this. But in her eyes she hasn't given up, she dives forward, and rolls past the attacks, going into a handstand roll. The others are surprised, as she has even landed all of the acrobatics. He recalls that she said she was good at running away, and how she wasn't bluffing, then they get eaten. We see her finally making it behind some cover, and is gassed out. She falls to the floor, and hopes the monsters leave her be. Then she looks over to see Boy sitting there too. She screams and pushes him over, thinking it was a corpse. But he mumbles, and she realizes he is alive. But right in front of them is a monster. She wonders if the monster heard her scream. It starts to crawl toward them and she shakes in fear, but sees Boy still laying on the floor. She grabs him by the collar, and drags him away from the monster, hiding the both of them. It starts to leave, and she says thank God. It's gone, and sighs saying she's alive. Then looks down to see that Boy is awake now. She screams again, and he jumps away from her, asking who she is, and what she was doing to him. She is confused, but all he can hear is his father's words about not trusting anyone. She asks what he means, saying she hid him from a monster. But he says that father is probably right, and he shouldn't get close to humans. He asks her how he can believe her, but his stomach growls and he drops to the floor. He says this isn't good as he's hungry. He ate something 5 days ago in the basement, and he's reached his limit. He's been taking breaks to preserve his energy, but now Hess ran into a human. She tells him she has no food, and he asks what she's talking about, since he didn't ask her in the first place. She says that he just looked hungry, and she told him in the first place. The food falls out of her pocket, and she begins to sweat nervously. He asks her what that is, and she starts to think of a cover-up, but he genuinely has no idea what it is. But he gets hungrier while looking at it. Then he asks her if it's food. She quickly says no. He says he must have been wrong then. But she keeps trying to cover it up, and says he's an idiot for not recognizing food. And she can probably get out of here. He then calls her a liar, asking if she thought he'd really believe a human. She is lost. He says that she'd be wrong to think he'd trust her, as all humans lie. She realizes she underestimated how smooth this dude's brain is. Boy says judging by her reaction he can tell that it is food. He needs it, and if she doesn't plan to cooperate he'll take it by force. But she hands him half of it, saying that it's exactly half. She cannot give him any more. He wonders why she is sharing, saying that this just puts her at a disadvantage. She says he needs to pay her back 4 times what she gave him and not to forget it. He says okay, and starts to eat his half. Then he goes to leave and she asks where he is going. He says now that he's eaten, he is moving. She asks where in the hell he'll be going in this situation. She tells him that this is her neighborhood and she knows the place well, so she is sure there's nowhere to go due to monsters. She bumps into him, and asks why he stopped moving. He asks if she really knows the area well. She says yes, and she grew up here. He then asks if she knows where the subway is. After a bit of sneaking around, she wonders how she ended up in this position. If she'd have known she would have shared her bread with him. But she's curious, and asks why he wants to go to the subway. He tells her because it's safe there, it's concentrated in goods for survival, and it's a route for them to travel without the eyes of monsters. And most importantly that the subway makes it hard for the monsters to detect humans. She says he's strange, and she speaks like he knows something. And it's odd he didn't recognize bread earlier. She says that they are here, but she is confused, saying she's sure it was here at least. He asks her if she is trying to deceive him. She says that this obviously isn't the subway, but she's trying to find the entrance. She tells him to wait here and she'll find it, but gets jump scared by an old man telling her to be quiet. He says he came here because he heard something, but didn't expect it to be humans. Boy asks him who he is, and he says that's rude, and they can have their introductions later. He tells them to follow him, but the girl asks where they are going. He says they were looking for it right, and he guides them through rubble and down the escalator. To reveal that it's the subway they were looking for. The girl says there's a lot of people, and it's surprising to see so many people here. The old man says he can't forget about that moment. To think monsters would appear so randomly, he knew there'd be nowhere to run, but he found this place while escaping. It was sheer luck, but he's been scavenging on the surface looking for medicine, which is why he heard them talking. Boy looks around saying he planned on making a subway in the base, but there's so many people here. He can see all types, those drowned in despair. Those who seem to show their evil sides, and there's even someone he can't get a read on here. The more humans there are, the more risk factors he will need to manage. But among them all there is not one who could truly put him in any sense of danger. He can instinctively tell who is dangerous, just like with the monsters on the surface, and also like his dad, he can sense an aura, so to speak. But nobody here gives off a dangerous feeling, so maybe it'll be safe to stay here. Since none of them can actually harm him, and even if they become enemies. But his thought is cut off by the old man saying it's time for introductions. His name is Huang Baum, and he is a doctor. Baum says again he was looking for medicine and that's how he met them, and he wasn't able to get shit. then asks for their introductions. Boy doesn't reply, so the girl says her name is Haru. Bomb says that's a good name, and judging by her clothes, she must go to virtual middle school. She says that's right, asking if he knows it. He says of course, as his hospital was right across the school near the mall. She says she doesn't remember a hospital being there. Bomb looks at Boy and sees his clothes are all raggedy, and says he's clearly been through a lot, then asks for his name. Boy says that he doesn't know what his name is. Bomb is surprised, and Boy explains he's never had one. Bomb thinks it's a joke, saying he can tell him next time, and laughs. A man quickly enters saying things have gotten worse. We see an injured man leaning against a wall, and he's glad to see Bomb. Bomb says he can see that it's bad, and while they stopped the bleeding last time, it's progressing faster than expected. He says they need to do surgery now, or else he'll be in danger due to the infection. He shows he has the surgical tools, saying they must do it now. He goes to disinfect the wound, and Boy says he's read about doctors in books. A job that treats humans for a price, but now in the apocalypse they can't exchange money, so he asks Bomb what he is receiving as his price to treat them all. Bomb looks surprised, and says that he doesn't need something like that. They are all surprised by his answer. He says it's a doctor's job to treat those who are hurt, and not to worry, as he's rarely failed a surgery. The man tears up saying he's so thankful, and he hugs him. Boy is confused, asking why he is helping him without anything in return. He wonders if humans are stupid, or if they do this kind of stuff. Bomb tells him to be careful not to open his wounds. The man thanks him, then sees that on his jacket it says he is a veterinarian. Bomb tells the man it's time to get started, and it might hurt, but he can't help it. The man starts to panic, saying to wait a minute, and he doesn't want this. Bomb says he has to do it, or else he will die. The man asks how a veterinarian can perform surgery on humans. Bomb says of course he can, since humans are technically animals. The man tells him that he doesn't want this anymore. Bomb says he needs to calm down before his condition gets worse. He says he needs anesthetics, and a girl tells him they don't have anything like that. Bomb leans over, picks up a brick, and tells the man it's time for the night-night juice. Boy says he was wrong, humans are definitely dangerous. Boy wanders off, and finds somewhere quiet, saying he made the right call in not watching the surgery. But wonders what to do now, saying all he has left is a picture, a photo taken during his childhood, and a note on the back that says she is alive. But he has no clues on how to find her, but when he looks at the photo he feels uneasy. Because in the background of the photo there were some unnatural alien-like flowers. Even when he was in the basement he thought it was strange, so he looked into flower books to learn more. But couldn't find any information on the flowers in the pictures. If that flower only grows in a specific area, then he might be able to find out where the picture was taken. In order to find that out he has to find someone who can identify the flower. It's his only clue, so he needs to make sure not to lose it, and he needs to ask everyone about the flower. A bug flies by his face, and he smushes it like earlier. Then goes to lick it like last time. He says this is hella bitter again. Inside of another room a girl turns around and tells her boss she gathered everyone. And he says it's time to begin. He tells them to wrangle up any others, and if they refuse, use whatever they can to get them here. The civilians all wonder why they are gathered here. One of them asks the guy why he's gathering them all here, and manhandling them without any explanation. The guy ignores him, and he keeps yapping. The man with the scar glares at him, sending fear down his spine. The man says he can look deep into the depths of the human mind, he can see what their true thoughts are, and he can read it all from their eyes. Inside of this man's eye he sees him cowering inside of a room, as he is feeling fear. Scar Bro says the man hides it by acting tough on the exterior. The normal guy starts to yell saying to not get closer, and Scar Bro punches him in the stomach saying that it will always reveal itself. The guy goes flying, and everyone is scared now. As he walks back up towards the guy and picks him up, saying this is exactly what he wanted to see. He wants to see more, he wants to see how truly afraid he is. The man begs him to stop, and his underling tells him that some people aren't here. He asks who, she says the old man, a boy and a girl. Along with the injured person. He says he told her to gather them all, asking what went wrong. She says that it was given to that thuggish dude but he didn't listen and disappeared. Scar says they never could get that guy under control, and he'll do it himself as he wants to look into their eyes when he finds them. She asks what to do with the one on the floor. Scar says to throw him out. The man says they can't, and he'll do whatever they ask. Scar starts to walk towards Boy's area. And we see Boy on the floor. He wonders when he fell asleep. Saying he couldn't get any good rest for a few days. Since he had to guard himself against the monsters, but he's surprised as he has no clue where he is. He's pressing down on his foot, but has no sense of where the ground is. He wonders if it's trying to swallow him, but says no. Sweat drips down his chin onto the floor. And he says he might have already been eaten by something. It begins to wrap around his arms, and goes for his neck. And he tries to escape, but it encapsulates him. Blocking his exit off, he screams awake. He realizes it was a dream, and says it felt hella real. But sees Scar and his boys in front of them. He asks who they are. Scar says he has 2 minutes, and if he doesn't get to the center of the station he'll expel him from here. One of his henchmen says he better get going now, or it might be too risky. Boy stands up, and Scar says he was curious to see who the ones hiding were, but it seems pointless. Boy asks if he plans to expel him. Boy asks how, and one of his henchmen start to bark at him. But Scar stops him, saying this is the fun way. He tells him to look at him. He starts to look into Boy's eyes, saying he wants to see his true emotions. But Scar starts to feel something overwhelming from him. And is speechless. His henchman, will call him Mole, asks what's going on, and says Boy is in trouble now, and he should have left when they gave him 2 minutes. Boy says 2 minutes, no, 2 seconds is enough time to take them down. Mole starts to laugh, saying boss was right and he's funny. Mole pulls out a knife, asking if those are his final words. Scar puts his hand on his shoulder. Mole is surprised. Then Boy realizes something, as his photo is missing. Mole asks if he's looking for it. He says he wasn't expecting to find anything worthwhile, and just found this dumb photo. Boy starts to get pissed and stomps forward, saying if there is even a scratch on that photo he will kill him. Mole starts to get cold sweats, and Scar grabs the photo, saying if he gets closer he will rip the photo. Mole starts to beat on him, asking where his confidence went. Boy is mad at himself for letting his guard down in his sleep. He says he knew humans were more dangerous than monsters. Mole asks what they should do next, and if they should expel him. Scar says no. Mole is confused on why not. Scar explains how when he looked into his eyes just now, he was different from the rest. The inside of his soul was so deep that he couldn't see anything at all. He tells Mole they'll keep an eye on him, and to keep the old photo of his. Anytime they are watching him, always keep it in his hands. Mole asks if he needs to go that far for him, but Scar makes sure he understands that it is an order. Mole says he did get scared when Boy was about to attack them. But that doesn't matter anymore. As long as he has the photo, Boy won't be able to move. We see Haru walk into the room, surprised. She asks them all what is going on. Scar says she saved him the trouble of having to find her. Haru starts to panic, asking why they are looking for her. He tells her to report to the center of the station. Mole and them go to leave, and he laughs, saying he'll see him again, and he'll take care of the photo. He leaves, and Haru sees him sitting there. She walks up to him, asking if he is okay. He smacks her hand away from his face. She grits her teeth, saying that she was trying to help him up. He tells her he doesn't need that, and to move human. She says her name isn't human. She's told him before what her name was, and to remember it. He walks past her, asking if he really needs to remember something like that. Bomb notices the awkward air around the two of them, and asks Haru if something happened. She angrily says nope, and that she's the idiot for trying to talk to someone who didn't want to in the first place. Boy sighs, asking why he would hold a human's hand, as his father warned him to never trust anyone who stretches their hand out toward him. Humans are his enemy after all. He sees Mole, saying it'll be easier for him to take it back by force. Even if he were to rip it up, he could just put it back together. But he doesn't want to ruin the photo. It's the only item that came with him out of the basement, so there's no need to risk it being ripped. He'll wait for him to let go of the photo. Scar says since everyone is here now, he will let them know. They have two options, either follow him or don't. If they choose to follow him, they won't need to be worried about being kicked out. Like the guy behind him, he points to the man from earlier. He says that he tried to cause chaos in the subway, so he has decided to expel him. If they choose to stand with him, he won't treat them like he is the rebel who tried to break the peace. He won't make them follow by force, but it should be known that his word is absolute down here. Everyone looks afraid and starts to see what others are deciding. And slowly but surely everyone begins to take Scar's side. Bomb says that the strong rule the weak, in a world where the law is obsolete. It's not strange that things ended up like this. Scar won't specifically say to follow him, but is trying to imply what would happen to those who don't agree to do so. And following Scar is the logical choice if he wants to live longer. Bomb sweats nervously, then smiles and straightens his tie, saying he's already lived a long life. Being unpredictable occasionally isn't so bad. If he joins that side he might not be able to help when a patient really needs him. So he plans to stay on this side, even if he is alone. But we see Haru isn't joining, and she lets out a sigh. Bomb is surprised, and asks her if she doesn't plan to join them. She says nah, and he tries to tell her to go over and do it, and this is foolish. She laughs, and points, saying she's not the only one being a fool. He asks what that means, and turns to see that Boy and a whole lot of others aren't taking his side either. It cuts to a girl with Bomb, and she asks why nobody is including her, and she didn't want to stay here. But now they are being forced to join the other group, and might be tortured. Another girl, Freckles says it won't be that bad, they just kick them out or starve them to death rather than torture. Glasses gets scared, and starts to scream saying they are screwed. A little girl bumps into Bomb, what I'm assuming is her father told her that he's sorry, and should have held onto her properly. Bomb laughs, saying she's at the age, but tells her to listen to her father. She starts to speak enchantment table, and he says she can't hear her very well. She screams that he isn't her father, headbutting Bomb. She says her dad is looking for her with her mother. The man says she's right, they just keep crossing paths and he noticed she was separated. So until they find her parents, he is acting as her guardian. Some men are talking, then look over to see Boy walking into the room. He tells him that the boss said he cannot enter, or else he'll be punished. And he won't be an exception because he is young. Boy ignores him, wondering where the bastard is who stole his photo. It cuts to some people saying to only take the amount that's been rationed, and they'll be checked after, so don't mess around. Glasses asks why they are getting so little versus the other people. The guy tells him that it's the boss's rules. And they are stuck in the room doing nothing, so why do they need a lot of food? Some smell of the food floats around, and towards a guy straight into his nose, just like a cartoon character. He opens his eyes saying he smells something good, asking if it's time. Then a guy asks someone else where someone is. He's talking about the boss's left-hand man, we'll call him Mohawk, since his nickname is Chicken Comb. He doesn't listen to anyone and does his own thing. And he's a psychopath who kills people with a smile on his face. They ask if that's real, and say they should never bother him then. The little girl from earlier bumps into him, spilling her food everywhere. And she looks up to see Mohawk. He tells her it's dangerous to be running around here, and now his clothes are messed up. He tells her to follow him, and they start to talk about how the next victim is the kid. But they wonder why he's walking their direction. Mohawk calls out to them, and they ask what he needs. He says nothing much, and to give this girl her rations. They say the rations are 1 per person though. He says they can give her his then. He hands her the tray of food she spilled, and she stops crying. They wonder what he's doing, and says that this must be a form of torture. And he'll bother her while she goes to eat. Her guardian quickly tells her to get behind him, and asks Mohawk what she did wrong. Mohawk gets angry, asking what the hell he did wrong. The guardian says they need to go and quickly runs with her. But the little girl turns back to look at Mohawk, who is confused, then he smiles. It jumps to people guarding a door, and Freckles is talking to Haru saying there seems to be more surveillance. Boy wonders if he should just go find his photo, and he looks over at Haru, who looks away since she's annoyed since he was being rude to her and smacked her hand away. Freckles sees she's acting strange. It jumps again to everyone asleep, and Freckles sits up and looks around. She sees Boy sitting in the corner and walks over to him. She goes to touch him and then starts to feel pain. As he's grabbing onto her arm, she is surprised he was awake. Boy asks what she was doing, saying he knew she would attack him in his sleep. She wonders why he is so strong, but says it hurts and she just wanted to talk. Boy asks what she means by talk. She says it sounds like he's never had a conversation before. Bot stares at her blankly, then asks why it matters if he's ever had a conversation before. Freckles is confused. He lets go of her hand and says to get to the point. She stares at him, and says now that she thinks about it, why is he always away from the rest, then asks if she is a shy person. He gets annoyed, saying she is speaking nonsense. Saying he has no reason to be close to the enemy. Freckles asks what he means. He tells her that every human is an enemy. Asking if there's a reason why he should be close with people who will backstab him. Freckles says she doesn't plan on hurting him. He says doesn't believe her, she could be lying. She says that's fine, but asks him to reconcile with Haru. He asks what she means by reconcile, saying he's never fought with her. She asks if he can get along with her then. He says that's another issue. They are still human, and she's no different to him than those outside the room. Freckles says that Haru thinks others can't hear her, but she cries every night while holding her breath. There's probably something heartbreaking that she can't bring herself to say, but everyone here might be the same. But that's all if he who is the same age as her gets along with it, then it would be better, right? Boy says that is shameless, and being sad is only for weak humans. If they have the time to do that, it would be better to figure out how to survive. She asks if he's never been sad after losing someone important to him. He recalls father saving him on the bridge, and says no, and there won't be a case in the future either. Because he doesn't have anyone close to him. Freckles says that not being sad because he doesn't have a special person, that just makes it sound like he is incredibly lonely right now, and will stay that way. But don't worry, as she would be sad for him if he dies. Boy is surprised by this, and says that makes him feel bad, as he won't die, and he won't care if she dies. She laughs saying that's cold, then starts to cough. Bomb seems like he's waking up. She says that she might have talked too much, but won't bother anymore. She tells him sweet dreams, but he doesn't say anything, and just thinks that she is a weird human. We see Glasses pretending to sleep, saying this shit is exhausting. Boy says that it has been about 4 days since he came here at first. He only simply wanted to find somewhere to rest, but now some human is holding his picture hostage. It's leaving him unable to do anything to find his mother. We hear the sounds of him being beaten up, and we see him taking their hits. Boy simply asks them if it is fun, and Mole laughs, asking why it would be fun, in a sarcastic tone, saying that he doesn't want to be doing this either, and that this is punishment. Punishment for leaving the room as he pleased. Boy asks if that is right, saying that in that case, surely Mole should punish him himself and put away that picture. Mole starts to feel an instinctual fear, realizing that Boy is not even afraid of him. Rather than looking at the picture, it feels as if he is looking down on him. Mole yells at him, saying that if he's still able to run his mouth, it means that he hasn't been beaten enough. Boy says that father explained to him how humans are inherently weak, and he thinks he understands what he meant now. Boy goes back to his area, and as he is walking back, Freckles realizes that he is beaten a bit, and asks him if it was Mole in his group. Boy ignores her, saying that he understands that not only rude humans exist. Bomb says fortunately, doesn't look like he is hurt that bad, but they should disinfect it. Boy shakes his head, saying that he's fine with this much, and it's alright, and then takes a seat. A tray of water and food is quickly given to him, as Freckles says that she got his lunch for him as she didn't know when he would come back. He goes to thank her, but quickly stops himself and almost makes her choke on her food, and she asks him what he was about to say. He says nothing, and she starts to cough. Boy says that he suddenly had a thought, and he recalls how she says that she doesn't plan on hurting him. He says that if all of that was not a lie, and that if she would truly be sad if he were gone, then maybe it would be okay to trust her a little. Her food falls to the floor as she starts to fall over as well. He looks over to see the can rolling around, as Bomb asks her if she is okay, telling her to get a hold of herself. We see that something is wrong with her, and Bomb says that her symptoms don't look good and that she needs medicine. But the problem is that they have to go to the surface, as they don't have the medication here. Freckles says that it's fine, as there's no reason for them to go to the surface just for her. Bomb tells her to stop talking, saying that if they don't get that medicine now, her condition will get worse. Boy, out of curiosity, asking how will she get worse without the medicine? Bomb starts to think about exactly how to word it, but Mole walks in, saying that the boss is calling for Bomb. Mole spots Boy and lets out a sigh, and then pulls out his picture, saying that he doesn't understand why he has to hold this up in front of such a little kid, when he can easily take care of him by using his knife. Mole says that he's got orders for Bomb to treat the people who were injured and to hurry up. Bomb tries to tell him that he can't, but Mole takes it as disrespect, asking if he's planning to continue to disobey the boss. Bomb says that is not what he meant, and he shall treat the other patients once he treats this patient first, since they need treatment immediately. Freckle quickly gets up, saying that she is okay, and that if they tell her where the medicine is, she can find it on the surface herself. Bomb tries to get her to understand, saying that she won't be able to survive on the surface in her state. Mole says that he understands how it is, and he wishes they said it sooner. And we see that he quickly stabs Freckle in the stomach, saying that he would have helped earlier if he knew about this. As Freckle feels a sharp pain in her stomach, everybody else is surprised. Even Boy is caught off guard. Mole pulls the knife out of her stomach, causing her to fall to the floor. Bomb quickly runs over as the rest watch. Freckle begins to bleed out, and the blood starts to pour towards Boy, who looks at her. His eyes fixated on her chest as he says that he can feel it. He can feel that her life is slowly fading away. As the blood begins to pour out more and more, Boy wonders why humans can die so easily. He watches as her life force begins to dim out, second by second, getting smaller and smaller. Something starts to unravel inside of him, and then she touches him with her finger. He snaps out of it, and then she asks him why he's so serious. He doesn't know what to say, and she says that she's sure that he said he wouldn't care. And then her life force completely stops. Boy is speechless, as her motionless arm falls to the floor. Everybody else understands. While they don't know what to say, Mole chirps up, saying this was annoying, and he can't believe he got his hands dirty. Bomb starts to shake out of anger, asking why his expression never changed, even though he just killed somebody. And that he understands now that monsters aren't only on the surface. In his same annoying tone as usual, Mole says that he's being too harsh, and this is no different than him saving him. If things were left like they were, Bomb would have followed her to the surface, and he couldn't lose their doctor just because he wanted to save one human. And that everybody should feel grateful, as dying in this way is more peaceful than being eaten by the monsters. Boy is still standing over her corpse, and Mole glances over at him. Seeing that he is not moved, He begins to laugh, asking if he's scared. Saying that he acted as if he was so tough, Boy turns to him and gives him an intense glare. As he looks at Mole's hands, he realizes that he's holding a knife, and says it doesn't seem as if he has the picture. Mole realizes that he's right and turns, saying that he dropped it when he grabbed the knife earlier. Boy drops his stance, and Mole turns, asking what he is going to do about it. Seeing him lowering himself towards the ground, Mole starts to laugh at Boy just standing there, and then he closes his eyes to blink. Boy takes this chance as Mole continues asking if he is going to jump him. Before Mole's body can even fathom what happened, he opens his eyes to Boy saying, "Yeah," right in his face. Boy punches him in the face, causing his face to cave in. And before his men can even react, Boy quickly dashes forward, past them. He catches up to Mole as he is speeding through the air, and he hits him with another punch to the face, executing a flawless DBZ combo. Mole starts to spiral while still flying, and the knife is launched into the air. Boy pushes off the ground once more, flying, hitting Mole with another punch. Mole's head starts to hit the wall, breaking it. Boy grabs onto him, and the knife that was in the air begins to fall down. Boy grabs it out of the air, twirls it, then tightens his grip onto it. The rest watch in absolute fear, but Boy stops right as he puts the knife to Mole's throat, causing him to bleed. Boy looks at him, realizing that this guy is mentally dead. Boy starts to tremble, and he says that he is just too weak. Back when he attacked Mole, he realized that Mole didn't even react to his punch. He says that if he had known this guy was so weak, he would have just taken the picture from him earlier. If he did that, then none of this ever would have happened with Freckle in the first place, as Mole wouldn't have been able to do anything. He starts to get the urge to end his life, then begins to hear Father's voice, saying to kill him. Boy tries to resist the urge, but Father eggs him on, saying that he does not need to have mercy for his enemies and to end it properly. The urge starts to get stronger and stronger, as he hears his heart beating with every passing second. He tightens his grip on the knife and hears Baum yelling to stop. Boy slowly turns, as Baum explains that if he kills him, he can't undo it. Boy asks what he means, saying he should not be worried about Mole. Baum tells him that's not the case, and he is talking about his heart. Boy is confused, and Baum tells him to think carefully, asking if he really has to go as far as killing him. Boy glances down at his reflection in the knife, and we see him asking Father if there's a reason to kill them. Saying if he beats them to the brink of death, they'll forget about attacking him. Father laughs, saying that he won't be able to stay alive for a week with a weak mindset like that. And if that's not the case, then maybe Boy is afraid of killing humans. Boy tells him not to get ahead of himself, since he will never become like him. If the apocalypse comes like he says it will, then he'll stay alive in his own way. He won't become like his father, going around killing people because he does not like them, as that is something only the evil will do. Of course, the evil he is talking about is Mole. Boy drops the knife. Then we see his hand is no longer trembling. Baum is happy, saying that he's made the right decision. Boy tells him that's not because of what he said, rather, he feels like he'll become the same if he kills him, and there's no particular reason for him to do it. As to him, it doesn't really matter if Freckles lived or died. Even if she lived, she would not have been helpful in finding his mother, so it does not matter to him. One of Mole's henchmen leaps at Boy from behind with the bat, saying this is perfect as he doesn't have the knife anymore. As he goes to swing down, Boy pulls his hand backwards, causing the man to smack Mole in the face with the bat. Boy releases his grip, rotates his body, spinning, back-fisting the man. As the man goes to fall, Boy kicks him, knocking him further away. He lands in front of the bowl cut McGee, who looks down at him. Bowl cut reaches towards something, and Boy asks him what he is doing. We see him hold up the picture of his mother, saying that this is a picture that's precious to him, right? Boy begins to step forward, saying so what? Bowl cut realizes he's in deep shit, so he pulls out a handkerchief and starts to wipe the picture down, even blowing on it to clean it, saying that he should just be careful with it, as we see his hands trembling in fear. Boy takes the picture and heads back to Baum and them. He looks at Freckles' covered up corpse, not sure of what to think. Baum tells him that he doesn't see the child or the girl from earlier. We see the little girl's guardian saying that they went to bathroom together earlier, and that it's a relief as they weren't here to see any of this. One of the other guys, I don't think they've introduced him, but he reminds me of Mario, says that if Boy was able to easily win against them, why he didn't do anything else. Boy says that they held something of his hostage, and Mario asks if he means that picture, asking how important it is to him. In a fierce tone, Boy says it is important, and Mario starts to get afraid. Boy looks down at it, and then tells Baum that there's something he wanted to ask him. He shows everybody the picture, asking if they've seen anything like it, but nobody has seen a flower like this before. Glasses asks him where the picture was taken. Boy says he has no idea. The Guardian says that it wouldn't be difficult if they had internet access, but it seems it won't be easy just by looking at the picture. Baum then asks him why he wants to know the location. He asks why that is not obvious, saying that he's planning to go there. They are all speechless. Baum says that while he did see how he fought just now, he is surely aware how the surface is swarming with monsters, that it would be hard for him to survive out there. Boy says no, and that he can survive. And it zooms into the hooded figure. Boy looks down, saying that he didn't expect to find people who would recognize this place at a glance anyway. Scar enters the room, saying, "So this is what it's come to." He glances over to Boy, saying that he warned Mole to hold the picture well, but he couldn't even follow such a simple order. He rolls up his sleeve, saying that it doesn't matter now, and now that it has come to this, he'll use a more intuitive method. It jumps to the surface, and we see that the buildings are in ruin. In an alleyway, a shadowy figure approaches as a monster walks up and begins to claw their way down towards the subway. It jumps to another part of the subway, as some people are talking about how they have enough firewood to actually cook something up. We see a lighter spark up, and a fire quickly follows it. Haru is watching this, confused, and the little girl comes out of the bathroom. She says that everybody here is weird, and nobody flushes after using the toilet. Haru laughs, saying that it can't be helped since the flushing part is broken. A man, which I'm not sure if he's been introduced before, says that it's too late and he has to send them back now. Haru glares at him, and he says not to do that as he's doing his best to survive too. One of the guys cooking up the food looks over, saying that it's like watching a real-life Jerry Springer episode. Something falls into his pot, and he asks his friend if he put something in there. The guy says to stop yapping and keep stirring. The man says that was odd. Maybe it was just him, and then more things from the ceiling begin to fall in. The guy looks up, wondering why rocks are falling from the sky, and sees the ceiling beginning to crack as a monster's glowing eyes can be seen, and it leaps straight down towards the man. Of course, we don't get to see it, and it jumps back to Scar, who looks around the room. He sees Mole on the floor and the other guy taking a nap. He says that he knew his instinct was right. Back in the world he was immersed in, there were always characters who were considered monsters, which deviated from the norm. Although now they're actual monsters on the surface. Bowl Cut tells Scar to be careful, saying that he is stronger than he looks. Scar hits him with the stop yapping no jutsu and makes Bowl Cut take a nap. Scar says he doesn't need to be told what to do, and what he needs is Boy. He starts to walk towards him, saying that his eyes are quite rebellious, and he should let him know who's in charge. Scar laughs, saying that maybe he'll be able to see it now, and he begins to peer into Boy's eyes, saying that he wishes to see the true form of his soul. As he begins to go into his own world, he glances down to the hole and sees pure darkness. Scar is completely surprised. As his eyes open wide, he says that he was mistaken. He says that it was not him peering into Boy's soul. As he looks a little afraid, he says it was the other way around, as it was Boy peering into his soul. Scar is speechless as a giant mouth begins to form and consumes him. He screams and falls to the floor completely out of breath. His assistant asks him what's wrong, and we see that he has already broken out into cold sweats. Boy glares at him. Scar's body instinctively understands. This is the purest form of fear. Scar says that he almost got swallowed alive. Baum and them are surprised. As Scar trembles, the woman wonders why he is acting like this in front of Boy. They hear screaming, and everybody looks over as a man enters the room, covered in blood, saying that he needs help as he can't see. Scar stops shaking and looks over. And the woman asks him why he's bleeding. He says that he doesn't know, as he was just taking a nap. And then he feels a sharp pain in his head, saying that he's been having a really bad headache ever since earlier. We see exactly why, but the others from the front cannot, and they suggest that maybe it was a monster. The man starts digging at the back of his head, saying that there's something in his head that won't come out. He stops moving entirely, and then instantly contorts but stands upright again, similar to a doorstop where it shakes. Everybody is completely baffled as the man's glasses break. 2 tentacles shoot through his eyeballs, stabbing a man in his shoulder. The man screams, but Scar steps forward, grabbing onto the tentacle and yanks it. As the man flies to him, Scar hits the man in the face, causing him to go flying, knocking him out of the room. The monster begins to crawl out of the back of his skull, and Scar grabs onto an axe. The monster leaps towards him, and he strikes it down, knocking it to the floor. He quickly runs over to it, and starts hacking away his frustration and fear from Boy. After cutting the monster to pieces, everybody else watches, saying that since it stopped moving, it means that he may have managed to kill it. Scar is gassed out, wondering where it came from. And then hears something. While the rest of them are tunnel-visioned on the fact that he just killed one of the monsters, and that he saved them, only he and Boy realize are listening to what is happening outside. As they could hear it coming, a monster blows the door down. Perhaps it was because they had spent too much time in the subway, that everybody here seemed to have forgotten the fact. Rather, they were forcing themselves to try to forget it. The terrible memories from the surface, along with the horrors that they would have to face. We see a bat fall to the floor. As everybody begins to panic, they all start running as it is a primal fear to escape that which you don't know. Scar grits his teeth, yelling that they need to face this monster and fight it. They stop moving, and he asks them how long they plan on running to let this all repeat over and over again. He points towards the monster, saying that there is only one of them and that it is different than before, as they can win if they all fight together. They all look over towards it, saying that maybe it was because they had seen him easily kill one, or perhaps it was his words that moved them. They start to hype each other up, saying that they just watched him do it, so they can do it as well. The woman picks up the bat, saying that they need to kill this monster on their own. Monsters are no longer the object of their fears, and it was the first time since the monsters appeared that they had truly felt hope. Scar starts to grunt, and the woman looks over, telling him to give an order. We see blood begin to pour from Scar's nose. Confused, they all call out to him, asking what is wrong. His head begins to tilt as his body is lifted through the air. The monster that was laying on the floor, cut up into pieces, begins to stick its tentacles out of his mouth. As we see, it has already given him some serious back shots. The rest are confused, saying that he definitely killed it. So why is the monster coming back to life? They start to think that this means that monsters are unable to die, and that even if they did jump just one monster, they would never truly be able to win. More monsters barge in through the walls and start running towards everybody who is riddled with fear. One of the men gets his head backhanded off, and as it flies through the air, people still don't realize what is going on. Of course, they are the Darwin Award winners. One of the monsters flies towards Bolcut, biting his arm off. Still people don't choose to run, they just watch as the woman from earlier has been picked up by the monster that kicked the door down. It grabs onto her legs and begins squeezing her, shattering her bones. The monster puts her inside of it, and slowly, the only sound left through the room is the echoes of her bones being crushed, as through the back of the monster, there is a blowhole that shoots blood throughout the entire room. This is the moment that it settled it for them all. They all started to run, with the only instinct in their body telling them that they need to focus on survival, even if that means throwing their fellow humans to the floor to escape. Boy watches all of this, and Mario screams that they were wrong, and it's only a matter of time before it's their turn. But the Guardian starts to have other thoughts, and he wonders about the little girl. He begins to walk forward. Baum grabs onto his arm, asking him where he is going. He says that his child is still out there, and he must go find her. Baum says that he should wait. If the monsters have already come to the entrance, then there is a high chance she is gone. The Guardian falls to his knees, saying that it's just like last time. His brain starts to go to town on itself, as he gets lost in thought and begins to feel an overwhelming sense of panic. Boy steps forward, and the Guardian asks him where he is going. Boy gets closer to the door, and everyone watches, wondering what he is doing, except for Baum, who runs forward, trying to stop him. But it's too late. Boy has already made it out. He begins to slowly walk past all of Scar's men, as they panic and begin to fight each other instead. Boy continues forward, then gets into his fighting stance, showing that he is about to go to town. It jumps to another part of the subway as we see a woman on the floor, as a monster is eating her, and that Haru and the little girl from earlier are hiding under a desk. She begins to break down and cries, and Haru tells her to be quiet or else they'll be caught. The girl quickly shuts up, and Haru apologizes, saying that she does not have the time to worry about someone else right now, since if she is caught, she will be dead. The little girl grabs onto her arm and begins to tremble with fear while still crying. Haru sees this and fights her better judgment, telling the little girl to stay right next to her. As the man is looking at the girl's corpse, he asks what Haru and the girl plan to do. Haru says they need to run away, and the man asks them where, saying there's nowhere to run. Haru says that they have to try in order to live. The man reminds her that there are monsters all over the surface, and now they've even taken over the one safe place they had. Yet she still thinks she can survive. Haru says even if that's the case, she won't sit around waiting for her death like an idiot. The man is surprised. He caught a stray, and she says that she will survive no matter what. Her eyes are full of hope as she says this. The man can tell that she's got some serious main character energy, saying that she has a reason to survive. Then sees that she is surprised, she need a haircut, and he looks over to see a monster right in front of them. He screams to run, and looks over seeing that Haru is paralyzed with fear. The man grits his teeth, charging at the monster, saying that there's no reason for him to live. Then goes to tell Haru to run, but when he glances over, he sees that she is long gone. He says that was too fast, and she should have let him give a hero monologue first. And then she hears the man screaming but closes her eyes, carrying forward. Back to Scar's men, one of them tries to ask the monster a question. I give him credit for fighting it, but he realizes it was not effective. The woman from earlier also starts shanking the hell out of it, but is gassed out and watches as the wounds all begin to close up. The monster grabs the man who axed it, and the woman falls to the floor and starts crawling backwards, saying that they cannot win. Boy steps forward with Bomb still at the doorway, trying to get him to come back. The girl wonders where he is going, and as everybody else starts to get impaled by the blue tentacle monster and Scar, the tentacle turns Scar's corpse towards him. This is when Boy gets into his fighting stance. The woman realizes that he is about to fight, and that he's just going to die like Scar. The monster shoots out tentacles from him once more, and as they get close to Boy, Boy does not panic and does as he has been trained. He dodges below the attack, grabbing onto the tentacles. More starts to fly in, and he dodges them and starts using the original two he grabbed to tangle up the rest. It goes for a surprise attack to his back, but Boy recognizes it and bounces off the wall to avoid it, causing it to stab into the wall. He lands, still holding onto the tentacles, and then ties them off after having tangled the monster up. It shoots out another attack. Boy drops the two tentacles he tied up. We see it trying its best as the attack goes for the back of his head. We see it stop just shy as it has been completely tied up, as Boy had planned. He walks to the back of Scar and rips the monster out of his back, and glares at it. Bomb is surprised that he stopped it, and the woman says that this doesn't change anything as Scar stopped it as well. The monster lets out a screech, causing the bigger one to slowly turn around towards Boy. There's a little one that also is here now, I guess. One of them charges directly towards Boy, who throws the tentacle monster to the floor. As it goes to bite him, Boy knees its mouth closed. As the monster starts to reel from the attack, Boy runs towards the giant one. It stretches out its arms, but Boy leaps off the floor to avoid the bear hug and lands behind the monster. Going for the axe, he grabs onto it and the monster starts to blow blood from the blowhole to distract him. Boy opens his eyes after briefly being sprayed with blood. He quickly opens them to see the monster's elbow. The rest all think it's over, but we see that Boy has avoided the attack and they are surprised that he managed to do it. Everybody watches, saying that even though he lived, the monster has overwhelming strength and a body that is permanently regenerating. It was an act of suicide to fight against the monsters. Yet regardless of this, they could not help but watch as Boy stood up and fought against it alone. We see Boy holding onto his shoulder and recalling his father saying that there is no being in this world that does not die. The monsters run towards him again, and as his father's lecture continues through his head, for every being there must be the source from which its life has begun. The monster gets closer, much to everybody's fear. His father says to go for that. We get a metaphor for a petal being plucked from a flower. His father says if it is Boy, he knows exactly what is going on. The monsters go to attack him, and he leaps through the air, avoiding both of their attacks simultaneously. His father says that Boy will be able to tell where their lives begin. Boy stops himself on the backside of the monster. Akin to how flowers are rooted to the ground, and that they all form from a seed. If you pluck the roots the flower will die. Boy sees the weak points on the back of the monster, and readies his axe, striking the monster's core, or seed. The giant monster instantly unravels into a stringy-like substance, and begins to slowly coalesce into a smaller form at the tip of the axe. Boy is gassed out and looks down at it, as we see that it now looks like a weird stone. Everybody is surprised. Bomb is the first to speak, asking if he really just killed a monster. It jumps back to Haru running with a little girl who turns around while crying, seeing a monster chasing her. Haru is also just as frightened, and she continues to run forward, trying to find a way out. As soon as they turn the corner, she's horrified as she turns to her left to spot a budget dinosaur eating some man's feet. It catches her so off guard she loses her balance and stumbles on the ground. The monster starts to put the man down, and she begins to freeze up. She loses all rationality and leaves the little girl, focusing only on running and protecting her own life. Everything becomes a blur for her, and she quickly leaps past Bomb and hides behind the rest of the group. She stops running and is clearly gassed out, and as her vision comes back, she starts to finally calm down. As the little girl's guardian calls out to her, asking where she is, Haru realizes she's not holding her hand anymore. We hear the little girl scream, asking Haru where she went. As she walks towards them, we see the monster they were originally running from come up behind her. As it goes to eat her, the guardian makes his best effort to run to her, and Haru watches in complete fear. Then Mohawk comes out of nowhere and shoves the monster out of the way while grabbing onto the little girl and sliding into the room. He squares up with the monster and yells at it, saying that he's going to rip its eye out. The monster gets scared and runs away. At least that's what Mohawk thinks, and he's confused. We see Boy fighting a monster behind him. Baum says that unfortunately, that does not seem to be the case. Even if he didn't see it, he was coming this way, saying that the reason they're safe is for one simple reason. We see the monster run towards Boy. Boy swings down on the monster, instantly unraveling it, turning it into a little stone like the previous one. He's gassed out and says that he's got the second one. He hears footsteps coming from his right. He sees a punch come in, and he avoids it. In that span of him killing those two monsters, 3 more appeared. He says if only there were a few attacking him, he would have been able to fight them off. However, the number he's up against now is 3. Unlike the 2 from earlier, these guys don't have blind spots. If his attack is even slightly off the mark, it will be fatal. More importantly, even more monsters will appear. If he considers the current stamina he has left, the chances of survival will greatly decrease if he prolongs this fight. In the back of his mind, he starts to debate running away. He's saying it's not hard to run away instead of fighting, and he'll probably be able to find a base to hide from. But if he's not here, everybody else is going to die. But he doesn't have anything to do with them, so there's no reason for him to fight, since humans are his enemy. He starts to recall Freckle and realizes that his thought process is wrong. While he is lost in thought, the budget dinosaur attacks him from behind, and he turns, realizing he let his guard down. He's too late to avoid it, as it stabs into his back, sending him rolling across the floor, ripping his shirt. We see the wound isn't fatal, but it is quite deep. The monster starts to approach him. Boy grits his teeth, and then we see Mohawk step up in front of him with a bat, saying that he understands the gist of it, saying that Boy must have a way to kill these monsters. Boy is confused, and Mohawk begins to smile, asking him how he can help. We see the guardian picking up a shield, and he walks forward, saying he'll help too. The little girl begins to cry out of worry, and he looks over at her. Boy is surprised that they're gonna help, wondering why humans are helping him. He asks them what they have to gain out of it. Since humans are the enemy, there's absolutely no reason for them to help him. But Mohawk says there's only one reason, and it's to survive. Boy is confused, and the guardian says that he's right. If those monsters get him, then they're all as good as dead. He stretches out his hand to Boy, and Boy just sits there, confused, staring at him blankly. But in the back of his mind, he can't get over the feeling of distrust, so he rejects the guardian's hand and stands up on his own, saying that he can't trust humans since they will do absolutely anything to survive. He starts to have an internal struggle, thinking about what to do, and his face shows he doesn't know if he can do it alone. So he decides there is something they can do, and he says they should distract the monsters. As long as they have the common goal to survive, then there's no reason for them to betray him. Domo, the monster, begins to run at them, and Mohawk starts to get excited. But Boy is not. He has a lot of injuries, so he has to finish this as quickly as possible. He avoids the monster's strike, and when it turns for a follow-up, it gets hit with a bat. Mohawk starts to shit talk, asking the monster where it's looking, saying that he is its opponent. It begins to screech and goes to attack him. Boy continues forward, grabbing his axe off the floor, heading for one of the flower-type monsters, saying that's the one he should look for. Right in the middle of it, the flower begins to glow bright orange. Boy's instincts tell him this is bad, and he's right because as soon as that happens, it shoots out a beam attack directly at him. He slides under it, but the heat manages to break his axe in half. He watches as the axe flies through the air, but he doesn't stop. Even after the monster begins shooting a barrage of shots, he charges forward, dodging each one by bobbing and weaving. As soon as he gets in striking distance, he raises his axe into the air, but the monster returns with its own melee. Boy sees it coming, and as it gets close to his side, he jumps up, grabbing onto it, and uses the momentum from the attack to spin himself, generating enough torque to increase the damage of his strike. He begins to focus his senses and sees the core of the monster. Now he knows where to attack. After coming into contact with the monster, he makes a surprised face. He missed due to all of the spinning. The monster quickly turns, channeling another attack. Boy looks at it with an uh-oh face, but then the guardian puts his hand on Boy's chest, pushing him out of the way, and blocks the attack with his wooden shield. Of course, since the attack was strong enough to melt Boy's axe, the shield only lasts for barely a second before a hole goes through it. As the attack goes on cooldown, Boy is distracted by the fact that a human just helped him. But he locks back in, regaining his footing, and charges straight in, determined not to miss this time. As he goes down to swing, to finish the job, Baum says that he really wants to help, but he'd only become a burden if he got involved. Glasses says it's the same for her too. Another monster enters the room, and they all freeze up as it begins to crawl toward them. The woman from Scar's group starts shaking, recognizing it as the one that killed her boss. She raises her little dagger. Back on Boy's side, the monster begins to spaghettify back into a rock. The guardian asks if Boy is hurt anywhere, but Boy ignores him. Meanwhile, Mohawk gets pushed back and points at the monster's corpse, surprised that's what it looks like when they die. He asks Boy how he did that, saying he doesn't want to keep running away anymore. Boy says they have a weakness, and he just has to target it. Mohawk asks how he found it. Boy says he can see it if he focuses. Mohawk starts to lock in and says, "It's their heads." Okay, he is cooked. Boy says that's not it. Mohawk says he doesn't really know what Boy is talking about, but if Boy is the only one who can find their weaknesses, then there's only one thing they can do. He begins to walk forward, saying he and the guardian will attack, so Boy can target the weak spot. The guardian is surprised as Mohawk runs in, saying he's going to kill some monsters too. The guardian says he has no fear. The monsters charge to meet them, the guardian in front of his and Mohawk facing off with one as well. Boy says that fighting the monsters has gotten much easier, and he can't believe that humans are helping him. He wouldn't have even dreamed of this just yesterday. Mohawk raises his bat, telling the monster to go ahead and try him. Boy realizes that Mohawk is a bit slow, saying that even though the humans are helping him, they're too weak. He tells Mohawk he should have dodged the attack, as Mohawk gets sent flying into a wall. Boy knows they are different from him. They might actually die if he doesn't finish this fight now. The other monster goes to attack the guardian, but Boy comes in clutch with a surprise attack, instantly killing it. He looks over, saying there's only one left, and he just needs to get rid of it. But something crosses his mind, and he says, now that he thinks about it, he's pretty sure there was another monster. He's talking about the one that killed Scar. We see that it actually killed the woman from his group too, by piercing her chest and stomach. Haru and the rest sit there in absolute horror, realizing they are next. The monster begins to smile as it drains nutrients from her corpse, and her hand starts to lose color. The monster's face slowly begins to grow more and more, wonder what it's draining. Then it begins to stand up, reassembling itself. Haru stands there, struck with fear, and the monster goes to attack her. She closes her eyes, only for the monster to be instantly spaghettified. We see Boy's axe in the monster, piercing its core, and Boy is panting. The monster's core falls to the ground, but so does Boy, as he is starting to lose consciousness and falls face first. The room is in utter chaos, with so many people being taken out by the monster. They're not even sure if Mohawk is alive at this point. Boy looks up at the core, sees a groove, and sticks his hand forward, touching the ball. He starts to get a weird feeling. As he loses consciousness, we hear everyone else panicking around him, saying that he's in a terrible state, and they can't believe he was fighting with his body torn to bits like this. He eventually wakes up in a bed and raises up, only to see Haru yawning. He's confused. Baum says it's a miracle he's already up, asking if he's feeling okay, and tells him he's been sleeping like a dead man for the last 2 days. Boy looks down at his bandages, wondering if the doctor did this, but then realizes they're kind of pointless, so he rips them off. Baum is surprised, thinking his wounds are going to open, only to see that the wounds are already closed on Boy's back. He asks how everything has healed, saying it's only been 2 days, and he's never seen a recovery like this before. We see the guardian's arm is broken, and he looks over at Boy, saying he was worried Boy wouldn't wake up, and that he's glad to finally thank him for saving him and everyone else. Boy says he doesn't really care about thank yous, and that he fought for himself as well. He wonders if Mohawk is dead, only for Mohawk to speak up, saying he shouldn't start killing him off when he's sitting right beside him. He may not look it, but he's confident in his strength, right before spitting out blood. The guardian says Boy should thank Mohawk as well, asking why he helped them. Mohawk asks why he needs a reason, saying he did it because he wanted to. The guardian says he thought Mohawk was a bad person. Mohawk starts to feel uneasy, asking why the guardian had that impression in the first place. The Guardian says it's because those gangster-like people were following Mohawk around. Mohawk says he has nothing to do with those guys, they were the ones who thought he was scarce and important, and he doesn't follow anybody. The Guardian says no matter how he looks at him, Mohawk just looks dangerous. Mohawk says he's judging a book by its cover, and that's just his style. While they're arguing, Haru finally wakes up, surprised to see Boy is awake, asking if he's okay. He asks her why she was even sleeping here, saying she doesn't look injured like the other humans. She says she was worried about him and wanted to be there. Bomb says Boy should thank Haru because she stayed by his side and helped treat him. Haru gets embarrassed, saying that's not true and there's no way she would do that for someone who can't even remember her name. She only helped the doctor. Mohawk points at her, saying he remembers her. He saw her the other day when she ran away, and it was incredible. He's never seen someone run that quickly in his entire life. He thought she was possessed by a ghost or something, the way she kept dodging the monster. Haru thinks about the incident and how she had to leave someone behind, and how much she regrets it. There's still a scar on her head from it. She stands up and begins to walk out of the room. Mohawk wonders if he did something wrong, saying her reaction was weird. Boy watches her walk by, and he can tell she's gritting her teeth. He thinks about Freckles, saying she doesn't care if he suspects her, but he should at least make up with Haru. So he says her name, surprising her, and he asks if that was her name. She stands there for a second, and he waits to see what she'll say, but in the end, all she says is, yes. We jump to bowl cut. He says the people who survived that incident are only the 12 in this room, and over the past 2 days, they've identified a total of 43 bodies. Bomb says that means their numbers have been reduced by 80%, and that's horrible. Glasses says, according to her calculations, 78% is more accurate nerd emoji. They quickly continue the conversation, saying they discovered something strange while gathering the bodies. They were almost colorless gray, as if they were looking at mummies that died long ago. One of the women, let's call her Necklace, says other people saw this too, and there was a monster that stuck to the corpse and sucked something out of them. Glasses finds it disgusting. Necklace asks what in the world these monsters are in the first place, and she thinks they are government experiments. Haru looks over at the little girl and the Guardian sitting across from her. When she makes eye contact with the little girl, she instantly turns away, regretting how she left her. The Guardian says there are rumors that the monsters came from the sky. Mario speaks up, saying more importantly, they need to address something else, Boy's identity. They saw what he did and how he knew the method to kill the monsters. They need to get to the bottom of it. Every single person in the room begins to look over at Boy, and Boy says that for all his life, he has been receiving training to prepare for the apocalypse. After a bit of explaining, Boy holds up the picture, and they understand now that it's the only thing he brought with him. Necklace says, to be honest, that picture alone isn't enough for her to trust him, as it's something that could have easily been forged. The fact that he said he was training in a basement his entire life, along with knowing the apocalypse was coming, is all very sus. Boy starts to think that this is why he doesn't like humans. But Necklace instantly says, regardless of all that, after everything he's shown them today by killing the monsters, she's sure nobody here will doubt him after seeing what he's done. Boy is feeling mixed emotions, and out of nowhere, Glasses tries to punch him. He dodges it, and she's surprised, saying she didn't actually think he would do it. He begins to walk toward her, and she gets scared, saying that she believes him and she's sorry. Bomb says he also believes him. When he was treating Boy, his body was covered head to toe with scars. To be honest, for someone of his age, or even just a normal person, the number of scars is unthinkable. He can't imagine how much pain he went through. Haru asks Boy how he got so many scars. Boy looks down, saying he got more and more as he tried to escape the basement. She realizes how hard of a life he's lived until now and says it must have been quite tough. But he says no. These scars are proof that he has fought, and he doesn't think of them as difficult memories. Mario says he doesn't believe him, asking how he knew the apocalypse was coming, and if he did, why didn't he let others know? They could have prepared if he had told them. Boy says his father mentioned that humans were the enemy, so he didn't even consider cooperating with them. He doesn't really trust them either. But when he needed it, they helped him. That's something he didn't expect. He doesn't know why his dad taught him that all humans are evil, but at the very least, he doesn't think these people are bad. Necklace says whatever the case, he's important to them since he's the only one who can defeat the monsters. As we see, they've collected them in a box. Mohawk sighs, saying it would be nice if they could also feel where the weak points are, then he'd whack their cores and get rid of them. The guardian says maybe Boy will be able to gain more information about the monsters if he finds his mother. Mario asks what they even plan to do with that information, saying they don't know if they'll even be alive tomorrow. Above ground is a whole different experience. Fortunately for them, the entrance is covered up by the destroyed building above them, so this place is relatively undetectable by the monsters. The monsters would have to go deep within the broken building where there's barely any light and get past all the debris blocking their path to find the entrance. But that's all. As he said, they were fortunate. It's not unlikely for the monsters to come in and attack again. Mohawk says he shouldn't be so pessimistic, at least they have enough rations. When they head to their food closet, they see debris has cluttered it, destroying everything. Mohawk asks if this is really the right place, and the guardian says it's worse than they thought. Glasses quickly runs in like a demon, grabbing a can of food and sneaking off with it at Mach 4. While everyone is reorganizing their thoughts, Baum says that now that it's come to this, they need people to go up to the surface, asking for volunteers. Mohawk says he'll do it, staying underground for over a week is suffocating. The guardian says his wounds haven't healed, and he'll go instead, but his arm hurts a ton. Baum says it's too early to take off his bandages and that he should go back and rest. He looks around, saying maybe there's someone who isn't hurt. Glasses nervously shakes her head, saying hell no. Mario says only idiots would go up, and Necklace agrees. The robed person puts their hands up in an X. Baum sighs, saying this is bad, they only have enough rations to last about a week. Boy steps up, stretching, and says he'll go. Baum says he'd feel reassured if Boy did. Boy says he has to go to the surface to meet other people anyway to figure out about the picture, so he might as well find a better base than here. He hops up on the escalator track, saying most importantly, he really doesn't like basements because they remind him of home. Somebody else steps in, saying they'll go with him. He turns to see Bolcut and a woman. She says she's sorry for not helping him back then, and she was thinking about doing something, but her feet wouldn't move. She's gained courage from watching him, and even though they're not that different in age, seeing him face the monsters gave her hope. Bolcut agrees, saying that's right, even if Boy was trained, he still put his life on the line to protect them, and Bolcut would have run if it were him. Baum asks if anyone else wants to go and looks over, seeing Haru slowly walking forward, shaking. He says he knew this would be too hard for her. Bolcut and the woman both ask if Boy is ready, then sit there nervously, waiting for his reply. He asks them what's wrong and why they're staring at him. He's only wearing his shorts. They tell him he should probably wear something else. Necklace hands him something, saying she stitched some clothes for him while he was asleep. He's surprised, and she says it's an honor. She might not look like it, but she's a first-rate designer. There was a time when people lined up to wear her clothes, though it doesn't matter now since her clients are gone. Boy starts to get a different feeling. When his father used to give him clothes, Boy often told him he heard that on the surface, people wore all kinds of clothes. He'd ask his father why he kept bringing him dirty ones, asking if there was anything else. When his father showed him the closet, it was filled to the brim with the same shirts, and his father would tell him not to be disappointed, that he was the same as him. Boy says that wearing new clothes is something he's always wanted, and he thanks Necklace. She begins to smile, saying she can't believe his first piece of clothing is hers, and that he won't be satisfied with the clothes he'll wear for the rest of his life. Haru tells him to wait, saying she has something to ask him. Boy starts to take his clothes off in front of everyone. She sits there completely confused, and he asks her what's wrong while holding onto his clothes. Haru still stands there, absolutely dumbfounded, while the rest are in shock that Boy has no fear of the public. Haru starts to look down, and she gets hella flustered and begins to panic. She grits her teeth and screams at Boy, calling him a pervert. She tries to hit him, but he dodges it, asking what she's doing all of a sudden. This causes her to lose her footing, and she stumbles forward, screaming again. Bolcut sees the scar on her forehead as she falls to the ground right below Boy. Boy is confused, and she sits there, still shaking because she's flustered. He asks her why she's not standing up, and she yells at him, telling him to hurry up and put his clothes on. He says okay, still not understanding humans, and we see Boy is now dripped up, looking clean. The guardian says, come to think of it, I wonder how the monsters knew to attack this place, saying it might have been a coincidence. Glasses notices something and sees that those people were cooking, spotting the lighter. She picks it up, saying it's all hers. Boy tells her it could have been because of the food, as the monsters are attracted to fire. Both the guardian and Baum can't believe the monsters had such a characteristic. Boy tells Glasses not to even light it up by accident, or the monsters will come, just like they did last time. She hands it to Haru, who's confused, as Glasses tells her it's a present, then quickly runs away. Bullcut says he remembers now, recognizing Haru as a track athlete. She asks how he knew that, and he says he thought he saw her somewhere before and recognized the scar. It's very distinct, and it always looked cool when she was running. In her mind, that scar holds deep meaning. She clenches her fist, saying no, it's not a cool scar. To her, it holds a much heavier weight. It's a reminder that she's not a coward. We see her in a flashback, going to school. Someone calls out to her, and she turns to see her parents in a car, saying they'll be rooting for her in her middle school debut, hoping she hangs in there, and telling her they love her. Her little brother also says to hang in there. She quickly pulls her hood up, and they ask why she's not saying anything. She awkwardly walks away, and her parents laugh, asking why she's being so quiet. They wonder if she'll even fit in here. She used to be such an energetic child, but ever since that accident, she's become so scared that it's hard for her to go about her daily life. We see the memory of her as a child, a man holding her with a knife in his hands, while her parents watch in terror. She bit the man's arm, causing him to let her go, and she fell to the floor. He began to approach her, and as she watched in horror, she knew she was done for when he raised the knife and slashed it across her forehead. That's how she got her scar. Her eyes went blank from absolute fear, and she fell unconscious. When she woke up, bandages were on her head, and her parents were surprised to see her awake. She sat there panting, and they told her it was okay, they caught the guy, so she could finally calm down. But in her mind, she still saw him standing before her, and her wound began to reopen. In middle school, she grew her bangs out to cover the scar so she wouldn't stand out. We see some classmates talking to her, and she glances out the window, haunted by the memory of that day. Some people ask her what she's scared of most. Her heart starts to race, and she says she's scared of dying. Her friends look at each other, confused, saying they were talking about scary movies. We jump to track practice. One of the teachers is clicking a stopwatch, saying it's time for the next runners. Haru's classmates start gossiping, but she's still lost in thought about her scar. She says that ever since she got it, it felt like something dangerous was always lurking around her. Whenever that feeling got strong, everything in front of her went white, which is why she doesn't like running. It reminds her of running away from that man. One of her classmates is ahead of the group by a wide margin, but when he turns around to check the competition, Haru instantly passes him, going from last to first. She says the reason she's fast is because she's a coward. She broke a track record, and all her classmates are shocked, cheering for her, saying she was so fast. They ask if she was a track athlete, and even the coach says she has real potential. He tells her if she starts training with him today, she could become the best track athlete. She thinks about it, realizing that running from that memory pushes her forward. She grits her teeth, saying she'll do it. The track coach has all her trophies on the wall, and we learn that Haru broke several records in her 2 years as a track star. We see her in her track uniform, greeting someone, and a man asks if he can take pictures with her. But before she can answer, the coach says of course. The man grabs his phone, saying it's quite an honor, he's a fan of hers. He says the photo won't show up well unless they're close, so he puts his arm around her. Haru instantly has a PTSD attack, remembering that moment with the man who scarred her. She pulls away from him, gasping for air, and the man looks annoyed at her. He says that made him feel bad, and he didn't do anything wrong. Her coach tries to calm him down, saying she's just strange and that hopefully, he understands. The man says he can't believe someone so famous has something so wrong with her. Back at her house the next day during breakfast, her father asks why the internet wasn't working, and her mother tells him to stop using the phone while they eat. He laughs, saying it's his fault. He then asks Haru how everything went with the reporter yesterday, but she doesn't answer. Her father says he never knew she was so talented at running, now he can watch his daughter on TV. Haru finally speaks up, saying it's because of the incident, that's the reason she became good. We see it still bothers her, and her father notices too, making a sad expression. She says that when she runs, she always thinks about that incident, it makes her faster, and that's why she started running. She thought if she kept running, she'd get used to it and get rid of her cowardly personality. But in the end, it didn't matter, she's still a coward. We see her getting ready for school, putting on her armband and hoodie. Her father says she doesn't have to fix it, it's fine to be a coward. She wants to tell him he's wrong, that it's not okay at all, and that people will treat her like shit because of her strange personality. They'll hate her for running away from everything. It's just like that guy said, there's something wrong with her. At least, that's what she's thinking. She says it's fine, and her father doesn't need to force himself to make her feel better, since it doesn't bother her. As she walks away, he quickly gives her a hug. She genuinely hates feeling this way, but her father says he wasn't trying to make her feel better, he was just telling her the truth. It doesn't matter if she's a coward or not. Nothing has changed, either before or after the incident. She begins to feel warmth, and he says she's their daughter, and they love her the most in the world. She doesn't need to hide it anymore. He pushes her bangs back, looking at her scar, saying it's a reminder of how brave she was in that moment, and that she should wear it with honor. She begins to cry, absolutely bawling her eyes out. She says people didn't like that she was a coward, and that's why she tried so hard to change herself, but those were just the thoughts of people who didn't know her. Those close to her, like her parents, embraced her regardless. Her brother starts picking on her, calling her a crybaby, and her mom tells him to stop yapping and just get ready for school. Haru says her father told her there wasn't anything wrong with her, and that mattered a lot to her. Her father says she needs to make a promise with him, a promise that she won't cry the next time she thinks she's a coward. He sticks out his pinky. She thinks about it and says okay. Her mother says they'll be back, they're going to take her brother to school. They're all having a wholesome family moment until all hell breaks loose. As soon as the door opens, the entire front of the house is obliterated by something, and her father watches as his wife and son are killed instantly, bodied by the debris from the attack. We see what destroyed her house was none other than the absolute unit we saw when the monsters first came to Earth. Her father is panting heavily, throwing the debris away, trying to find their bodies. After a bit, the horror sets in of what he just lost. Haru calls out to him, which makes him snap out of his thoughts, and she asks what happened. He says that her mother and brother are under the debris. We see her horrified, staring at something. It's her father, who lost his leg from the debris, yet still made it all the way over to them. She quickly runs to him, but he yells at her not to get any closer, as what lies in front of him is her mother's bloodied hair. Haru begins to tremble in shock, falling to her knees. She starts to recall both her mother and brother's faces, becoming overwhelmed by a swirl of emotions ranging from fear, panic, and anxiety. Her father tells her that she can escape, snapping her out of her thoughts. He says he'll stay with her mother and brother. She screams, saying no, he can't say that, and asking how she's supposed to leave him behind. He says he's the only one she has left, and she won't run away, because if she runs now, she'll never be able to forgive herself. Her father knows he can't escape as he watches the monsters chase down the citizens. Haru stands up, gritting her teeth, saying she won't run away. But she begins to get a PTSD attack, seeing multiple shadowy figures running at her. Her heart races, and we see in her eyes that she's starting to panic. As her father slowly turns to her, the shadowy figures begin to envelop them both. When she finally makes eye contact with him, she sees a bright light behind him, but it doesn't matter. The shadowy figures completely swallow her whole, causing her to lose her balance, and I'm assuming she falls unconscious. She reflects, saying her father once told her it was okay to be a coward and that nothing was wrong with her. But he was wrong. It turns out she actually abandoned her father. She ran away after telling him she'd stay, and after that, again and again and again, just as we've seen her do before. While everyone is cheering for the group going to the surface with Boy, he looks back at Haru, who's standing there, cowering on the floor with her hoodie on. He turns away, and they begin heading up the escalator. She struggles, heavily debating whether to go or not, gritting her teeth and taking off her hoodie. She says she's ready and starts getting closer and closer to Boy, eventually passing him by running up the escalator. He's surprised. She stops in front of him, panting, and raises her armband, saying she won't run away anymore, and that she'll go with them. We see in her eyes that she is full of resolve. On the surface, there's a weird drone creature, and a stick bug, and everyone makes it up top. They hide in the alleys, waiting for a safe moment to cross. Boy tells them to wait as he watches the monster slowly crawl away. Haru sits there in fear, but they continue moving through the alley. Boy says they can talk now that it's safe. The woman sighs, saying she thought her heart was going to explode, and Bolcut says he thought they'd be eaten for sure. He wonders how the map is coming along. We learn that before they started, Boy gave Haru a paper, saying they have to make a map. He says it's as important as finding food, as they'll be able to plan ahead if they figure out where resources are. All she had to hear was the word important, and she said she'd do it since she knew that old neighborhood so well. But we see her blankly staring at the paper, realizing the city has turned into such a wasteland that everything she knows is useless. The roads that were once super easy to walk are now much harder because the ground has changed. They finally gather some rations and comment that it feels like they've walked a lot, but they didn't get nearly enough. It's because most of the food has gone bad, with the city being without power for days. Bolcut says they'll have no choice but to eat the food that's about to spoil first. The woman suggests at least taking it back to base to think about it, but Bolcut, fighting his hunger, says they've risked their lives to get this far, they should think of it as a reward. The woman protests, feeling bad for the people waiting at base. But then they see Boy pigging out, and he says it's really good. They stop debating and start eating with him, even the girl. Boy is surprised the food is so good, as the food he ate in the basement was only for nutrition, but the food from the surface is different and makes him happy. Haru remembers when they ate bread together when they first met and laughs, thinking he was a complete idiot for not recognizing what bread was. Boy just stares at her, thinking about something. He hands her 4 things of food, saying now he doesn't owe her anything. She's confused, asking what he's talking about. Boy reminds her that she told him before he had to pay her back 4-fold. She wonders what he's thinking, and Boy starts thinking that if she forgot about it, maybe she had no intention of getting paid back in the first place. He figures she's the type to deal with the loss, so he calls her stupid. She barks at him, saying he shouldn't be the one calling her stupid. As they venture further into the city, Boy leads the way. We learn that before they left, he told them one crucial rule to keep in mind on the surface: they must never get discovered by the monsters. If they do, they'll have to fight, and even though he can get rid of them, the noise from the battle will attract more monsters. If that happens, they'll be swarmed by an endless horde. As they walk forward, we see a monster watching them from a rooftop. Boy notices the shadow and turns, remembering his warning: they must never, ever get caught. The monster falls into the ground right behind them, and Boy turns, seeing it directly behind Haru. Everybody's face fills with horror, and Haru starts to have that same emotion in her eyes, debating whether to run. She recalls Boy's original words, saying that if they encounter a monster, they need to split up and run. She turns and starts hauling absolute cheeks, hoping to increase the chances of at least one of them surviving. But she runs into Boy's hand as he holds it out, stopping her from running. The real reason? They weren't actually caught yet. He tells her to wait because the monster isn't reacting to them whatsoever. Bolcut wonders what's happening and panics, backing into a can and causing it to rattle on the floor. The monster leaps forward, directly at the can, and Boy realizes it reacts on sound. Haru goes to scream, but Boy instantly covers her mouth, telling her to be quiet. Bolcut recognizes what's going on, and both he and the woman stay quiet. Boy crouches down, saying things will get out of control if the fight gets loud, so he needs to take care of this with one simple strike. He reaches for his weapon and flashes back to before they left. Mario was telling him to take something before he went. Mario had no intention of going to the surface with Boy, but he wasn't going to do nothing while their rations were exhausted. Boy asks what it is, and Mario pulls out his hammer, saying it's a weapon he made by watching the way Boy fights. Boy begins to unsheath it, revealing wooden stakes, a weapon capable of targeting their weak spots. Boy locks in, instantly dashing off the ground, closing the distance in less than a second. He rears his fist back and thrusts it forward, stabbing the monster. They all watch in anticipation, and finally, the monster begins to spaghetti iffy, unraveling into a core as usual. Later that night, we see the monster's corpse being tossed into the air, with Bolcut catching it. They lay out under the stars, and Boy stares at the weapon in his hand. He recalls his father's words, telling him he must not depend on weapons and must be able to fend off enemies with only his bare hands. Boy says his father surely meant against humans. His father said yes, adding that weapons don't suit people like them, and he would soon understand what he meant. Boy sheaths his weapon, saying he still has no idea what his father was talking about. His dad never told him about monsters while they were in the basement, maybe because he thought Boy wouldn't believe him since Boy didn't think the apocalypse was coming. But now Boy thinks he understands it. The inexplicable training his father put him through, it was all to survive these absolute behemoths he would be facing. No ordinary human could do it. Yet, something still confuses him. His father definitely said he had no plans to release him from the basement, so if that was true, why train him in the first place? Maybe that was all a lie. Maybe his father never intended to send him to the surface. Boy starts to recall his father's many faces, ranging from downright crazy to evil, to the last face he saw, which showed actual worry for his son. He can't believe it was all an act. His father rarely lied, aside from one thing: his mother. If his father never actually planned to let him out, maybe the training was part of his thoroughness. The day the apocalypse began, His father was the one who opened the basement doors as soon as that weird planet thing appeared in the sky. Boy is sure that wasn't part of his father's original plan, but if Boy hadn't escaped the basement, he would have died when the monsters attacked. Since their first target was the basement. Boy thinks about it, still confused about why the monsters targeted the basement in the first place. He wonders it means, but more importantly, he wonders how his father knew the apocalypse was coming at all. Back to reality, Bolcut picks up the monster core and tosses it to the woman, asking if she wants it too. She gets scared, throwing it, saying it's gross. It flies toward Boy, who stretches his finger out, like he did before he passed out that one time, touching it and feeling a weird energy from it. When it falls to the floor, Boy is dumbfounded and it drops to the ground. Bolcut asks what's wrong, but Boy has an idea. He grabs the core and inspects it. Bolcut lays down, saying they should sleep since they have a long way to go tomorrow. Boy is still in shock, looking at the core. We see it crack and fall apart. Maybe he just absorbed its energy, like how they made the humans lose color. Haru lays on her side, thinking about how she tried to run away, even though she promised herself she wouldn't. She recalls leaving the little girl behind and vows to apologize to her when she returns. Boy lays down to sleep, thinking about his father. He gets a strange memory of them reading books together when he was younger. His father was happy because this was back when they had a normal relationship, so long ago, Boy almost forgot about it. Boy asks if his father wanted him to read that book, and his father says yes, it's a book from his hometown, a story about a hero. As father goes to say the name, the memory fades. He opens his eyes to find Haru right in front of him. He is confused, as she raises her hand toward his face. While she is still just sitting atop him, he asks her what's going on, and she covers his mouth, pointing over with her hand shaking to the side. Around the corner, they hear something, and they both look over as she sweats nervously. Only for a rat to come around the corner, and she sighs out of relief, saying that she thought it was something else. Then she realizes the position they are in, and he calls her fat, telling her to get off. She gets flustered and screams that she is not heavy, and he tells her to be quiet before they get eaten. She's looking through some binoculars, surveying the landscape, seeing where the monsters are, and drawing her map. Boy tells her he's planning to have them leave soon, asking how the map is coming along, calling her human. She says it's going great, so not to worry. She asks why he keeps calling her that, as it's not her name. Bolcut says, speaking of names, asks Boy what his is. Boy says he doesn't have one, as he's never been called a name since he was a kid. The woman suggests they give him a name since they can't just keep calling him you all the time. She asks what he would like. Boy is surprised they're going to give him a name, and Haru suggests they call him stupid, saying it's easy enough to remember. Boy says they suddenly want him to come up with a name, but he's never thought about it before. He gets a memory of his father's book about a hero, and he tells them Blue. They all look confused about the name, saying it's weird, and they ask if there's a meaning behind it. Boy says, not really, and it's just a name he saw in a book he read when he was little. The woman says they should introduce themselves since they never got the chance before. We learn that the woman is named Eugene. Bolcut is named Jihyun. Of course, we already knew Haru's name, and she's sure a certain idiot won't remember it. Boy sits there as it's his turn to introduce himself, and they all smile as they watch. He recalls being trapped in the basement, how he could never sign his name because he didn't have one. Awkwardly, he says his name is Blue, and it's nice to meet them. Turns out he did write his name and practiced for this moment. Haru looks happy, and both Eugene and Jihyun exchange glances. They all say it's nice to meet him, calling him by his name. A whole swirl of emotions goes rampant inside him, and his eyes open wide as he suddenly remembers the dreams he had in the basement. He always wanted to exchange greetings with other people, have a conversation with them, and possibly become friends with others. Jihyun then says that now they are friends. Blue's heart starts to beat as Jihyun is left hanging. Blue raises his hand, taking a good step forward from when he was in the basement, afraid of humans and distrusting them. He goes to fist bump him but starts to recall all the horror he's experienced with humans, how fragile they are, and that he needs to find his mother. He puts his hand down, saying no. Haru and Eugene are surprised. Then it jumps to further into the town, where we see Jihyun behind Blue, wondering what's going on. Blue says that if it weren't for the apocalypse, he could have been friends with them, but finding his mother is his first priority. It's not the time to make his dreams come true. They hear a loud scream from a human, and they turn to see a guy being eaten by the Guak Guak 9000, and he screams for it to get off him. Eugene steps up, and Blue tells her to wait, asking what she's thinking. She says they need to help him because he might die if they don't. Haru and Jihyun both look nervous. Blue says no. The fact that they hurt him means the other monsters are on their way. Eugene says they can just save him before that happens. Blue grits his teeth, saying it doesn't seem like she remembers what he said before they left. She promised to do as he said in exchange for coming with him to the surface. Eugene grits her teeth as the man continues to scream. She instantly jumps off, going to help him, and Blue calls her an idiot. Eugene grabs a stick off the ground and charges at the man, surprising the survivor, and she stabs the monster in the back. Since she can't pull it out, she throws the stick to the floor, causing the monster to get some distance. The guy is surprised that there are other people, and Eugene tells him to shut up, saying they'll take him somewhere safe. The man yells for her to watch out as the monster flies directly at her, and right before it bites her, Blue comes in, saving her by stabbing it in the back, causing it to unravel into strings. The guy asks how he did that, and Blue, angry, asks Eugene if she has any idea what she just did because she has now put every single one of them in danger. A bit later, they ask the guy how his condition is, and he says that his leg is broken. So he thinks one of them has to help him, and Blue says that he knew this shit would happen. His instincts start to kick in as he hears monsters, and he says they must have come due to the fight. Then, Blue tells the man, no, they cannot help him anymore, and they've put themselves in enough danger by saving him from the monster. He then tells Eugene that if she really wants to help him out, he doesn't care, but in that case, she should not follow him ever again. He reminds her that she promised to do as he said in exchange for coming with him to the surface. Jihyun looks worried and tries to convince Eugene, saying Blue is right. They don't have time to be worried about others, and he begs her to come back for those waiting in the basement. She starts to stress, thinking about it, and we see her hand shaking. She says, fine, she'll listen to them. Blue is surprised, and the man asks with whose permission, yelling, how dare they leave him? Blue looks worried that he is being too loud, and the guy says that if they leave him, he'll die and that this is murder. He begins to scream loudly, saying these guys are killing him. Blue tells him to be quiet since he's too loud, and the monsters instantly start running in. The ground begins to shake, and the man starts to sweat nervously but then begins cooking something up. In a panic, Haru asks Blue what they're meant to do, saying they're coming in from all directions. He says they haven't even seen the worst yet, and they should escape quickly since they haven't been caught. They confirm there weren't monsters in the direction they came from, so as long as they go the way they came, they'll be fine. The man puts a cigarette in his mouth and starts to spark up his lighter. Blue asks him what he is doing, and he points to the side. They look over to see they're in a smoking area. Jihyun says to wait, that's not what they're talking about, and he doesn't think the man is aware, but if he lights up fire, the monsters will come. The man says he is aware, and he knows they'll come to the fire, revealing that he accidentally destroyed the place he was hiding in. Jihyun asks why, and the man lights up the fire. The monsters instantly hone in on the heat and start coming in from all directions, jumping from rooftop to rooftop in actual hordes. The man lets out smoke and looks up at it, saying he should be allowed at least one cigarette before he dies. As the smoke dissipates, we see monsters coming in from the top rope. Blue grits his teeth and yells, telling everybody they need to run as the man gets instantly eaten by the monster. They start to swarm Blue as well, and he reaches for his stakes, pulling them out and readying himself for the fight. Jihyun and the rest begin to haul cheeks, with Jihyun's face completely stricken with fear, and when he looks up, he sees Haru just standing there. He wonders why she's not running, so he turns around to see Blue has stabbed one of the monsters in its core and plans to fight them. She wonders why he's not running away. Blue dodges another strike by going under it, and as soon as he regains his footing, another strike comes in. He dodges it, looking for the monster's weak spot. He begins to focus and spots it on the side, quickly stabbing it. He does this to two more monsters in quick, rapid succession and then backpedals to create distance as even more begin to run at him. But then a rock gets thrown from behind, and Blue is surprised to see Jihyun trying to create a distraction. Blue asks why, saying he told them to run, and Jihyun screams, no, asking why he thinks they just leave him here and why he's not running away. Blue starts to think about why he's not running away and tightens the grip on his weapon. Blue says he thought they would die if he ran away, but he's actually enjoying Jihyun's and Eugene's company. They both start to square up with the monsters, holding them off with pieces of wood, as Haru watches from afar, not doing anything. There are quite a few cores on the floor now from the monsters, and another one gets turned into one. Blue yells again, saying they need to run, and Jihyun says it's okay as there are fewer monsters than before. If this is all they have to fight, then they might be able to return to the base together. But their luck is about to run out as a humanoidish monster appears covered in red hands. Blue stares blankly because when he looks at the weak points, he sees there are 4, and the face of the monster looks like it's glaring directly at him, even though its eyes are covered. Jihyun turns, asking what's wrong, and he sees all of the monsters bowing around the female humanoid monster. Jihyun's heart sinks, and Blue yells to run. When Jihyun turns back around, he asks, "What?" And we see somebody's heart inside of the monster's hand, and it's still beating. Jihyun's hands drop his weapon, as we see he was the one who lost his heart. Jihyun's limp body falls to the floor. F in the chat for Jihyun. He was starting to grow on me. Haru's knees also fall to the floor, and she starts to cry, screaming, "No!" Eugene screams out his name as well, and Blue stands there looking at his corpse, starting to feel emotions that are foreign to him. He grits his teeth and thrusts his weapon forward toward the humanoid monster's chest. She gently raises her hand, tapping it, and his stake shatters instantly in front of her. Even though she doesn't have a face, it looks as if she's giving a condescending stare. Then she flicks her finger, hitting Blue in the chest, sending him flying across the ground. He manages to catch his breath, but it's very shaky, and he begins to spit out blood, saying that his bones are broken, as his ribs are now all cracked. The monster squeezes Jihyun's heart in her hands, bursting it. His blood begins to run down her arm, and she absorbs it into her skin as yet even more red hands come out of it. It turns out this is what those red hands symbolize. She points behind her, and more monsters begin to follow her instructions, charging directly at Blue. Eugene and Haru both sit there crying, full of panic, and Blue says they need to run now. He stands back up and starts to walk forward. Haru's heart begins to beat so fast, she says it feels like it's going to explode, but she can't run away. If she does, she'll never be able to live with herself, and she doesn't want to abandon those precious to her ever again. She takes off her backpack, and it falls to the floor. She picks up a piece of wood and begins running towards Blue as he spits up blood. We see his eyes are blurry, then he loses consciousness for a second and gets pushed out of the way by Eugene. When he looks back up, he sees Eugene has been pierced through her stomach by the monster. Both he and Haru begin to feel immense panic as they just lost 2 of their friends instantly. Eugene starts to cry, saying she's so sorry, that it's all her fault, and that she put everybody in danger. She looks at Jihyun's corpse and grabs onto the monster that's impaling her, saying at the very least they should live. As she pulls the monster's hand from her stomach, she begins to run away as fast as she can, saying they need to take this chance and leave. Blue watches as they start to brutally kill her right in front of him, and he can still recall her smiling face. The humanoid monster looks over at her corpse and begins to walk forward to claim her prize. While all the monsters are still kneeling around her, she uses the red hands to reach into them, pulling out their cores, spaghettifying them as she holds up 7 cores in her hands. Blue has never felt this emotion in his entire life, and when he looks over at Haru, he sees her shaking. Since she's still here, he realizes what he must do. He wipes the blood off his chin and begins to slowly wobble forward, saying that she needs to run away now. Her eyes are still full of tears, and he says this is her very last chance. As the humanoid monster continues to consume her minions while walking toward them, Haru asks what he's talking about and what he plans to do. Blue continues marching forward, and she asks if he's out of his mind, saying he was like this earlier too when he was the one who said to run away. He says that she's right, and that was the right call. She asks why then, and he tells her that it was fun. She's genuinely surprised, and he says that eating with him every night, introducing themselves, and getting to know each other made him realize how truly enjoyable the things he had once dreamed about in the basement were. She watches as he stops moving, and he says that all of that is irrelevant in the face of death. If they die, they can no longer talk to each other, just like Freckle and Eugene, they can no longer call him by his name. And just like Jihyun, who he regrets not fist bumping. He looks at Jihyun's corpse, and his hand begins to shake. He says that it also means they can no longer be friends. One time, one of the humans in the basement asked him if he'd ever been sad about losing someone precious to him. At the time, he said no, but now he thinks he might understand. So she should run away. She watches as he turns around, and he says that he no longer wants to see anybody else die. His eyes are full of tears. Haru then drops her weapon as she starts to panic, unable to make a decision, while she's riddled with fear, and the monsters slowly stretch out towards Blue. She realizes that she's soon going to lose him, saying it feels the same as last time, just as when she couldn't do anything as she watched her father. Tears begin to roll down her face as she sees an overlap between her father and Blue, both telling her to run away, sacrificing themselves for her. The only question she has in her mind is why. Because they are saying the same thing, she knows how this will end. She screams, telling Blue that she's made up her mind and she won't run away anymore. She doesn't want to ever relive that moment again, the moment when she had to abandon her father. Rather, she didn't have to, but she chose to because she was a coward. She says that she's too scared to remember how he looked at her in his final moments. He was one of the only people who understood her, telling her that it was okay to be a coward and that it wasn't her fault. Yet she still ran away, abandoning him, and now she's here shaking, saying that she's scared. She wonders if maybe her father hated her in his last moments. She keeps having her PTSD episode, even as Blue says he can't believe she's not going to run away on her own. Although she's contemplating it, Blue says that he knew it, that she is the type to take her losses. These words alone clear the doubts in her mind. She starts to recall the exact expression her father had in his last moments. He was smiling at her, as he was proud of his daughter. She begins to overcome her fears and doubts, walking through them, saying it's a relief because even in her father's last moments, he loved her. That's more than enough for her to understand that she shouldn't let this guilt eat her up. She recalls her father telling her to promise him that she won't cry the next time she thinks she's a coward. She looks up at her father's smiling face, sticking out his pinky. She hesitates for a second, but then seems really happy, saying, "Okay," and locks pinkies with her father, making the promise that she won't cry ever again when she believes herself to be a coward. She already failed that shit. As Blue readies himself to accept death, Blue says that she already told him before that it's all over if they die. He doesn't want to see her die like Jihyun and Eugene did. She continues pushing toward him, telling him to stop looking down on her, asking who he thinks is going to die. Blue still doesn't understand what's going on through Haru's mind. But Haru says that she will live no matter what and that it won't be all over. She dumps gasoline onto the floor and begins to coat her shoes with it, saying that they'll be able to have even more conversations if they live and call each other by their names. Blue's heart starts to race. Haru then raises her hand, and Blue's heart races even more. Holding a lighter, she says that this means they can end up becoming friends. She then sparks the lighter as the monsters devouring Eugene turn toward the sound. Blue starts to feel anxious, asking her what she's doing. She tells him not to give up, saying they'll live no matter what. Now that the lighter is ignited, she drops it beneath her and says that she always ran for her own sake, but from this moment on, the fire ignites, creating a trail of flames beneath Haru. As she begins to burn herself, she says she plans to run for the sake of others. Getting down into a sprinting stance, the monsters start to make their way toward her. She tells Blue that she'll see him back at the base and calls him by his name, but he still stands there in disbelief. As all the monsters charge toward her, we see her beginning to run, luring them away as they are attracted to the heat. Each step she takes leaves a puddle of fire behind as her shoes slowly begin to wear down. She doesn't stop running, even as the monsters get closer. One of them goes for an attack, but she manages to dodge under it. Another immediately comes for a follow-up, but she cartwheels to avoid it, regaining her footing in front of some rubble. She begins to make her way up, still leaving a trail of fire to lure the monsters away from Blue so he might have a chance to escape. She leaps off the top of the rubble, soaring through the air while the monsters are in hot pursuit. Blue watches Harris back as she runs away, then notices something as the humanoid monster is now turned towards her. As it's also attracted to the heat, it begins to move towards her. Blue blocks its path, asking where it thinks it's going. The monster comes to a stop, then Blue exhales, readying himself, saying that its opponent is him, while glaring at the monster. They have a stare down, and Blue realizes that it's strong. It doesn't even compare to anything that he's fought until now. He can see that this thing has multiple seeds within it. He can feel the life force overflowing from within. He coughs up some blood, saying he doesn't know how to defeat this thing. He's also not even sure if his body will hold up. He looks around for anything that can be used as a weapon. Spotting his on the ground, he starts to make his way over to it. As he reaches towards it, the humanoid monster kicks towards him. Blue manages to block it, but it hurts really bad. Then the monster crushes the weapon, and as Blue starts to regain his balance, Blue realizes that the monster was aware that his weapon was dangerous. As the humanoid starts to get closer, Blue says without a weapon, he has no way of aiming for its weak spots. He then remembers his father's words of he must not depend on a weapon, as weapons don't suit them, and he will soon understand what he's talking about. But Blue has no idea, saying that he needs to stop speaking like the Riddler. We then hear his father laughing, saying even without such weapons, they are still the strongest. Blue says that now that he thinks about it, His dad has never once used a weapon. Blue then starts to widen his stance, saying that this is something he learned from his father. He stretches his hand out, imitating it, saying that this is the strongest thing that he knows. As he's sure his father was the strongest human, so he will copy that. His father tells him to remember this, as this stance is simply to get him set up. Every organism carries a life force, the humans on the surface, even the beast and plants, even his father, and Blue himself. Blue starts to feel the power, and his father tells him that he needs to make sure to do this, as his hand is the path through which his life force flows, and he needs to focus on the ends of his fingers and pull the life force there. As his father's fingers start to do exactly that, his fingertips begin to have a blue aura to them, and once they are all at their maximum output, his father then throws up some gang signs, telling Blue that he needs to make this as well to manipulate that power within their bodies. We see Blue imitating it beside him, and he says that this doesn't make any sense, and he doesn't feel anything, and that he must be lying about this life force thing. His father says that he might not know this, but there will come a time where he can use it. As Blue starts to channel the aura towards his fingers, he recalls that every single time he has encountered life force thus far, and his father says that when he finally feels life force, then he will understand the importance of this stance. Blue's eyes start to glow as the life force continues swelling up inside him, as it's making its way towards his fingertips, as he is making the power his. He makes sure that his feet are well planted, and he wonders what this feeling is, as it's so hot. His body feels as if it's on fire, and he asks his father what will change if he can't feel the life force. His father laughs, while looking at him. On cue, the humanoid monster doesn't want to sit around and watch anymore. As it starts to walk towards Blue, it dashes off the ground. Blue's eyes, laser focused, follow its movements as it starts to move around him trying to confuse him, and he recalls his father saying that he would be able to move a tiny, very tiny bit more like him. As the monster comes in for an attack on Blue's back, he turns towards it, imitating the same movement we saw his father do. Blue starts returning with a fist hitting the humanoid directly in its stomach. His fist starts to sink into it, creating a dent, as he sends it flying backward. The humanoid starts digging its feet into the ground, stopping its momentum, but we can clearly tell it's reeling from the pain. Even though we can't see its expression, we can tell it's one of shock. While Blue is still locked in, he says that he can see it now, he can track its movements. His body is finally fast enough to react to it. It's as if everything besides the two of them has slowed down as some pebbles hit the ground in slow motion. The burning pain continues, and he says that it feels as if all of his blood vessels are evaporating. He sets aside the pain, saying right now he is certain that he can fight against this thing and be evenly matched. Blue stares at the humanoid's feet, waiting for it to make a move, as it's time for the fight to truly start. The humanoid takes a zigzag pattern towards Blue, who waits until the absolute last second to dodge underneath the attack. But the humanoid expected this, as when Blue looks to his side, it's coming in with a counter. Blue puts his hand up to block it, but it was a feint as it latches onto his arm, pulling him forward. Now that Blue is flying through the air, he turns to reorient himself, but the humanoid's already closed the gap, Spartan kicking him straight in the chest. But Blue manages to block it. There was still a lot of power in the kick, so he's sliding backward, while the humanoid then uses its extra arms, launching them towards Blue. He dodges back to avoid the first, and then dodges towards his side and underneath, bobbing and weaving the attacks. Then he looks up, seeing that the humanoid is now directly in his face. He returns with a low sweeping kick, which the humanoid didn't expect as it starts to fall over. Blue rears his fist back, coming in with a punch directly to its side, and it definitely had a strong impact, as it leaps backward to create distance, realizing this is bad. But Blue doesn't seem aware and he wonders if it worked or not, as the hands from its back start to stretch out in front of it, wrapping around its stomach. Blue feels anxious now, saying that it's protecting its weak spot, and that this isn't enough, as he needs more power in order to damage through its guard. He clenches his fist and grits his teeth, saying that at least now he knows the answer on how to do this. He stretches his hand out, focusing the power onto his fingertips, saying that he needs to do as much as he can. He continuously charges up, enduring through the burning pain, as it's the only chance he has of winning. He recalls Jihyun's death, and Eugene's, even Haru is running for her life at this very moment. As it begins to swirl, he says that this is the power he should have had in the first place, as he takes his ring and middle finger, placing them on his thumb. The power then jolts up his arm throughout his entire body, creating much more pain than it did before. But we see the power is definitely more than last time, as his eyes then begin to shine brightly, and he closes them. While in the stance, he takes a deep breath, and then opens them, telling the monster to come at him. Even more arms appear from the back of the humanoid as it gets down into a sprinting stance. Blue realizes that this is probably going to be their final clash, as the monster destroys the ground beneath it as it's moving that fast. It gets closer and closer to Blue as he watches intently. It then stretches out as many of its hands as it possibly can, and Blue says if only he had this power from the start. As we see him with a clenched fist in front of his body, he opens it to reveal the seeds, as the humanoid has had a hole punched through it. He says that nobody would have gotten hurt if he only knew how to do this from the beginning. His body then starts to shut down as he falls to the ground, feeling a pain as if he was being ripped apart. The humanoid has not fallen over yet as we see its shadow looming over him. Blue struggles to stand up, saying that this is bad, as there's still one seed left within the monster. The humanoid then picks up Jihyun and Eugene's corpses, and Blue yells, telling it to let go of them immediately. Backshots would sound like World War III. The humanoid then begins to regenerate itself. It then takes the chance to pick Blue up as he tries to fight it off. He begins to lose strength in his fingers, and his consciousness begins to slip out. The humanoid then reveals that it actually has a mouth, and it begins to even smile at him. As Blue's finally passing out, he sees both of their corpses and says that he doesn't know what to do anymore. It feels as if his body is being sucked away. As he succumbs to the recoil from the power, he says there's only one thought left in his mind. As the final thing he sees is the monster smiling, Blue closes his eyes full of regrets, saying that there's only one thing he wanted, and that is to kill it. The monster's smile immediately shifts to one of fear, as Blue's eyes are now red, and he's glaring at the monster. Blue then grabs onto the humanoid's arm, while we still see that it is surprised, as all it can feel is a primordial sense of fear emanating from Blue. It quickly tries to withdraw its arm, but Blue's grip strength is too much, and the humanoid can't move, so it decides to rip its arm off, creating distance. Blue starts to break it into pieces, while the humanoid growls at him. Blue has no reaction and slowly starts to lower himself down into a stance that we have never seen him do before. The monster, scared, understands it can't run, so it charged straight in while screaming. It jumped to some time later as we see someone walking, and it's none other than Mohawk, Glasses, and Guardian. Mohawk asks if this is the right place, saying the sun is about to go down, and Glasses says that she came out here for no reason. She says, never mind, as she spots Blue in the Yamcha position. R.I.P. my boy. Was a great series. Thanks for watching. Guardian picks him up, saying, thank goodness he's alive, this way, they can save the Dragon Balls for something else. But Mohawk is just in disbelief, asking what the hell happened here. Guardian wonders what he means, and when he looks up, they see a giant hole through all the debris, which must have been from that stance we saw Blue in. The sun continues to set, and Mohawk yells, telling Glasses to keep up, and this is why he told her to leave the bags behind. She says no, and she already warned him that half of the rations she's bringing are all for her to eat, and she's going to pig out when they get back. Mohawk says he'll carry it for her then, and she thanks him, only for him to throw it over the edge, saying, get that shit out of here. She starts screaming, asking what he's doing, and he tells her there's no need to thank him. He starts running away, telling her to try to catch him if she can. Guardian tells them to be quiet as they're going to get caught at this rate. Blue finally starts to wake up, and Guardian asks if he's okay, but Blue just wonders why he's alive. He then sees Guardian holding onto a map that Haru drew, and starts to feel relieved, saying that means she made it out okay. Guardian smiles at him and asks him what happened, saying they found him in the middle of a complete mess. Blue says the monster caught him, but he doesn't remember anything after that, wondering how he survived. A monster then appears in front of Mohawk, and it starts to make its way towards them. Mohawk gets his bat ready, saying he was getting bored and it's time to get started. But Blue then slowly walks forward, as Guardian tells him that he doesn't have a weapon. Blue's already using his father's technique, as we see the monster coming in for an attack. Blue lowers himself onto his back foot, and in an instant, unleashes a powerful blow that generates a shockwave from the back of the monster. Mohawk, Glasses, and Guardian are all surprised, as he just one-punched that monster, deleting this thing. It begins to unravel, as Blue begins to fall over. Mohawk catches him, asking if he's even human. Good question. Back in the subway, Bomb is carrying a crate, asking somebody if they got a signal from the radio. We see there's nothing coming out of it, and it's none other than Mario, who says it was a failure. He went through the pains to fix it, but every channel is dead. Bomb says they can just wait for now, just in case the government or military makes an announcement. He sets the crate down and looks at Haru, saying the rest should be back by now. We see she has some burn marks on her feet, and he says that ever since she came back, she's been helplessly waiting for the boy, as her hands are trembling. Mario looks up, saying that they're finally back. Haru lifts her head, seeing Blue being carried by Guardian, and Guardian tells him to wake up as they're here. He lets Blue down, and before Blue can do anything, Haru runs up, hugging him, leaving the rest confused. He then opens his eyes, while she's telling him that she's so glad that he's alive, and even though she ran away, he still ended up living. Mohawk and Glasses sit down and begin to relax, while they start to snack out, and the rest just enjoy this wholesome moment. The first expedition ended with them bringing back rations, enough for 7 days and some medicine. Obviously, it wasn't the greatest of outcomes, because they ended up losing 2 of their own, which were some really nice characters. F's in the chat for Jihyun and Eugene, as they were even given some makeshift graves. Blue wakes up, and Haru asks if he's awake. Blue smiles, saying that he had a dream that someone hugged him, and it felt so warm. She immediately gets embarrassed, saying that it was a silly dream. As Blue looks down, he says that her feet are hurt. She says that he's in worse shape than she is, but he says that he'll be back in peak condition after a couple of days. She says that makes no sense, saying that he's not even a monster. He says that he just has a really good recovery rate, and we see them both smiling, just enjoying that they're talking to each other. She says that he's the exact opposite of her. She always ran away, but he chose to stay and fight. He looks over as she's touching the scar on her forehead. She says even until this moment, she wants to deny the fact that she is a coward, but she's finally going to start accepting it. While she is a coward, she wants to start fighting like him. She knows that it's not something that she can achieve immediately, but still, she'll try her best in her own way. She then looks up as the little girl is in front of her. Haru starts to feel anxious, apologizing, saying that she's sorry for leaving her behind, and she should have told her earlier. The little girl then sticks her hand out holding onto something, and Haru asks what that is. The little girl tells her that it's her hair clip. The little girl says it's a present. She won't be able to see very well because of her hair if she doesn't do this, so she should fix it. Haru asks if it's really okay to accept this, because she abandoned her. The little girl says it's fine, she has another one. We see Haru is genuinely surprised by her kindness, but then smiles. She starts to put it on, and the little girl says that her forehead looks huge. Haru says that this scar on her head is proof that she fought. Some great character development. We see Blue is surprised by how pretty she looks. Haru asks the little girl if it looks good on her. All in all, it wasn't the greatest, but it was an okay expedition as they got some resources to last them a bit longer. Even in the midst of some loss and overwhelming guilt, they find the tiniest spark of hope. As Blue finds a long blonde strand of hair on his shoulder, he looks down at it, realizing that it wasn't a dream, and as he glances over at Haru, before he can say anything, a voice then comes over the radio asking if they can hear him. They all look over surprised, and the voice says that if they're still out there, he'll give them a moment to lower the volume. Guardian then runs asking if they hear this, and the man on the radio says he'll get straight to the point. He was already prepared, having known that the apocalypse was coming. Blue then starts to wonder if he might be connected to his father, as the man continues, saying whether they believe it or not, it's all up to them to decide. The man then introduces himself as List, saying for the time being he wants to send them some words of encouragement to any survivor who needs it. It must have been very difficult to have survived this long without provisions, but more importantly, he can propose something to those of them who are still listening. He wants to disclose his location to them. In return they need to disclose themselves to him as well. We see the group all walking out of the subway, and List continues, saying if they are to survive these monsters, they must come together. In order to do that, they have to have trust in one another, and figure out where they are. There's an easy way for them to do this. As we see, Guardian raises his hand up, he's holding a flashlight, and List says that he hopes there aren't any idiots who light a fire and gather monsters. They need to use a flashlight or something similar because the monsters aren't sensitive to artificial light, and they need to turn their flashlights on for 10 seconds directly at midnight. We see them make it to a high location as they're looking across the city. Glasses starts to count down, telling Guardian now as he cuts the flashlight on. We see Haru's face filled with hope, as what we see are multiple lights all across the city, shining in unison. Guardian says there's so many, and Glasses also starts to feel relieved they weren't the only ones alive. As we see 8 lights, not that far off from them. Guardian says he wonders if he was telling the truth about knowing the apocalypse. If that's the truth, then he might be connected to Blue's father in some way. Mario says he was probably telling the truth. as that it hasn't even been a month since the apocalypse, and he's sure he must have modified the radio for military-grade equipment considering this level of output it's capable of. That's not something he could have instructed in a short time. Even for someone skilled, it would have taken at least a month and a half to make. Blue says he hasn't ran into anyone else other than his father who knew about the apocalypse, and in that case he might know something about his mother. List continues saying that their location is going to be the one that shines the brightest. As Blue's looking up, as if the sun was shining in the middle of the night, they are up high in the mountains in a tower, and List tells them to survive and make it to them. Back at the subway, Blue starts suiting up and putting on his backpack, and Mohawk asks if he was going to go alone without telling anybody, and they should go together. Blue wanted to go quietly, telling him not to follow as he's fine on his own. Mohawk says he doesn't care, as he wants to go. Blue tells him no as he starts to recall Jihyun and Eugene dying. He says if he follows, then he might end up dying. Mohawk puts his hand on his head and instantly starts ruffling his hair, annoying Blue, who tells him to stop it. Mohawk tells Blue not to look down on him, saying those guys went because they wanted to. Blue realizes he's right, while Mohawk continues saying they probably were prepared to die from the moment they left, so he shouldn't feel guilty. If he thinks like that, then he's just belittling them. Blue thinks he has to shoulder everything on his own when he's way younger than him, and at times like this, he can depend on Mohawk as they are colleagues. Before Blue can reply, Mohawk says never mind, and to call him Hyung. Blue turns around, saying he's not going to stop him if he's planning to follow, but instead of calling him Hyung, he calls him Chicken Comb, ruining Bro's dreams. He tells him it's not a chicken comb, but a mohawk, and to take that insult back, as he'll fight him to the death right here. Haru then runs over, as we hear she seems a little gassed out. She was wondering where they went, and we see that she ran all the way over here, asking to join with them as well, saying he's going to need someone to read the map if he wants to make it to his destination. And just for his information, she wasn't asking him, she's going to go even if he tries to stop her. Blue realizes that these people are crazy, and decides to let them come. Mario then walks out, asking what's going on at this hour. Spotting Guardian, he's surprised he's awake. Guardian tells him that he's on sentry duty today, and when Mario looks down, he says that Blue almost left without his weapon, even though he went through such great lengths to make it again. Guardian tells him that he doesn't need it, while Mario looks at him asking if he's dumb, but Guardian's face stays serious, saying that boy always amazes him. He was easily able to knock out an adult, way bigger than him, and he got rid of a monster that he thought nobody could kill, and he heard that he recently moved in a way a human would never be able to move. Mario asks what he's trying to say. Guardian just wonders what his true identity is, and what he's going to end up showing them next, as he can't wait. We see Mohawk doing Blue's dad's technique, asking if he's really saying he'll become strong if he does this. He then punches a wall to show off his newfound strength. Never mind, Bro has hurt his hand. Blue tells him that he's serious, and he can't believe it either, so he doesn't have anything to say, and he has to feel his life force. Even Haru is trying it. Mohawk asks what life force is, and Blue tells him that it's the energy within their bodies. Mohawk says he doesn't really get it, asking when he was able to feel it. Blue starts to think about it, but then senses something, telling them to wait as something is here. Haru freezes up, wondering if it's a monster, saying they need to run away. Blue says it's not a monster, as his presence belongs to a human. A woman appears around the corner, with her clothes ripped to pieces. She begs them, saying that her family is running away from monsters, and she was crushed by the debris, saying they need to help her. If they do, she'll grant them one wish, anything they want. Mohawk is genuinely surprised, asking her if she means anything. She starts to blush, saying yes. He starts to think about all the possibilities, while Haru starts to get embarrassed. Mohawk then tells Blue to go help her out, saying that they can't keep her waiting. While Haru asks what the hell is going through his mind, wondering what kind of wish he'll ask for. Blue notices something, asking if they're the only ones who can help her. She says of course, and that's why she's asking them. He then looks down at the ground, saying that's weird, as there are so many people around them though, because it was all a trap. The girl grits her teeth, saying that was impressive, and he's pretty quick to catch on. As they start coming out of the cut, she says she was going to take them to their base and take care of them there, but it's become a bit of a headache now. Mohawk says with as many people as he can see, why did she need them, asking about his wish, saying he was going to ask her for 10 more wishes. Bro is thinking in 4K. Haru yells, telling him to lock in, and it's no time to be joking. Another dude starts laughing, calling Mohawk stupid, and Mohawk looks, realizing that the dude's also bare-chested, just like him. The woman says that they need to give her everything they have, including what they're wearing. Haru says there's no way they would do that, while both Blue and Mohawk immediately start doing exactly that. She gets embarrassed, asking what they were doing and why they're taking their clothes off. Blue sets his bag down and the woman laughs, telling her to strip down too unless she wants to die. Haru begins to tremble, while the dude starts to look at her with lecherous eyes. Mohawk walks over to the other dude, who's bare-chested, as the guy says to hand it over. Mohawk drops it on the ground in front of him, and when the dude goes down to pick it up, he laughs, saying that he guesses he lost strength in his hands because he was scared. Mohawk kicks him straight in the chin and starts stealing the dude's clothes, saying that he likes his drip way more. Mohawk is the goat. He asks Blue if he looks cool, but Blue ignores him. The woman then tells her men to kill them all before the monsters come. One of the guys starts running at Blue, saying he's going to take care of him first, since he's a child. He thrusts his blade forward, which Blue sidesteps, hitting the dude in the chest. As the knife's flying through the air, Blue then starts a spinning back fist, hitting the knife and pinning the dudes close to the wall. The girl now realizes that they might have made a mistake, as even Mohawk is going to town, bodying these dudes. She asks what her men are doing, saying that they only need to fight them as there are two of them, and if they can't do that, they need to get rid of the little girl first. They realize she's right, all jumping over to now deal with Haru. As their weapons start getting closer and closer to her, we see that she's no longer choking with fear, as at the very last moment, she bobs and weaves, dodging each and every one of their attacks, leaving the woman even more confused, asking what is the deal with these people. Monsters then appear as they all start panicking to hide. The woman says they need to run for now. Meanwhile, we see them being watched from above, with a spyglass. Somebody is watching Blue and the gang from an attic elsewhere. The man then puts down his spyglass while thinking about something, but we're not clued in as to what. Blue starts panting, saying that they should stay here for a bit, and Haru says this place is a complete dump. Even Mohawk agrees, saying it's fully looted, but he doesn't think there's anybody here. Haru says he's probably right, as back when everybody flashed their lights, there was nobody staying here. But Blue says that something feels off. All of this clutter seems artificial. The other two don't even notice, and he says that someone is definitely intentionally hiding their tracks, which means that someone is here. Haru then steps inside of a trap, and before he can tell them to wait, they are both now hanging from the ceiling with ropes attached to their legs. Haru immediately keeps her skirt in place, telling Blue not to look at her, while Mohawk starts shaking violently trying to free himself. A man descends from the attic, landing on the ground. When Mohawk turns around, we hear the man sighing as he walks forward, saying he was wondering who it was. Blue wonders if he's about to have to fight, as the man brandishes a knife. He says that these were the idiots who escaped earlier, asking if he's wrong. Blue starts to wonder what to do as the guy points the knife at Haru. He says it's best if he doesn't come any closer as he'll kill her if he makes the slightest move. He asks what they are doing here. Blue grits his teeth out of frustration, saying they are on their way to find the source of the radio broadcast. The man asks if he's talking about the one from last night. Blue says that if he heard it, he wonders why he didn't shine a light. The dude laughs, asking if he seriously believed that broadcast, calling him naive, and suggesting that List is a looter. Lighting up your location is no different from asking them to rob you. And more importantly, he predicted the apocalypse. If it had been a more plausible lie, then he would have tried harder to act like he believed it. Blue then tells him that's the truth. The dude asks him what he means. Blue says that he would know because he was also preparing for it. So, there's a real possibility that he's saying the truth. The dude stares at him for a second and then reminds him that he warned him not to lie, saying that if he does it again, he will kill her. He starts to put the knife more to her head. Blue dashes forward, reaching for the man's face. Blue continues closing the gap, and as he gets closer, he's now eye to eye with the guy, saying that he's got him. The dude's eyes have a red glow to them as he dodges the attack, getting in close to Blue. Blue wonders what's going on as the dude thrusts the knife forward. Blue stops it by clapping his hands. The man then kicks him in the stomach, sending him flying backwards. Blue tries to catch his breath as the guy marches forward, swinging at Blue's throat. Blue dodges backward, hitting a wall. The dude spins the knife, and Blue realizes this is bad as the guy's coming in to finish the job. Blue charges forward, punching at the guy, but he dodges under it, surprising Blue that he's dodged twice in a row. The man then slowly turns around, saying that he is different from the other looters. Blue tells him that they aren't looters to begin with, but there's something odd about this guy, his movements are unnatural. He tightens the grip on his knife, thrusting forward again, and Blue says that his attacks are definitely not quick at all. Blue trips on a bottle, and as he's falling, he realizes the dude is moving as if he has anticipated his every movement. The man comes in with a spinning elbow, but Blue regains his balance, ducking under it, saying if that's the case, he just has to attack him quick enough that he can't react. He punches again, and the dude narrowly dodges it this time, sweating nervously, realizing how close it was. Blue then feints with his right, which the guy preemptively dodges back, avoiding the real attack, which was the left. Blue then goes for a spinning back kick, which the dude slides underneath, narrowly missing his head once more. Blue slowly but surely gets closer and closer to the man, as the dude looks completely startled. The red aura in his eyes starts to increase more and more into his pupil, as we now see. From the man's point of view, he sees two versions of Blue, both of them punching with different arms, in front of him. He slowly waits to see which one is real. Following Blue's movement with the predicted image, he ducks underneath the attack, getting in close to Blue. Blue pulls back a bit as the man is getting ready to stab him. As they're about to trade blow for blow, they both hear the sound of giant steps outside, as a monster passes by the window. It then starts to peer inside, and Blue pauses, and so does the other man, but only for a second as the dude immediately changes the grip on his knife, stabbing forward at Blue, almost hitting him. Blue realizes that this dude is determined to see this to the end. As he starts rapid firing the attacks, Blue says if he moves too much and makes noise, he'll get caught by the monster, but he can't approach him with small movements. Blue now realizes what he has to do in order not to die, but doesn't know if he can do it quietly enough. He dashes backward, and we see the man is surprised as Blue starts to get into his father's stance, saying that he needs to make sure he does it explosively and delicately. The man then wonders what he is doing as he starts to get an uneasy feeling from Blue. We see the aura gathering in his fingertips as the man starts to try to predict his movements. But it's too late as the aura has already gotten to a point that's good enough for Blue to use, as he dashes past the man at lightning speeds, taking the knife directly out of his hands. We see him behind him now, as he raises the knife above the dude's head, and when the guy turns around, he sees Blue covering his mouth, telling him to be quiet as he holds the blade to his throat. He then cuts down both Haru and Mohawk, who complain about how uncomfortable that was. Then they stare at the man, who asks them what they are going to do now, wondering if they are going to kill him. I shall give him the nickname of Future. Haru and Mohawk look at each other, and then start smiling evilly. Future asks what's with their expressions. We then see him dangling by his feet as they spin him around, laughing, saying that this is the best form of payback. Future calls them petty, asking what they want from him. Blue says nothing, as he already told him before. Future still doesn't believe it, and Blue continues saying they were just trying to look for where the radio broadcast came from, and look for some rations and medicine on the way. Future says he can't believe they were actually serious, and Blue says they are going to rest here for a bit longer, then they will untie him as they leave, as he doesn't want to go through that again by untying him sooner. Future recalls how he got behind him in an instant, asking how he did that, saying he couldn't see his movements at all. Blue goes to tell him, then looks up at the ceiling, asking him what the hell is living in the attic. Haru and Mohawk wonder what he's talking about, as Future sits there in silence. We head up to the attic, as there is a monster coexisting with a little girl laying on the bed. Haru and Mohawk both say that is dangerous, and they need to kill it. Future tells them it's okay, she won't attack them, and she's not a monster. We see his eyes looking full of endearment, and he explains that that's actually his little sister. Haru is surprised, while Mohawk asks if he's serious. We see Blue analyzing it, saying that he can tell that she's actually alive, but only barely. Haru asks how, as her injuries are really severe, and Future says he knows. With those injuries, she should have already been dead, but according to his hypothesis, the monster is extending her lifespan, and it survives by feeding on her body. Haru says that this doesn't even seem like she's living at this point, because she just looks miserable. She then recalls her younger brother and shakes from the memory of it. Mohawk asks why he's leaving the monster alive, saying he can just take it off. Future says that he's actually tried, but it's rooted so deeply in her body that it's impossible. Mohawk says that that means he can just kill it though, right? Future doesn't say anything for a second, but then starts laughing, asking how he's meant to do that. Mohawk tells him that all monsters have a core, and that you just have to target that, asking Blue if he's right. Blue says yes, but before he can finish, Future laughs, asking what he means by a core, but saying that he has to be kidding him. He's tried everything, and they couldn't even imagine the lengths he's gone to. The monster doesn't have the core they are talking about, and Mohawk says there's no way. While Blue is still staring at her and analyzing it, he says that he's right. The monster does not have a core in its body. Future then tells them to just get the hell out. Haru asks if he wants to be spun around some more, but before she can finish, Blue cuts Future's ropes free, telling them that they should just leave. Future watches from the attic as they head down the street, and at this point, he just looks desperate, trying to do anything he can for his sister. He heads back over, and he starts talking to her, saying that some idiots came by, and there was one who said he'd been preparing for the apocalypse. Another one said there was a way to kill the monster that stuck on her too, and he laughs, saying that it's not even funny, asking if she heard it all too. Of course, she's not in a state where she can reply, much less, I doesn't even know if she's truly alive. Future looks a bit sad that he's talking to himself, then glances over to his side, spotting a little stuffed bunny rabbit. He walks over, picking it up, and starts to recall happy memories with his sister. Then he hears footsteps as his trap gets activated. He turns around, asking why they are back so soon, only to see a monster crawling up into the attic. Is this Siren Head? The monster gets closer as Future sweats nervously. He glances back at his little sister, while tightening the grip on his knife. He realizes what he must do as he gets ready to fight it. We see the red appear back in his eyes as he starts to focus, concentrating on every single possible attack pattern this thing is going to attempt. But his vision then begins to get blurry as blood starts to pour out of his nose. He recalls his fight with Blue earlier, saying that he used too much brain power. The monster then picks him up by his arms. As we see it draining his life force while holding him, Future says that he can feel something leaving his body, and he promised that he'd give her this little doll. As we get a flashback to him holding onto it before the disaster hit, he's on the phone, and his little sister asks when he's coming back, saying it's going to start at 11 o'clock and not to be late. He tells her not to worry as he's almost there. As we see her in the house, she's in the attic asking what the chances are he won't make it. He tells her that they're 0. As his eyes still have that red aura in them, he explains that he has something others don't. As he's playing a chess tournament where they're even filming it, his opponent is full panicked as Future explains that he has the ability to see the many possible outcomes of a scenario before it can even happen. Bro is actually Doctor Strange. The announcer then says that he wins, and we finally learn that Future's real name is Gu Jin. His opponent smashes the table out of anger, and then the announcer asks Jin why he's not happy. Jin says that there's no point to be happy as he anticipated it. His sister on the phone then tells him to hurry up as his interview is about to be showing, and he promised they'd watch it together. He says he's got it, and on his way back he says it wasn't hard, he just had to combine every factor he sensed and put them into a simulation in his head. The temperature of the air, what he could see in front of him, and the sounds around him. With just that information, he could guess what would happen next. As a man has trouble with his brakes, he starts to drive erratically, hitting the curb. Jin hops over it, because of course he predicted it. He then lands safely, and a bystander asks if he's okay, as we see him bleeding out of his nose. He explains that if he repeats it too often, he would end up with a severe headache. On his way back home, it's still peaceful, but his sister says she heard a really loud sound. He says it probably wasn't anything important, and not to worry. She then asks what in the world he went out to go buy, and since it's her birthday, he got something special. He doesn't tell her what it is, but we know it's the little bunny rabbit. The phone then makes a static sound, and he loses connection as the sky immediately grows dark. The birds on the rooftops fly off, and he slowly looks up, as does everybody else. Jin's face was full of absolute horror, as it was the same day the apocalypse happened. As the monster stampede made its way down to Earth, Jin says that was the very first time he'd seen something he could never have anticipated, wondering what the hell is with the creatures. People are trying to call on their phone, but of course it doesn't work, as they have no signal. But it was only their area that didn't have signals. People were even posting videos about it online. And theirs was the only location that the internet did not work. As the monsters then made their way down the sewer, one of the giant Colossus Titans raised its foot, stomping down, sending a powerful gust of wind throughout the entire city. And of course, that's probably when Haru's mom and little bro turned into meat crayons. With Jin shaking as the strong gust of wind blows down the street, he does his best to fight against it, and looks up to see there are monsters everywhere in front of him. He watches as a woman gets ripped apart, and other people are getting impaled. He looks down at the little bunny rabbit doll, sweating nervously. Jin starts making his way down the street, wondering if the motive of the monsters is only to kill humans. But he sees it's also killing animals indiscriminately, saying that's definitely not the case. As he's walking back in a very calm fashion, He wonders what the goal is, saying maybe to kill all living things, or maybe it's just a means to an end. One of the monsters stands before him. As he focuses his eyes, he dodges underneath the attack, saying if he goes forward 50 meters, he'll be able to confirm that his sister's safe first. Then he watches as a monster soars through the air straight into the attic where his sister is. His calm expression then turns into that of pure shock. He quickly runs throughout the entire house, going room to room, explaining his power once again, the temperature of the air, what he could see in front of him, the sounds around him. Based on those factors, he can anticipate what might happen. As he makes his way up to the attic, he sees his little sister soaked in blood with the monster attached. He has a blank expression on his face, saying he wasn't surprised since he'd anticipated it. The monster begins wriggling. He death grips the absolute hell out of the knife, raising it into the air. He starts stabbing it repeatedly, as we see the bunny covered in his little sister's blood. He then does his best to try to forcibly remove it, but he realizes that it was actually the only thing keeping her alive. The next day, he decided to look outside, and all traces of that mysterious planet disappeared. The monsters continued to roam the surface, so he fortified his home so they wouldn't get caught. If there was anything unusual about the situation, it was that his little sister's heart was still beating. She should have died from that injury, but it seemed as if the monster was keeping her alive like a parasite. As we see it moving her body while it wriggles, it looks as if it was controlling a puppet. Jin continued to stare at it, saying he already tried to take it off, but he failed. In the end, that was only one method he tried, and there were still many more. He has to take it off of her no matter what. Its regenerative ability is the greatest obstacle preventing him from killing it. The monsters are all alike in that they have regenerative abilities, though the speed at which they heal varies. He wonders what the limit is and how they get the energy they need to regenerate. He explains that all organisms require energy to survive, so perhaps they consume other organisms. But there are monsters that don't eat humans, yet they all repeat their actions as they grab onto a corpse or even a live person. Slowly, the color drains from the body, and they walk away. He continues walking down his thought process, saying that if he can get them to repeatedly regenerate and consume their energy, he might have a chance at killing them. It jumps again to some time later, and he says that he's going to kill them all. He says that he's been up for 5 days, but the monster didn't show any signs of slowing down its regeneration. But somehow, even if he were to take it off of her, there's no guarantee that she would live. He seems very conflicted as his path has hit a halt. He tells her just to wait a bit as he'll get it off soon, and he starts walking on a different path, saying that he needs an alternative and a more definite possibility. He starts wondering if there are any ways to suppress its ability, saying maybe he needs to repeatedly injure it. He watches one of the monsters playing with fire, saying that he can tell they're attracted to it and they're capable of recognizing it even through walls. They can't accurately discern where it is, but they're capable of sensing it from around 300 meters. But a fire is too dangerous of an option, so there must be another way. He inspected their surroundings with his binoculars, and he saw a unique monster. He found hydrochloric acid in a metal processing plant nearby and discovered that it could significantly hinder its healing abilities. But yet again, that was another path he had to get off of because that didn't kill it. He then tells his sister some looters came by, and the trap he installed worked so well that he was easily able to take care of them. He used the acid and started to dissect it to find its vital spots, but it failed as it didn't have one. He tried to freeze it to death using liquid nitrogen. Of course, it failed. He tried hammering nails into it, but another failure. And this cycle continued on and on. His voice sounds broken now, and he tells her that he doesn't know what to do. He wants to free her from the pain, but regardless of what he does, he can't kill it, and he doesn't see any diverging paths. It's as if he is completely stuck. He asks her if she can hear him, saying if she can to send him a sign. Then his rope trap activates, and it was none other than when Blue and them arrived. The flashback ends, and he accepts that he can't kill it or free her from her suffering as his path has now come to a complete halt. We see the color in his eyes being drained away as he slowly closes them. We then see footsteps as somebody dashes through the house, leaping up into the attic. It's none other than Blue, who's ready to save him. Jin then opens his eyes, making eye contact with Blue as he makes his father's hand sign again. As soon as Blue generates enough power, we see him coming in with a punch to the monster's back, and he hits the core, causing it to begin to unravel. He lands back on his feet, as it starts to release its grip on Jin. He stares down at Blue, and immediately comes to a conclusion as he activates his ability, as what he sees before him is none other than a branch of infinite possibilities if he were to get Blue to help him. He looks down at the core on the floor, and Jin tells him to answer a question. As blood starts to pour down his nose, he asks how he did that. Haru says that she forgot her backpack here, but she couldn't believe there would be a monster. Blue says he told him before that all he had to do was to go for their core, though he doesn't think he can see it. Jin then tells him that he can, which surprises Blue. Jin says that he doesn't know why, but now he can see a strange light coming from his sister's body that he was not able to see before. Mohawk asks if he's serious, saying that he can't see it no matter what he does. Then Jin seems conflicted, saying that the monster's core is actually inside of her body. In other words, to get the monster off of her, he has to kill her. Blue says yeah, but to be more precise, as long as her heart is beating, the monster will stay alive. Jin stares at her as it begins wriggling her body. He says that he's going to do it with his own hands. They all wait downstairs to give him respect, but they find the situation very saddening. Jin then picks up the bunny doll, putting it beside his sister. He says it's really late, but tells her happy birthday, as we see it laying with her. He then waits for a moment before stabbing into her chest, causing the core to unravel. We can't tell what expression he has on his face, but he watches as it starts to fold up like a flower, then turns into a lump on her chest. We see his hands shaking as he looks down at them. He starts to recall all the happy memories he has spent with his sister, watching her grow up throughout her life, and he begins to laugh, but his laughter is completely empty, as if he was trying to cope with it, and it starts to get darker and darker. He then tightens the grip on his blade, and puts it straight up to his throat, as he has nothing to live for anymore. But then we hear his little sister thanking him. He hesitates for a second, and then turns in disbelief, looking at her as she smiles up at him. He drops the knife, asking if she has been listening the whole time. She is still smiling, saying yeah, and he doesn't have to act like he's okay anymore. Tears immediately roll down his face, as the broken man no longer knows how he is meant to feel in this situation, and tells her that he's not sure what he's supposed to do anymore. He then heads back down the attic, and they all turn, wondering if he did it or not. Again, we can't see his expression, but his sister told him to do whatever he wanted to, which seemed to change how he viewed life, as he wasn't sure what he wanted to do, but when Blue and them started walking out, he still sees it like it was yesterday when she was attacked by the monster. We also see Blue and them are now encountering some on the outside. Jin then tells his sister, as we see her eyes growing weary, as if she's drawing her last breath. She looks up at her brother, who's staring at a pool of blood, making the most vile face we have seen yet in this manhwa, as it is one of pure rage. He holds up his little sister, saying that he wants to rip them all apart, since they made her like this. She takes a very faint breath, and looks down at the knife on the floor, and tears begin to roll down her face, and she tells her brother okay, telling him to do everything he can to survive and avenge her. Blue dodges one of the monster's attacks, as Mohawk squares up with it. Another monster comes in for a surprise back attack, leaping off the ground, directly towards Mohawk, and Jin watches its path, predicting it, stabbing its core in the air, saving Mohawk. We get a flashback to right as he came down the ladder. He introduces himself to them all, saying he wants to go with them. Back to the train station, we see Glasses sitting in front of the radio, completely asleep. Footsteps then appear atop the escalator, which startles her awake, as it's none other than Blue, and the rest returning. She watches as they come back. Haru seems glad to see her. Glasses is also relieved to see they're all okay, asking who the other dude with them is. He introduces himself to her, saying she can just call him Jin. A little later, they're all reconvening, and Haru's telling them all that they found about 1 week's worth of rations and the medicine that the old man was looking for. They tell them they did great, and they were just about to run out of antibiotics. Haru also says they completed the map to great detail and made it about halfway to the radio station. There's a really big cliff blocking the middle of the road, so it's not going to be easy to pass through it. Jin speaks up, saying that the base they have here is pretty interesting, as it has some good qualifications. It's really weird that none of the other survivor groups have attacked him yet. Mario asks what he means, saying that it makes it sound as if there are other groups outside. Jin says exactly. Based on what he saw from home, there are 3 big groups, and among them, there is one that set up traps and ransacked the others. And for their information, it's the same group that they ran into. Mohawk remembers it as the Wish Lady, and Haru shudders thinking about it. She says they were disturbing and dangerous people, and she never wants to meet them again. Jin says just to let them know, they have to pass by them if they want to go through the cliff they were talking about. Mohawk seems happy, saying he's going to get his wish, but Haru does not. She asks if he's sure there's no way to avoid them, like just going around. He said it would take them 3 times as long to do that, and they can't guarantee it won't be dangerous. Balm wonders what to do about this, but Glasses says it sounds good to her as long as she's not the one that goes. Jin tells them not to worry, as they're just a bunch of misfits, and he has a plan. Then he tells Blue that he's the Joker here, and that there's no need to show them that he was prepared for the apocalypse, nor that he lived in a basement, so he needs to try not to talk while they're out. Blue says he guesses that doesn't matter, then Glasses yells, asking who made him the boss. Jin says that's a given, as he is the smartest one here. Glasses is annoyed, while the rest don't even try to fight it. Necklace says she also likes him. A bit later, we see buckets full of water as Blue is sweating from doing one-armed push-ups with the weights. He looks over to his left, as Jin is watching him, and Jin asks how he has a body like that. Blue says that's because he was already trained back in the basement. Jin says that doesn't explain it, as he already exceeds other people as far as his skills go. Blue tells him that's because everybody else is just weak. Jin wonders what kind of training he received and what his day-to-day is like. Blue asks him to stop talking to him, but Jin continues asking what he ate and so on. Blue drops his weights, getting annoyed, saying he came to this corner so nobody would bother him, asking why he came all the way over here and how he followed him. Jin says he followed his light, and when Blue asks what he means, he says that he's been able to see it since that day. He can see it coming from monsters and humans, and he was able to find him right away because he can see his too. Blue says he's talking about his life energy, as that's what his dad called it. Jin then asks how his dad knew about all that stuff, and Blue is chugging the water that he was just working out with. Jin says that it's not just a few things that he doesn't understand about him, but the fact that he went so far as to build a bunker under the city and the fact that he put him through training. Even though he's a madman, like he said, he can't rationally understand him. Blue looks a bit sad, saying that he wasn't like that in the beginning. There were times when he felt like a real father figure, and he kept telling him to wait since he'd let him go outside soon, and he made him really dream about the surface, but changed as he would never want him to go outside because they had to prepare for the apocalypse, and that's when he started to rebel against him. Jin thinks about it, saying that if he knew about the apocalypse and the weak spots, then his dad might have known something about the nature of the apocalypse as well. Blue says he might have, but he can't ask him anymore. Jin hesitates and then asks him if he's sure his dad is truly dead. Blue thinks about it, saying that he fell off a cliff that he couldn't see the end of, and countless monsters followed him. Of course, we saw this early on. Jin asks why that matters. Then Blue thinks about it again, recalling how as his father was falling, he imbued aura into his fingers, doing his signature pose, so he might actually be alive. Blue says that could be a possibility, and then hesitates for a second, while Jin wonders what he's thinking about. Blue then continues, saying that if he was alive, he would have already done everything he could to find and protect him. Jin waits a second, asking if that's the case, and if so, then he might be right, but Blue looks down at the water, unsure of it himself. And Jin changes the topic, saying he came to find him for a reason, thinking about how he moved behind him in the blink of an eye. Blue asks if this is what he's talking about. As he does his father's technique, he dashes behind him, just like he did before. We see Jin's surprise as he turns back around. Blue tells him that he just has to focus on his fingertips and drag his life force to them. It might be difficult to figure out how to do it at first, but Jin tells him that he can feel it. Blue asks if he's serious. Jin holds onto his hand, shaking, saying that he felt it so clearly, and he knows what it is, as he could feel his life force leaving his body. He starts to focus as hard as he can, as we see the life force is what he's actually been using in his eyes. It starts going to his fingertips. As his entire body starts to feel like it's on fire, his nose begins to bleed. Blue asks him if he's okay. Jin says yes, as he can do this, as he needs the power to kill all those monsters. As the burning sensation continues, he tells himself that he has to do this. And just like how Blue opened his eyes, showing him that there were infinite possibilities, he needs the same power that he possesses to make those possibilities a reality. The burning gets even more intense as his vision goes completely black, and we see that Blood has actually knocked himself out. Blue watches as he falls over, doesn't even try catching him as he bonks his think tank on the ground. A little later, he wakes up in a bed, and Balm asks if he's okay, saying his fever was really high. Jin asks why he's here. As he looks over, we see Mohawk saying this is his personal bed. Balm tries telling him that that's a patient bed, calling him chicken comb, and Mohawk barks at him. Balm says that he guesses he's going to give him some anesthesia. Blue walks into the room, saying that he was knocked out for 3 hours. Jin looks a little frustrated with himself, saying he guesses he can't use it. At the subway entrance, Mario's handing him a weapon, saying that he finished what he asked, so to take a look. Blue asked him to make a wedge-shaped weapon beforehand, as he said that was an efficient way for him to aim at the weak spots. What the weapon Jin asked him to make isn't made to kill monsters, but rather as he reveals it to be a katana, which is well crafted. Mario says that's a weapon to kill people. Jin sheathes it, and Mario warns him not to attack monsters with that weapon, since it's got a thin blade, it's going to wear down quickly. Jin tells him not to worry, as he'll use this to fight them, as he pulls out his old trusty knife. Blue then approaches him, asking if he's going to come with them. Jin says of course, as he's the one who made the plan, and stares directly at Blue's hand, saying he can't believe he's able to kill the monsters without a weapon, and unless he becomes as strong as him, he won't be able to avenge his sister. Blue's still a little clueless on the situation, asking him why he's helping him go so far to achieve his goals. Jin says that it's not for him, but for his own sake. If he helps him, he might be able to discover the monster's true nature. He then asks Blue why he's going so far for his mother even though he's never met her. Blue says that's a no-brainer, and that's because she's his mother. Jin realizes that he is low-key spitting facts, and Haru and Mohawk join them, but Haru seems really nervous because she doesn't want to meet the people again. Blue asks if they're sure they're coming along, and Mohawk says of course it'll be fun. Haru says that while it's scary, she's sure it'll be okay with the both of them. Jin says that they're one person short, as they need 5. Glasses realizes that she's about to get conscripted, and tries to run away, but Mohawk starts dragging her up the escalator. Balm and Guardian say that they'll pray for their success as they head up for the next expedition. Ever since the monsters appeared, everyone has their own reasons for living on. Some choose to not run away from their past, others choose for fun. Jin is to avenge his siblings, and Blue is to find someone precious to him. And thus, everybody who remains on this planet must move on in order to live. They finally are starting to make their way out on their expedition. We even see a giant mountain in the middle of the city. Also, that there are still colossal-sized monsters roaming about. We then hear a woman talking to somebody, saying that not only did they lose them, but they even left her boys there to die. As it's the woman from earlier who was trying to scam them, scared as the other woman has a scalpel in her hand. She says that they were different from the idiots who normally fall into their trap. And there was one who realized it was a trap immediately. Boss Girl begins to cut her food, as the girl says that it was some child who was good at dodging attacks, and some chicken comb moron. One of her men back her up, saying that crazy Mohawk dude stole his clothes. As he keeps complaining, the scalpel flies in, hitting the dude straight in the forehead, killing him on the spot. The woman starts to get terrified. The boss girl says that he was just being so loud, she thought he was livestock for a moment. One of her men says that surely she doesn't think they might come back and attack them. She says there's no way, unless they are not in their right minds, as this is their hideout. But if they somehow end up coming back, as she raises the piece of steak into the air, she says that she'll just eat all of them. Me next, please. Me next. And then it jumps to Jin, showing them all the plan and the map that he drew. He says their destination is just past the looter group's territory. They'll sneak past them so they don't have to fight, as he shows their route to hit their destination. In order to do that, they'll have to cross through each and every zone, and that there are actually 3 in total. This is where they are now, at the starting point. Mohawk starts going crazy, saying that they're in for some infiltration action, and Haru tells him to quiet down, or else he'll get them caught by the monsters. Blue says that it's easier said than done, and if it's possible to cross a zone that big without getting caught, he could do it if he was on his own. But with them, it's a different story. Jin thinks for a second and says of course, as he smiles, saying that he has a plan, and they just have to do what he tells them to. Mohawk says that what he's saying is that for them to see the monster's weak spots, they have to get caught by one just like Jin did. Blue says that he guesses so, but he was able to somewhat feel their life force before he even encountered them, and he was able to sense the humans above him when he lived in the basement. Mohawk starts thinking about it, saying that they feel like they're missing something, as Glasses starts to sneak away. Jin grabs her backpack, asking her where she thinks she's going. She screams, and then it jumps to them starting to plan. Jin explains that the looter group's territory starts there, and that he knows this place really well, so they can follow his lead. They'll communicate using signals since there's the risk of getting caught. He shows them the go symbol. He says it means that if they ever encounter the enemy, they should hide and keep going. The attack symbol, which is the same little hand motion that Blue makes, and he says it means they attack if they can't avoid fighting them. And that retreat is just the thumb going backwards. Then when he touches his chin, it means that he's lying. Blue asks when he would ever use that signal. Jin says that it's just in case, although he probably won't have to, and it's time to get going. Mohawk says that he's sure everything will be fine, and he's got glasses and a lariat. But Haru says that she's scared and she needs to catch her breath. As they start going through with his plan, we see them heading up onto some rubble. Jin slowly leads the way, as Blue is behind him. What they see in front of them are two looters. The barber did this guy dirty. And this is the girl from the Skylar White meme.
My name is Skylar White, yo.
Jin gives the signal. Since they're distracted, they can just pass by without any problems. But Mohawk charges straight in and starts screaming. Jin looks up, confused. The barber hater turns, hearing Mohawk's footsteps, wondering what is going on, only to get clocked in the face by his bat. Skylar White also turns, wondering what's going on, and this time Blue starts to run in, and she yells, saying that she's going to kill him. He then goes in with his fist, and it goes very quiet. A little later, Glasses yells, calling Mohawk an idiot, as the signal was to pass by them quietly. She says that he almost got them in big trouble, and he's lucky they managed to tie them up. Mohawk laughs, asking if that's so, saying that since he pointed his finger in the direction, he thought he was telling them to attack. Jin says that it's not a big problem. Fortunately, there weren't any other enemies nearby, so they are still good. But they have to get rid of these two. Haru looks surprised and begins to panic a little bit, asking if he's really going to kill them. Jin walks right up to them and raises his knife, saying that he is. As he starts to stab down, he calls out to Blue, asking him what he's doing, as he stopped him from doing so. Blue says they don't have to do this. Jin hesitates for a second and says that's strange, as he thought that the two of them were similar, asking if he feels guilty about killing them or something. I'm with Jin on this. Jin reminds him that they're looters, and they kill without hesitation to steal. Blue grits his teeth, saying that it's not like that. Like he said, they'll avoid any future problems if they kill them here. They won't wake up and tell everyone that they were here. But he also does not want to kill them. Every time he feels death around him, he has this bad feeling that he can't explain inside of his chest. I think he's having PTSD from watching Jihyun and Eugene's death. Jin calls out to him, asking if he wants to ruin their mission for something so trivial. If they tell everyone that they infiltrated their territory, it might become even more difficult to find his mother. Blue says there's a way without killing them. They just go quickly before they wake up. Haru agrees, and Mohawk as well says that he doesn't want to kill them since they won. There's no reason to. Jin's surprised by how careless they are, but decides that it might be better for them to learn from their own mistakes, and puts his knife away, saying fine, and they can keep going. Truthfully, he's disappointed in Blue, and he can't believe that this is how little he's committed to achieving his goal. As they get further into the territory, there's even more looters. Haru says that there are more people the deeper they go, and they might get caught at this rate. As we see Blue slowly inching forward, a man calls out, asking them who they are, which causes them all to freeze. Blue turns, worried, and the guy says that he's never seen their faces before. Jin says they're right in the middle of the enemy turf, and they won't be able to pass through here at all if there's a commotion, so they need to retreat. The guy asks why they're all ducking, and goes to ask what they are doing. Haru and Glasses look surprised, and Mohawk laughs, saying that's right, and they're on a very important mission right now. The dude asks what he means by mission, asking who he is in the first place. Mohawk asks if he really doesn't recognize him, saying that surely he can tell by his awesome hairstyle. Then he starts giving him that mean mug, straight peering into his soul. The dude starts panicking and laughing awkwardly, saying that he might have an idea. Mohawk says that they can have a talk with just the two of them. The guy gets peer pressured into it. Jin says that he can't believe that Mohawk was useful, and Blue wonders what will happen if they never see him again. Jin says they all agreed to meet at the base if they ever got separated, so he's sure he'll figure out how to get back. Some time later, further into the territory, Jin asks Haru where they are right now. She says they just got to the center of Zone 1. Blue then says that means they're about a quarter of the way there. They head inside of a building, as Blue wonders what this place is, since there are so many iron bars. He's definitely seen this in a book before. Jin says it's a prison, but it also looks like it was being used right up until the apocalypse. They then hear somebody screaming for help, and he says if they save him, he'll do anything they want. Haru asks why he's here, then Glasses tells him to be quiet so he doesn't get them caught. He then yells, asking if they're really not with them. The other prisoners get close, saying, thank goodness, they thought they'd never leave this place. They start frantically begging, saying that they'll eat them, and they have to get out of here before then. Jin asks what they mean by eat, and if he's talking about the monsters. The dude says no, and that there's a crazy woman, and she calls herself the Predator. Outside the prison, they're debating how to actually help them, as there are sentries all over the place, so it won't be easy. Jin says they don't have the time to help them, and Haru asks what he's talking about, saying that he just said he would. Jin says he was obviously lying, and it might have caused a ruckus if they told them they wouldn't. Haru says if that's the case, then they'll keep waiting for them. She starts to feel very anxious, and says to be honest, she's scared because it might be too dangerous to help them. Glasses says she's also against saving them, it's already hard enough for her to survive, she doesn't have the time to worry about others. Jin then asks Blue what he thinks. Blue thinks about it, saying that he's also against it, as it's too risky. Jin says that's interesting, because he was against killing people earlier. Blue says that's different, he was simply against killing them at that moment. Because as soon as he thinks about killing anybody, he feels like he's starting to lose himself. A fly begins to buzz around him, and then he claps, which scares Haru. She then looks over, scared by the loud sound, and sees Blue licking his hand. If you recall, he's done this multiple times so far throughout the series. She asks what he's doing, telling him that shit's gross. He says that he doesn't know, it's just always been a habit of his, asking if it's weird. She says that it is, asking if he didn't have a lot to eat when he was in the basement. He says it wasn't like that, rather it was just out of instinct. He then realizes something and covers her mouth. She starts to try speaking, remembering that was the hand that had the fly on it, and tells him this shit's gross. She then looks over, as Jin's holding his hand up to get them to stop moving. He then starts moving his fingers into a signal, as he gives them the retreat. Haru and Glasses begin to feel very anxious, as we see Predator in front of them, and she is looking around, saying that she can smell something yummy coming from nearby, as they're all hiding beneath her. Blue looks up, getting a glance, and then a man runs in, informing Predator that the farm they've been managing in Zone B3 has been destroyed. Predator asks why he's yapping so much. The dude says the monster suddenly attacked, the iron bars around the farm were destroyed during the fight, so the livestock all ran off. Predator starts to give him a death glare, and he starts to feel a little scared. She then smiles slightly, telling them to bring somebody named Eyes to her. As they start running over, Glasses says that she wonders what's going on, so she looks up and we see a dude with his legs cut off, and his eyes are blindfolded. He's sitting there shaking in fear, and even his teeth are chattering. As the blindfold falls off, we see he still has his eyeballs intact, and Predator grabs onto his face, asking him where it is. As he starts glaring in front of them, we see her men are fighting off monsters. He begins looking at them intently, and then opens his mouth, saying that the weak spot is where its tail begins, around 3/7 of the way up its left leg. She asks him how deep it is, and he says it's around 14 centimeters, but it's only an approximation. She laughs, saying that it's alright if he's wrong. As she starts to stick out her tongue, she says that she'll just eat his other arm. Blue and the rest take the chance to leave, saying that, thanks to that, their security was weakened. If they leave now, they'll probably be able to get through this area. Someone begins running towards them, as it's the guy from the prison. He says that, thank goodness they're here, and they were waiting for them, and he was able to escape because a monster appeared and took down the iron bars. Haru says this makes sense why Predator left. Jin then says to think a monster appeared is good for them, they probably don't know how to kill them, so it'll buy them a lot of time. The guy asks what he means by killing them, saying that he sure is saying some strange things, and they should escape. A scalpel then flies in, hitting him straight in the side of the head, killing him on the spot. But it seems to be more than that, as both Jin and Blue are surprised, because what she is holding is a monster core. Predator then looks down at it, then glances over toward the rest of them, asking who the hell they are. Jin then notices something, as she's holding a monster's core. He says there's no way. Predator starts twirling her scalpel, asking why they didn't say anything when they saw the livestock running away, and she's pretty sure she ordered them to capture them alive or kill them. But they're still just shocked that she's in front of them. Jin looks down at the guy on the ground, since he understands the situation. And he begins to laugh, saying that they were asking if any of the other livestock had run away too, and were just pretending to help him. Predator just kind of stares at him, and Jin continues, saying that though it's a shame, they could have figured out where the others were had they talked to him a little longer. Glasses asks what he's talking about, and he pinches her arm to get her to shut up. Predator then stares at him, but Jin stares back, meeting her gaze. She then starts to make a pouty face and sighs, saying that she's got it, and she puts away her scalpels, saying that she thought they were helping it. And she tells him to go ahead and find the other livestock. But then she asks if he's ever seen her before, as she doesn't remember anyone like him, since he doesn't have a forgettable face either. Jin walks past her, saying in that case, she shouldn't forget it. It looks as if Predator realizes something, while the rest look anxious. The air around her gets tense as she says she didn't forget. Jin turns around only to see a scalpel coming straight towards him. He dodges beside it, and we see Haru dodge them as well. As they go for glasses, she's not going to be able to dodge them. Blue catches both his and hers and asks what she thinks she's doing. As Predator says that smell was none other than them, and she begins drooling. What a freak. Jin asks why she attacked them when he told her they were going to find the livestock. She says it's just because they smell so yummy. Jin asks what that means as she runs in. She throws another scalpel, saying she just wants one bite. Jin pulls out his knife and leans into her attack, and begins deflecting them with his knife. He pulls out the secondary and swings straight towards her throat. She slides underneath it, looking hella excited. Jin didn't expect this. Not too sure why he's not reading her trajectories. But she goes in for an attack that he narrowly manages to block. Predator continues laughing, saying that it won't work, and that the smell is getting stronger as she keeps running, and she wonders what exactly it is. She then looks in front of her, seeing Blue crouch down as he starts to make his stance. Haru and Glasses look surprised, but Predator laughs, asking what the hell is with the weird pose, saying that this is the weird kid from high school who watched too much Naruto. As she gets closer, she pulls out almost all the scalpels she has left except for 2 and throws them directly at him. As they start getting closer to Blue, he stays locked in, and Predator starts to think she's got him finished here. Blue turns behind him, realizing that Haru is right there, so he can't exactly dodge them. So he leans into the attacks, and as they get closer, he catches it. But it's not just the one. As he begins using every gap between his fingers to catch the scalpel she threw towards him. As he gets the ones in front of him, they start to go behind his back, and he turns, catching those 2, and now he has nowhere to hold it, so he opens his mouth and turns, biting down onto it. Predator looks completely stun-locked, and Blue even strikes a Zoro pose. He then whips his arms and flicks her scalpels back towards her. She looks panicked and does her best to start deflecting them, but while she is busy, Blue closes the gap. He then grabs onto her wrist, and then it goes quiet, as we see her laying face down on the ground with him restraining her arms. She starts laughing, saying that it was him to begin with, and that he is the one who smells the yummiest. Haru has no idea what she's talking about, but says that he smells something too, but she smells fire. As we see smoke rising up, Blue looks surprised to see that she has actually struck a match right there beneath him. Jin kicks it and starts stomping it out, but says that they were too late, as Predator begins laughing, telling them to struggle. We hear the loud sounds of footsteps as monsters begin flooding in towards the group. Then it starts to give us a little backstory as we see a grassy field. And something pulls apart the grass. It's none other than a rabbit, as it explains that all organisms in this world are divided into 2 groups. Those that are hunted. As we see a predator behind it, it closes the gap and suddenly sinks its fangs into the rabbit. And the other organisms are those that do the hunting. It's just the meme of there's always a bigger fish. As the lion dashes in, killing it, the humans then come and kill the lion by stabbing it with a spear. And for a very long time, humans dominated the top of the food chain. But that was until very recently, as monsters began to fall from the sky. They became the apex of the ecosystem, destroying the structure of the food chain in an instant. As we see Predator's feet, she's holding 2 monster cores in her hands, and she's staring at them like she's about to snack on these things. It then jumps to a woman trying to run away while Predator's laughing, holding her scalpels. The girl turns around with tears in her eyes, but we don't get to see what happens yet. As back to the present, Predator's saying that these guys are far different from any game she's met so far, and that Blue's eyes are filled with the desperation to survive. So she can't wait for him to show her, as the monsters run in, what exactly he's going to do to survive. Both of them start going in towards Jin and Blue. They both ready themselves for the fight, as Blue goes in with his dad's martial arts, Jin goes in with his dagger, both of them hitting the cores of the monsters, finishing the fight as they unravel back up. Predator is completely speechless as the cores go to the ground. We hear some of the looters saying that they thought they heard something over here and ask why she's on the floor. Predator immediately gets off the ground and runs over to Haru, holding a scalpel to her throat, asking Blue who they are. She begins sweating nervously, asking how they know. Blue and Jin turn. I don't know why they wouldn't have expected this, but she wants them to put their weapons down and surrender, otherwise she'll kill their friend. Glasses folds under zero pressure, begging them to spare her. Jin says that he should attack her because he can't get to her from this distance. He sees Haru petrified and panicked, and grits his teeth. Predator says that she thought they were friends, but she guesses not. Blue is sitting there, hesitating, trying to think of all the outcomes and freezes up as he starts to resolve himself. Predator tells him to stop, as she doesn't know what kind of power he has, but he should not use it. She then lightly cuts Haru's cheek, saying that if he tries to move like he did earlier, she'll take her life away. Jin tells Blue no, saying that surely he's not going to surrender, and that he can't stop now, as he has to attack her before she can react, just like he did to him. Predator says that if they aren't on the floor by the time she counts from 3, she's going to kill her. Blue asks Jin what will happen if he fails, as we see that all of the looters start coming out of the woodworks, forming a group around them. Jin takes a step forward, telling Blue that a small sacrifice cannot be helped. They have a greater goal in mind after all. Blue is still panicking, because he has that feeling in his chest. She then starts counting, starting with 3, as the looters look anxious. Sweat trickles down Blue's hand. As she gets to 2, he continues to panic and struggle internally. Even Haru looks terrified, but closes her eyes, accepting her fate. As Predator then gets to 1, we see Blue grit his teeth and start to swing his hands. As blood slowly drips off of Predator's knife, it falls down onto the floor. Jin is pissed and calls out to Blue, seeing that he has surrendered. Predator then tells her men to get them, as they start surrounding them. Haru is no longer shaking, and she is just surprised that he gave up for her. They then tie him up, putting him inside one of the prison cells. Blue says that he can't move his hands, and he wonders if the others were imprisoned in separate cells. As he looks up in front of him, he spots Predator at his cell door. She tells him to survive. He asks what she means, and she thinks about it for a second. Says that it's as she expected, he doesn't get it, and they said that he would understand. He asks where the others are, and she asks if he's talking about the kids who were with him. And that she killed them all. His jaw drops, and he starts to boil up with rage, asking her what she just said. She tries to hold back her laughter, but can't, saying that she's just kidding. And his expression looked as if he was about to kill her. We see he was full ready to do his best to break out of these restraints, as starts shaking while gritting his teeth. Then he yells at her. She says that seeing his reactions means that they must be precious to him, and he didn't attack her earlier because of that girl. Blue then thinks about it, saying that if he had attacked her back then, they definitely could have stopped her just like Jin said. But the chances were 50-50. It was not a low chance, he was able to pull it off with Jin too. But the guilt he would have felt because if he failed, she would have died. It was as if the gun was in his hand. He couldn't protect anyone in the past because he was not strong enough. But now, it would be as if he was shooting the bullet at Predator, and then instead, hit Haru in the head, blowing her brains out. And he doesn't want to kill someone because he's too confident in his own strength. He doesn't really know what to feel right now. His dad used to tell him not to get close to humans, and he now understands what he meant. If he had never gotten close to them, then he would not have gotten caught like an idiot. Predator says to be honest, she was scared. She's never seen anyone move like that before, asking him what it was and how he did that. She then starts smelling him, asking how he knows the monster's weak points, and if someone told him, or if he's like the other people. He looks surprised, asking her what she's talking about. She says that she guesses not, as it didn't seem like he knew about it anyways. As she starts to leave, he asks how she knew about the weak points. And if that means someone told her, and in that case, he might be similar to his dad. She kicks him in the face, cutting his cheek, saying that she's the one asking questions, asking how he knew about them. He tells her to piss off, as he doesn't plan on telling her. She says they can just take their time, as they have lots of it anyways. More importantly, there's something she wanted to know. She asks where they came from. Blue freezes up, but she continues, saying that his clothes are in great shape, and his skin looks great from eating well. Asking where his base is. He starts to mumble, so she gets closer to hear him. He tries to bite her ear, pulling a Mike Tyson, but she pulls away. He then tries to stand up, but because of the restraints on his feet too, he just falls face first on the ground. She picks him up by his hair, asking if he wanted to eat her that much. He says that he's not going to tell someone like her. She says that it seems like he doesn't understand what's going on, and that he is livestock. She then looks surprised by something, as we see the cut on his cheek has healed up. She then starts beating the absolute piss out of Blue, kicking him all over, and his face looks pained. She asks if he's even human, saying that his wound completely healed in a matter of minutes. We then see eyes, and she asks what he thinks, as he told her that he could see a light coming from humans. He says that's right, since every person has some trace of light within them. Monsters too. He can see a light coming from Predator's body as well. Predator then asks what about Blue, and as he looks up at him, we see him sweating, saying that he is blinding. Predator looks surprised, as Eyes continues, saying that anyone would be able to see that from afar, as he is shining brilliantly. Her jaw is open, as someone, no clue who said this sorry, explains that it's called life force. Predator says as expected, Blue is interesting, no wonder he smelled so good. One of her men says they're running low on rations, and they might hear some complaints from the others, and there have been some complaints regarding the large amount of victims from the recent disturbance, as well as the fact that they haven't executed those who started it. So they must find their base. Predator sighs, saying that she got it, telling Blue that he heard too, that he just needs to say where he came from. Blue of course doesn't say a word, she starts laughing, saying that's okay, as she thought of a good idea. It doesn't matter whether he answers her or not, she can just entertain him instead. He asks what she means, only for her to start throwing her scalpels out, cutting Blue all over his arms and back. She says that she's really curious about the extent of his regenerative abilities, telling him to withstand this as long as possible, so she can play with him for a long time. And Eyes just looks worried. As we see the time left in the cell, Blue is still getting cut. As even dusk starts to come by, he's still being abused by her. Even when the sun is no longer out, we see him gritting his teeth, as she's still doing it. He is now laying face first in his cell, as Eyes wanders in, calling out to him. Blue looks over, and he tells him to be quiet, as he secretly came to find him. Blue says that he recognizes him, asking if he was her henchman. He says that he's not, but she captured him. They initially caught him and kept him here as livestock, but one day, he was assigned to be their eyes, and they started experimenting on him. We see Predator looking happy as a monster is straight up diddying him. He says that from that day on, he started being able to see the strange light. Blue says that he guesses he's able to see one's life force. Eyes says that that's not important right now, as he'll help him escape. He's got someone helping him, they're trying to figure out how to get everyone out, and it'll be soon. He says that he'll leave for now, because they will catch him if he stays any longer. Blue tells him to wait, asking if he's seen a girl with blonde hair or other new people. He says he doesn't know, as he doesn't remember ever seeing a girl with blonde hair. Predator then appears directly beside him, and her men warn her that she can't kill him. She says they can, because they can just get a new set of eyes if they continue to experiment on a couple more of them. Predator asks if their little game was fun, to think that he'd want to run away is so upsetting. Blue says that this terror torture doesn't do anything to him, as he went through worse in the basement. She says that now that she thinks about it, surely he's curious of his friend's whereabouts. We see Haru thrown into the room with him. Predator says that she also had quite the tight lips, as they haven't given her a drop of water for the past few days, so she thought of a good idea. She grabs onto Blue's finger, saying that if Haru doesn't tell her the location of the base, then she's going to break his fingers one at a time. She then starts bending one back as we hear it cracking. Blue lets out a grunt, and Haru begs that she stop. Predator asks why, and if she's going to talk. Blue yells no, saying that she shouldn't even think about saying anything. I'm not sure if this is the same finger, or if she just broke another one, but Blue lets out a scream, and Haru looks horrified. It then jumps outside as some of the looters say that it has been several days of this horrible sound, and they call her brutal. As the torture went on for several days, Predator says that she heard his finger healed, and that he's incredible as they can do even more things with him. Blue just looks up at her, still gritting his teeth, saying that he wants to free himself from these shackles and get rid of her. But they've been so meticulously installed that it's strange. They were made to restrain his fingers so that he can't use his life force. It's as if they were made just for him. He recalls Predator saying that she was so scared, that she's never seen anyone move like that before, asking about his power. So he has no idea how she was able to come up with the idea for these restraints. Predator says that she told him that this will all be over once he tells her where his base is. He says it's possible that he can be free from all this pain if he just tells her where the base is like she wants, but now he knows just what would happen if he did. He also knows what every single expression they would make, because he knows what they make when they're sad, and what they make when they're happy. And he can no longer go back to when he didn't know these people at all. She then pulls out some pliers, saying that she wonders how he'll recover his fingernails this time. Haru calls out to him, worried. And a bit later, Predator says that she's going to stop here since she's tired, and that she'll see him tomorrow, as she leaves the room. Haru asks Blue if he's okay and if he can think straight. We see his vision is hazy, but his father's words echo in his ear, calling him an idiot and that he told him that the more he trusts in his closeness to humans, the more he'll get hurt. Blue starts to mumble something, and then we hear him say that it was then. She was the first human that he interacted with, and that was when he started to learn more about them. We see him now still very wounded from all of her attacks. He says that if he had not met her, this never would have happened. Predator then says it's time to begin, and she pulled out his fingernails last time, so this time she'll do his toenails. Haru then says that she'll do it. Predator asks what she means. Blue is confused too. She says that she doesn't want to see him in pain anymore. Predator asks what this is and starts to smile, saying that surely this doesn't mean that she actually likes him or something. Haru doesn't reply, and Predator says that it doesn't really matter to her, but she was getting tired of his reactions anyways. Blue asks her what she's doing, and Haru starts crying, saying that she's so sorry, as it's all her fault. Predator then grabs onto her leg and raises her foot into the air, saying that she's going to get the fun started then. Blue yells for her to stop. As she gets closer to Haru's toenail, we hear Jin saying that they'll cooperate, as he's in the doorframe. Predator turns over, surprised, and even Blue is confused, asking Jin where he's been. Jin says that he'll tell her where the base is. Blue asks what he means, and then she lets go of Haru's foot, saying that he finally changed his mind. Blue asks if he's gone insane, and if he's really trying to betray all those people back at the base. Jin walks forward and kicks Blue straight in the face, saying that he is no longer useful. He thought he'd have a clue about the truth behind the monsters, but now he's just disappointed. Even though he had the power, it's not something that he used often, and that he's incompetent and pathetic. Blue asks if this means he's going to betray them, and Jin says yes, he's going to betray him now, but we see his hand raised up to his face. Blue realizes what this means. Before he can answer it, Jin covers his mouth, telling him to shut up, as he has nothing else to say to him. He then leaves, and we see him and Predator on a balcony, as she asks what made him change his mind. He says that it's more logical to cooperate with her. She says that he held out longer than his friend, and Glasses agreed to cooperate as soon as they caught her, but she doesn't remember where the base is, and she didn't think such an idiot could exist. Glasses says she never actually read the map, she just followed them. Jin tells her that it's best if she's prepared as possible, as they have fighters back at the base, and if it's possible to take everybody, so she can take it down in one go. Predator laughs, saying that he's completely heartless. As we see her group starting to form, Heading out towards the subway, one of her men asks why they're taking the prisoners with them, as they'll be more likely to get caught with them. She says that it's because it's fun, and she wants to see how hopeless they look when they raid the base they tried so hard to protect. She then turns back around, looking at Blue, saying that it's a shame, as he won't say anything, as if he's broken. Haru sluggishly drags her feet, telling Blue that she knows that he probably doesn't want to talk, because it's all her fault that he got caught and went through such terrible things. But he doesn't reply at all to her. She looks over, wondering if he is going to say something, but then looks back down at the ground and starts shaking, saying that she's so sorry. It's all her fault. Blue stops moving and looks over at her. She wonders if he's about to say something, only for him to stare at her for a second and then stick his tongue out. She seems surprised by something, and Jin asks that she brought everyone like he told her to. She says yes, and that everybody's here, except for the few they left to guard the farm. As they make their way across a bridge, he says that this is good since it's going according to plan. He stops moving, and Predator's confused, but so are her men, asking why he stopped all of a sudden, as they're in a complete wasteland. Jin says that he knows, and there aren't a lot of buildings to hide behind, and they're surrounded by the city. There's only one way to escape, and it would be very dangerous if they were to get attacked by monsters. Predator starts to think something's up, asking what exactly he means by that, and pulls out her scalpel. He stands there for a second before slowly raising his hand up, teaching them the signals. He says this means go, and if it means they encounter an enemy, they should keep hiding and going. He then starts to change it to retreat, showing her that symbol, and he says that if they feel like they would get hurt, they need to leave. Instead of showing them the fighting symbol, as Blue's watching intently, Jin touches his chin, saying that when he touches here, it means he's lying. We see that's exactly what he did when he told Blue he would betray him. Predator realizes this and yells, telling her to stay where she is. We see back when Blue opened his mouth, Haru actually saw something, as when Jin covered his mouth, it wasn't just to make him silent, but it was something more important than that, as the entire purpose of that exchange was so that he could hand him over something without Predator noticing, and it was none other than the key to his restraints. Haru sees this, and then Jin raises his hands into Blue's stance, saying that this means attack, and if they can't avoid fighting them, they might as well go all out. Predator is confused, and we hear Haru saying that she did it. As Blue's restraints fall to the floor, he then starts to walk forward. One of the looters yells, telling Predator that the boy is free, and Blue snaps the shackle off his feet. As the chains fall to the floor, the other, her number one man turns around. When Predator turns, the guy raises his hand, saying that he'll take care of this, but she yells no, telling him that he doesn't know anything. The guy goes to say something, as Blue walks forward. He crushes the ground underneath him, and holy shit, this guy just got murdered, I think, or he's going to need a feeding tube. Everybody looks absolutely surprised by what they just witnessed, because a human's face should not be able to contort like that. But he also got turned into a whole-ass human tornado, as he got sent flying away. As Blue starts to land back down from his attack, we see the guy still spinning until he slides across the ground in front of some of the other looters and Predator. They can't believe that that was in one hit, asking what just happened, and Predator facepalms, calling him an idiot. We see somebody looking at Jin's hand as they're up on top of a rock with binoculars. It's none other than eyes. He then taps a button, as a giant explosion occurs that starts to set a ring of fire around the entire group, trapping them on this plateau. Everybody starts panicking due to the flames, and ask if they poured oil on the ground or something. Predator realizes it was Jin. And as the monsters start swarming in, the looters begin yelling. Predator says in that case, they all need to retreat, but they watch as the bridge crumbles, and they say that the path is collapsed. She starts squeezing her head, panicked, and says that they have no choice but to bring out eyes, and that the rest of them should go kill the monsters. Jin and Blue make eye contact, and then Predator notices something, as she's staring directly at Haru. She smiles, saying that she's going to kill her right now. As she starts to lunge at her with a knife, Haru's heart starts beating hella fast, and we see her eyes flustered. But for the first time, they take a different form. Predator looks surprised, as Haru has dodged her attack, and she has a glowing ring in her eyes now. She dodges a follow-up, and every other single attack afterward, showing her that she's not the same as last time. Because she will never let her guard down like that. She won't let herself get caught anymore, and she used to let her fear drag her around, but now she'll use that fear to her advantage. And she never wants to see Blue in that position. Predator asks what's up with her movements, and if she was always this nimble, if she had known before, she would have cut all of her tendons. Predator is then caught off guard, as she stops moving her feet. We see somebody step before Haru, as it's none other than Blue looking down at her. Predator panics, as she sees from her perspective a giant creature standing before her. She instinctively backpedals, creating distance, but falls onto the floor, blankly staring at him. Blue looks pissed, and slowly walks forward. And when one of the looters comes to stab him, he instantly sends the guy flying. Another one obviously wasn't watching, as she gets sent flying too. Blue is now standing directly before Predator. She sits there feeling something unknown inside of her, saying that she has no idea what this emotion is. As the monsters start running in, Haru asks Blue why they're not running, as she can hear the sound of monsters all around them. He doesn't say anything, and Predator is still panicking. Haru says they have to run, so he needs to make this shit quick. Blue agrees, and Predator asks what she means, only for him to kick her straight in the face. As she starts to fall backward onto the ground, Blue smiles, as that must have felt pretty satisfying. Haru starts cheering, and starts chanting one more time. The monsters start running in, as do the looters going towards their boss. We see one of them get eaten. Haru screams, saying they need to run, and Predator hears all of her men screaming, "Save me," as they're being ripped apart. She says they need to bring eyes to her, and they say yes, of course. As Blue and Haru run away, they spot Jin, and as they run toward one another, Blue hits Jin straight in the face, causing him to fall to the floor. Haru asks why he's doing this, and Blue says it was Jin, and he's the one who told them, as he's sure they didn't know how he used life force before. Jin hesitates for a second, and says that he did, and he told them to restrain his fingers. Blue asks why, and if it was because of him, they tortured him for the past few days. He says that he made the decision based on his actions. He chose the best strategy, given the situation. And Blue grits his teeth, realizing that when he was talking about him being incompetent, he was dead serious because he didn't touch his chin. Jin waits a second, then says it's true that he does not like him. He has very unnecessary indecisiveness, and he put a hole in their plans multiple times. If he had his powers, he would have been more effective with them, and that power is too much for somebody like Blue. Blue says that if he doesn't like him so much, then why didn't he avoid it, and he could have definitely avoided his attack as he saw it coming. Jin thinks about it, and says that's because he needs him. Blue is confused, and lets out a sigh, and then tells him that he's such a frustrating dude. Jin says that he's the one that's more frustrating. Blue then stretches out his hand towards him, as they share this wholesome moment. The looters are not having the same kind of experience though. Blue tells him to get up, asking if he's planning to die here. Jin's surprised that he's offering his hand to him, and smiles, saying of course not, and he has a better plan. As the monsters keep ripping the looters apart, we see they're almost annihilated. One of her men hands a weapon, and she tells the mole to get ready for combat, asking where Eyes is. They say that they brought him, and she turns, and we see two people walking. Her men say one of the boys volunteered to be the new Eyes. She says that she's so proud, and she should give him a prize, but she wants to see who it is. As they undo the bandana, and it falls to the floor, it's none other than Mohawk, who says that he's so glad he can see again. Bro has no thoughts upstairs. We get a flashback to a monster they have tied up, and a man is telling Mohawk that he told him already the survival rate for this experiment is very low, and if he's not able to withstand it once the monster captures him, he'll die on the spot, asking if he still wants to do it, as they normally have the livestock do it. Mohawk says it's time to get started, and he thinks about how both Jin and Blue are able to deal with the monsters on their own, and he smiles, saying that he doesn't want to fall behind them anymore. Character development. Back to the present, he's looking through his finger, saying that he can see it's a weak spot. Predator yells, asking him where the weak spot is, but calls him Eyes, and he turns, asking if she's talking to him. Then he says that he doesn't want to, as he makes a very manly face. Predator looks confused, and Bro starts straight up tweaking, running around, and she says that she's never seen anyone like him before. We then see the guy who hates his barber appear, saying that he recognizes him, and he's the guy who attacked him the other day. Predator asks what he means, and her men start apologizing, as they really thought he was one of them. She asks if that means they don't have eyes anymore, and she turns, looking at one of the monsters, and she starts to run forward, saying that if that's the case, she has nothing to lose. She jumps up straight into the air. She goes straight towards the monster, saying that she'll volunteer herself to be the eyes then. As it starts wrapping itself around her, she says the only thing left for someone who loses a fight is death. Back to the group, Jin says he told them he chose the best option, and they ask if this really was the best. He says that since they surrendered, this was the only way for them to reach their goal, convincing them to leave their camp and killing them. Haru says that doesn't matter, and they could die with them, this was too rash. Jin says that might be the case, but when he turns around, we start to see a red string of fate, as he explains that he can see the possibility of them actually surviving and making it out of this place. He then notices something and comes to a stop, as there is a giant monster in front of them. There is another one that has blades at the end of its tentacles. It starts going for Haru, and we see a woman running forward, terrified, only for the monster to appear straight through her chest, and we see her shadow starting to fly into the air as it's holding her up. It then starts to expand its tentacle, flinging her parts all over the place, making it rain human chunks. Now Blue and the rest are surrounded. Jin unsheathes his blade, asking them if they're ready. Haru steps up, saying that she's as ready as she'll ever be, and Blue stretches out his hand, getting into a stance, saying of course. As we see the life force gathering at his fingertips, it starts to swirl around, and then he closes his fingers. Starting to use it, the monsters realize this as well, as they start screeching, coming in for attacks. Haru dodges underneath one of them as it goes towards Jin. He deflects it with his dagger, and Blue dashes forward, getting behind the Make It Rain monster, and he starts looking for its weak spot. Blue runs forward towards it. We see its tentacles shoot right past his head, and then start retracting backwards, which he slides underneath. The monster notices this and starts to lift itself off the ground, to create distance, shattering the ground beneath it. Blue continues to pursue it, as Jin crouches down, ready for his own fight. He starts to lock in, dodging both of its attacks by flipping through the air. He then uses its limbs against it by running up it, bouncing off of its shoulder, soaring in the air over it. He says that he's able to dodge its attacks without much difficulty, and it's all within the possibilities he can see. As he starts looking forward, he says if he can just find and destroy their cores, this will be lightweight, only for it to open the back of its head, revealing a weird flower-like structure. Jin looks surprised as it starts to come out of the back of its head. As he's looking at it, we see it starting to bloom, as there's red life force around it. He says this feeling is something he felt before, back when he himself tried to wield the life force. We see it continuously building up, until there is a highly concentrated amount from the flower. Jin is trying to look at the possibilities, as we see his red string of fate get snapped. The flower shoots out its attack, as it flies directly towards Jin. Somebody starts to run in, and we see none other than Haru bumping into the side of Jin. It's enough that it causes him to get out of the attack's path, and it grazes straight past his ear. They both manage to land safely. Jin asks where she got the courage for that, and she says that it's because he looked like he was in danger. The tentacle-bladed monster starts making its way behind them, and Jin uses his sword to stand back up and looks forward, saying that that power is the same as Blue's, and it's the power to create possibilities. It's a power that goes beyond his expectations and a power that he cannot have, but still he'll do whatever he can to kill it, as the flower starts to charge energy once more. Back to Blue, we see him hit the monster straight in his chest, causing it to go flying away from them. He crouches down and leaps forward with a knee, hitting it as well. Then we see a gem on the monster's stomach. Blue charges forward, saying that he doesn't know how much longer he can use this power. If he uses it all up, he might end up losing consciousness like last time, and he has to control how he utilizes it, which is why he has to take care of this as quickly as possible. He slips underneath another attack and punches its core once more, this time causing it to crack. It comes out with its weird mouth thing and bites forward at him. It misses, but it continues striking at him, causing him to have to deflect the attacks. But it's not stopping him from going forward, as he slowly walks forward. He then raises up his leg, kicking the monster once more in its core, sending it flying backwards as it shatters it. The monster begins to unravel, spaghettifying itself into an orb. Back to Jin, the flower is about to shoot out another attack, but this time he's aware. As the beam comes out, it starts burning the ground behind him, and he's running in front of the laser. With every step, it's getting closer and closer. Then he stabs his sword into the ground and uses it to keep his momentum while turning his body. As the monster has run out of juice, so it has to recharge, he pulls his blade out of the ground and starts running forward towards it. The monster starts to attack forward with its arm, which he ducks underneath. As he sees the core of the monster, he then stabs forward with his knife, but is surprised because the core is still intact, and all he did was crack it slightly, since it wasn't enough force. The monster then comes in to collapse on him as he sits there with nothing to do. A flash of blue light comes by, as Blue puts his foot on the knife, kicking it all the way through while deflecting the monster's attack, protecting Jin. It hits the core, and Blue then does a sick-ass backflip off of the monster, flying over into the air. As it starts to spaghettify itself, he lands behind Jin and then flashes off, as Jin sits there staring at the monster's core, disappointed in himself. We see Haru looking behind her, dodging all of the attacks from the monster. She then hears a loud sound coming from behind it, and her eyes are still completely locked on it. It was none other than Blue also killing her monster, saving her. He comes to a screeching halt as the looters start begging for help. We even see the girl who tried scamming them originally thanking somebody for sticking out his hand. She then recognizes as it's none other than Mohawk, who says that she promised that she would grant him a wish if he helped her. He then whispers something into her ear, which causes her to blush, and she says no, asking why he would make her do that. As the screams of her colleagues continue, she decides to go along with it, saying that in return, he needs to get her out of here. He laughs, saying that's great. And then we see the predator coming out from the monster, completely unscathed, and she looks forward. She wonders if she's being betrayed, but says that she can see it now. As she sees a light in front of her, she says this must be the flow of life force, and she thinks she can understand Blue's movements from back then. Her radio phone starts going off, and she picks it up, saying finally the call went through and she waited so long, and that she has the eyes now and she wants to know how to use her life force. We see all three of the monster's cores that surrounded them, and Blue asks if they're alright. Haru says that she's more worried about him, as he looks like he's in pain. He's panting, saying that this much is fine, as he can keep using his life force. But Jin's just battling with his helplessness. As they start walking away, he says that he can't believe he was holding them back. Even if he had not been here, Blue could have defeated all these monsters on his own, but he made up his mind to get rid of them, but still, look at the state of him, and that he's baggage. With Blue standing right behind him, Jin says that he guesses the pathetic one was himself all along. We need more characters like him. As Jin walks forward, Haru asks where he's going, as they're surrounded by fire. He explains to her that he prepared a hole for them to escape through, and once they get out of the flames, they have to pass through a canyon to get out of here. She asks when he prepared all of this, saying it wouldn't have been easy to do it all on his own. He says that he met a lot of people who were meant to be the livestock while they were locked up, and they agreed to work together. Blue recalls Eyes saying that he's got someone helping him, and they're trying to figure out how to get everyone out, but it'll be soon. Blue says that must have been him he was talking about. Jin doesn't answer, but of course that's a yes. Haru says that's incredible, asking if he planned all of this while he was locked up. Jin, still thinking he is useless, looks over at Blue saying it was all he could do. As they jump over the fire, we see them heading into the canyon. As they keep going, we hear Mohawk yelling, saying to take him with them. Jin turns, surprised, and Mohawk says it's been a while, as it's been 4 or 5 days, and it's nice seeing them again. We see Scammer with him, and Haru recognizes her as the one who tried to kill them last time, asking why they're here. Even Glasses is there, saying to take her with them too, and Mohawk says it's nice to see her. Jin says that he didn't think there'd be so many people, and this is annoying, and if Scammer shows even a hint that she's going to betray them, he'll kill her on the spot. She says that she understands, and she won't get in their way. They all start running together now, heading deeper into the canyon. Jin then slides down a part of it, and does some Assassin's Creed type parkour, landing beneath it. Blue just leaps off that shit, because he ain't got no time for it. As they're all down, Haru looks up, spotting monsters looming over them from the cliff tops, as they are completely surrounded, and some are even falling into the canyon behind them. Blue says they need to keep running, and Jin says it's going to be easy to get surrounded in the canyon, so making this longer would be dangerous, and it's safer to simply pass through it. In front of them, we see none other than Chainsaw Man's autistic cousin, Table Saw Man. As it's whirling its head, Jin says not to stop, and he'll take care of it, but before he can finish a sentence, Blue dashes past him and hits the monster straight in his head, causing it to unravel, killing it instantly. Scammer asks what the hell is with that speed, and he killed it in a single punch. Even more monsters start to RKO off the top rope, landing before them all. One of them is really close, and Blue puts his fingers together, and starts dismantling the monsters one after the other with rapid precision, taking care of 3 of them in a flash. Jin runs up behind him, catching up to Blue, who is panting, saying they need to go. Again, Jin just feels inferior. Blue explains that he gets better each and every time he uses his life force. If he uses his life force to strengthen his body, he can sustain the buff for a while before his power starts to decrease. In other words, his power is at its strongest just after he strengthens it, and if he charges his life force for a moment before he attacks the enemy, he can deal more damage. As he ducks underneath one of the monsters, hitting it in the head, cracking it. Blue explains that the power of his life force increases in proportion to how long he charges it for. That means he also consumes his life force that much faster, and back then, the longest he was able to last was about 2 minutes. He's controlling the amount he's using now, so he has some leeway. He asks Jin in which direction the base is, and Jin goes to answer, but so does Glasses. Jin says this means she knew, and it turns out Glasses was just playing them. Jin then notices something, though, as the ground beneath them begins to crack. A monster on the far side of the canyon is digging into it, causing the ground to collapse beneath them, and them all to fall down into it. Blue gets up, and Glasses is panting, looking at a rock, saying that she almost was crushed. Blue looks surprised, as we see Haru actually got caught underneath one, as it caught her leg. He throws it off, asking if she's okay and if she can walk. She says that she can try, but it's obviously too much for her. Glasses looks up, seeing more monsters, and screams, saying that she doesn't want to die, then starts running away. Blue tries to tell her to wait, but then we see Jin standing up, and Mohawk says his back hurts. The scammer asks what happened to the little kid, and Jin starts to panic, wondering if he was crushed to death. He hears Glasses saying that she doesn't want to die, which means that they're probably all together and they just got separated. The scammer begins to feel anxious, saying without that kid, they won't be able to escape, and Mohawk says not to worry, as he will protect her. She asks what he means, and he says that he promised he'd become her friend, and there was that other promise, that she'd also get a mohawk. I can't believe it was just for a mohawk. Bro is wholesome. She yells, telling him not to think about that. As a monster begins digging behind her, she turns to see it, only to catch a stray, as it pierces straight through her stomach, cutting off her arm, and pretty much splitting her in two. As her vision starts to go hella blurry, she starts drawing her final breaths. Mohawk is overcome with emotion and Stone faces it. The monster begins running at him, and Jin yells, telling him to watch out. Mohawk holds up his bat, blocking the attack, but it's still so powerful it sends him flying into the nearby rocks. And the Mohawk that's held its height for the entirety of the series then goes deflated. The monsters start surrounding both Haru and Blue, and we see she's barely even able to stand up. Blue says it's going to be impossible to get out of here at this rate. He decides to pick up Haru, which catches her off guard, and he crouches down, as he bounces both him and her from the bottom all the way up to the top of the canyon. As they're getting higher up, he notices something, because a monster is coming in for an attack. He turns his body to shield it, and gets hit, causing them to fall back down, as they land nearby. He manages to cushion her with his body. But he struggles to get back up. As another monster starts to come in, he uses his life force and instantly hits it in the stomach, but we don't see it unravel. The other monster starts to take this chance to collapse onto him, and Haru looks worried as they're getting completely surrounded. Back to Jin, we see his feet sliding across the ground. He says he never expected things to end up like this, as there are too many monsters, and that he'll only end up using his stamina if he keeps dodging. But if he had the same power Blue had, he could have gotten out of this on his own. A bat comes flying in, hitting the monster in the forehead. Jin looks surprised, as Mohawk walks past him. We see the bat unraveling the monster, as he is completely pissed. Character growth is a W. He explains that the scammer used to be his friend, even though it wasn't for long. Jin though just wonders what had changed about him, as if he's become another person. Mohawk then calls out to him, saying that he should not even think about fighting alone, since they are friends. Jin is still just caught off guard by the character development, and Mohawk raises his bat into the air, asking the monster if it's ready, because it's time for him to get payback. Back to Blue, all the monsters get closer as we see him putting up his arms to block an attack. It sends him sliding backwards, and they begin taking the chance to get closer, two monsters coming from his left and his right. He starts fighting them back with the good old 1-2, and then looks for their weak spots, hitting one with his fist, and then kicking the other one. They both begin to unravel, and we see him panting, but he does his sign once more, saying that he's starting to run low on life force. Some of the attacks begin going through his guard, cutting him, as we see him still doing his best to hold them off. Haru tells him that he should run away on his own, and that she is fine. Because at this rate, he'll also die, as we see him still walking forward. She starts screaming, asking why. She recalls all the torture he endured from Predator in the prison cell, and begins crying, saying that it's all because of her. And she recalls his words of how it was back when they first met. That was when he started to learn more about humans. And the words echo through her head about him saying that if he had not met her, this never would have happened. She screams, saying that it's all her fault because she met him that day, that he's suffering like this. He gets sent flying back from one of the attacks, then says that's true. If he had not met her that day, this never would have happened. She starts to feel hella guilty, and he tells her that's not a bad thing, but because he doesn't regret it. We see her look instantly relieved, and is that a heart in her eye? But Blue continues, saying that because he met her, he learned about human kindness. He learned the feeling of being connected with someone else. He also learned the feeling of warmth when someone worries about him. Now he can trust humans. Rather, it's not only humans, but he can trust people because he found some good ones. One of the monsters starts screaming, running forward directly towards Haru. Jin puts up his hands, blocking it. And as he's losing strength, he yells, begging Haru to run away. She begins bawling her eyes out, asking why. Why he's going so far to protect her. He starts to recall all the memories they've shared so far, which we have been here in the backseat for every single one of them. He grits his teeth and starts crying, saying that it's because she's precious to him. And we see her blushing because of the words he just said. As he throws the monster away and still does his best to fight them off, we see an image of his father appear behind him, asking if he really trusts humans. And it's Blue recalling his father telling him that he'll only continue to suffer as he has been, and that he'll get hurt, and that he'll be betrayed, and all of these scars will consume his soul. Blue says that it doesn't matter. He trusts their kindness, and he trusts the warmth they showed him. From this moment on, he does not care if he suffers, and he will walk a different path from the one that his father chose. And his eyes start to light up brightly. He lets out one hell of a scream. As the monsters begin dogpiling him, he turns over, seeing that they're not going for only him but also Haru. And he with no hesitation begins to burn his life force. But for some reason, it looks a lot more vibrant than usual. He hits some of the monsters back and then dashes quickly through them, doing his best to avoid them while getting closer and closer to Haru. As we see him embrace her, he sends the monsters flying, and she just looks so surprised. He then looks her dead in the eyes and yells her name, saying that he won't ever let her die. As the monsters begin jumping at him once more, Blue then readies himself and starts fighting for his life, but also Haru's. Using the remaining bits of his life force to punch and kick and rip apart the monsters. Haru cannot do anything but sit there and watch, as he's even using his teeth to bite them apart. And he's just doing his absolute best to keep those words as true as he can. We even see some of them unraveling. It's obviously taking a heavy toll on his body, as the life force is getting thinner and thinner. We see countless monster cores laying on the ground beneath him as he's falling to his knees. We see his vision going blurry. Haru runs over, calling out to him as he starts to fall over onto the ground. He then hears loud vibrations as his ear is on the ground, and he looks up only to see a colossal monster peering over at them. It slowly marches forward, and Haru starts to feel nothing but despair. Blue looks up, with his eyes completely hazy, saying that he doesn't have any more strength. And his eyes begin to roll back into his head as he loses consciousness. It jumps to a flashback of him as a child in bed, and his father says that his heart resembles his mother's. No matter how many times he told her to keep her distance, her kind heart would make her get close to them, and she'd end up getting hurt. And that's all the more reason he can't send him to the surface, as he can't bring himself to see that again. Blue begins crying and opens his eyes, still recalling his father's words, saying that if he still ends up running after humans, that he needs to make one thing sure, and that is that he becomes stronger. Blue begins to struggle getting up off the ground. As the monster hits the side of the canyon, scraping away at it, sending debris straight towards them, Blue's father says that he has to become even stronger than him. One of the rocks hits Blue straight in the head, causing him to begin to start pouring blood, but he starts to stand up, still struggling. His father's words still echo in his head about how he has to become stronger. Blue moves his hands in front of him, gathering life force at his fingertips, making his father's pose once more. His father says that the reason he needs strength is so that he does not experience hardships, and he can keep his convictions in check. As it seems as if time itself began to slow down as the ground cracks beneath him. It shatters from just the pressure of his life force. The colossal monster begins to go in for an attack. As its palm gets closer towards Blue and Haru, Blue looks up at it, trying to look for its core. He then dashes up off the ground, directly towards its chest, and puts a hole straight into it with a single hit. He grabs onto the core, and his father says that this is the potential of those who share his blood, the blue flame. Back to Jin and Mohawk. Jin asks him how he knows where the monster's weak spot is. He says that he can see it, as those guys made him do a test. He figured it was life force, and like Blue said, it flows straight through their bodies. The monster who killed Scammer starts running directly at them. It dashes off the ground, but Mohawk dodges the attack, then zigzags to its blind spot. He then sends his bat forward, hitting its side over and over, but he doesn't pierce, and the monster just deflects his bat. Jin wonders why he's not targeting its weak spot, despite knowing where it is. Mohawk recalls Scammer's final moments and grits his teeth, yelling, asking the monster if it really thought he would let it off easily. He starts attacking away at its chest, then dodges an attack while continuously attacking it. He then realizes that his movements feel as though he's not afraid of the monster's attacks anymore, and that he's akin to a wild beast, but his methods are stupid, because if he ends up hurting himself, he's going to drag them down. Mohawk sticks his hands out, telling Jin not to come over here, as this one is his. Jin is confused. While Mohawk was caught off guard, the monster comes in with an attack, which he manages to block in time, but it still sends him flying backwards into a nearby rock. Jin calls him an idiot, asking how he could look over here when he's fighting. As the monster turns towards Jin, Mohawk comes out of the smoke, asking the monster if that's all it's got. Now back to Blue. The giant monster begins to unravel, and with his hazy eyes, he says that he had forgotten that memory. His father was worried that he would get close to humans. He said that, expecting that he might go to the surface, but he wonders why he was so wary of them, and what in the world happened for him to be that way. Haru then walks over, comforting him, and Blue can't move at all. His father says that he told him why he put him in the basement. He had to do this to protect him completely, so he could survive the apocalypse, but there's also another thing that he did not tell him. The day his dad made that honest confession, Blue was not actually sleeping. His father says that he thought that he would not actually believe him. Blue says it was partly out of curiosity, partly out of rebellion. He didn't even know what he was going to talk about, but he listened without saying a word. His father tells him the truth is, it's not about protecting him from the apocalypse, but rather from humans. The moment they learn of his existence, every single human will be after him, because inside of him, but everything goes silent, as if there was an existence stopping him from hearing it. Blue says that he can't hear his father. It's as if his memory was severed, and he wonders what this feeling is, as he has an incredible thirst. He can tell his life force is withering away, and he looks forward, spotting the giant monster's core. He slowly stretches his hand out, poking it. Then he feels an incredibly odd sensation, as if he was sucked into a whole new world. What he sees in front of him is surprising, as there is an entity slowly walking towards him that is very reminiscent of the spaghettified monsters. It stretches out its hand, starting to grab onto Blue's, and slowly starts enveloping him. He's completely taken aback by this, as Haru yells, telling him to wake up. He then sees in front of him a shadow, as there is a monster coming to finish him off. Blue looks over, panicked, because he knows he can't dodge it from this distance. A bag then flies in from the side, hitting the monster, coincidentally unraveling it. As it starts to spaghettify, Blue is relieved, and Glasses says that surely she's not late. Back to Jin and Mohawk. Even more monsters begin pouring in, and Jin says there's no end to them. He can't find the right timing to look at their backs, but he can also feel that he's close to his limit, and that they're different from Blue. They're helpless if they surround them, and they have to get out of here before that happens. Jin yells, telling Mohawk now, and Mohawk agrees, as they start making a run for it into a different part of the canyon. We see Mohawk stop moving, and we hear him let out a grunt, and when Jin turns, we see his arm restrained, as he's yelling, telling Jin to run, and that he shouldn't die like everyone else did, and he has to go. Again, Jin is feeling helpless, asking why he would go so far. Mohawk asks what he means, saying that he doesn't need a reason, because they're friends. Jin is surprised, calling him idiotic, asking if he's really putting his life on the line just because they're friends. He tightens the grip on his knife, saying that everyone around him is just a complete fool. One of the monsters leaps over Mohawk, going straight for Jin. Mohawk notices this and yells, telling him to be careful. And Jin starts fighting it off. He follows the red string of fate, saying that he can see it. There's only a single possibility for him to survive. If he runs away before they're surrounded, just like Mohawk said, he could survive. As he starts to think about doing so, he says that he's not too sure, because if it were Blue, he would walk his own separate path, and he wouldn't follow the one laid out before him. But he has the power to do that. Just like back then, when Jin's line was severed, and the other time where he defeated all three of the monsters that were in front of him, he's left helpless, only able to watch. And he wonders how long he must keep chasing the path of possibility when his sister is wasting away. He just gave up, having already exhausted every possibility. If the path determined for him leads to tragedy, he wonders if he really has no choice but to keep walking. His nose begins to bleed, and he notices an attack coming in, barely blocking it in time. His legs now shaking, he says that he would have been able to overcome this if he had Blue's power. And he would have been able to create his own possibility as his eyes begin to light up. Mohawk, strained, asks why he didn't run away. Jin stands his ground, saying that if only he was Blue, and he keeps repeating this as he screams. His string of fate then completely fades out as we see his eyes looking hazy. He accepts the fact that he's just powerless. He's different from Blue. He can't make his own possibility. We see a couple monster cores behind him. And he's back up on his feet, walking, following the path of possibility, as that's the only thing he can do. Then we hear the bat come into contact with one of the monsters, and it turns around as we see Mohawk throw it. Jin says that's the only way he can survive, as he starts to leave Mohawk behind. He then wonders why in the first place he was trying to survive, because now that he thinks about it, he has no idea why he's trying to live. He then recalls his sister saying that he promised. He instantly stops moving as she says that he told her he would avenge her, and he said that he would kill all the monsters and eradicate them just for taking her life. He stops walking and tightens the grip on his sword, saying that he had completely forgotten the reason that he lives on to begin with. He then starts to slowly turn around, saying that he lives to kill all of the monsters. Even if he's not strong enough, that means that he just has to get stronger, and that he will find a way no matter what. He starts focusing on all the possibilities, saying that there's surely a way to kill them, and that he'll give it hundreds of tries. Rather, even if it took him 1,000 tries, he would try to figure out which path to take. He recalls how Blue uses his life force, and he starts to grab onto his hand, saying that he knew it, that he can't fight the way Blue does, as their life forces feel different, and he could feel the type of life force that he has when he fought that monster from before. As he starts to get into a horse stance, Mohawk wonders why the hell he's not running away, and starts to cough up blood. Jin sticks his hands out in front of him, and the monsters start to realize something is up as they leave Mohawk, running forward. Jin explains that Blue told him that he had to focus the life force at his fingertips. As the monster gets closer, he wonders if he has to gather more life force than what he is now, as it's so hot, and if this is maybe what it's meant to feel like. He says that this is different from that time, as it felt even sharper and stronger back then. He starts to feel pain, saying that it has to be strong enough to kill the monster, and he can endure this, as he needs revenge for his sister. At this point, it's not a want but a need, and he needs the power to create new possibilities, as well as the power to kill all of the monsters that stand before him. As they're now directly in front of him, he looks completely panicked, as if the path of his life has completely come to an end, and he's about to walk off of it. He then feels his sister holding onto his arm. As she starts to move towards his fingers, she starts to hold his hand. As he continues to gather life force, he then raises his foot, and we see it's also gathering a ton of life force, as he's now walking forward the same path that Blue would have taken if he were here. Jin raises his 2 fingers up while looking dead ahead. As the monsters start to reach out their hands towards him, we get a hella cool POV shot of a beam attack that obliterates the 2 monsters in front of him, as if the monsters fell into pieces just from colliding with him. Mohawk is shocked, asking how he did that. Jin then starts to spit up blood as the monster unravels behind him. The other monsters realize he's in a weak state, leaving Mohawk, going straight towards him. As we see the core spaghettifying behind him, the 2 monsters start charging directly at him. He tightens the grip on his sword and looks up towards them. He then raises his finger like before while putting life force into his sword. He swings it forward in a diagonal motion, cutting both of the monsters, getting a clean strike through both of the monsters, even destroying some of the ground behind them. The monsters then begin to fall into 2 halves. But it's not just the ones in front of him, but also the ones crushing Mohawk get chopped up too. We then see 3 people walking, as Glasses is helping carry Blue, saying that he's so heavy and she shouldn't have come back. She's then surprised, as we see Mohawk and Jin in front of them. She says they look awful, asking what happened. Mohawk says that he just barely made it out alive, thanks to Jin. She'd be surprised to hear what happened. Glasses then asks where Scammer went, which makes Mohawk look depressed as hell. Haru realizes this, saying they should get out of here first. Mohawk says that Jin is out cold, asking how they'll find their way back, because he mentioned that he's got someone waiting for them on the way to the base. Glasses says that she kinda knows how to get back, and Haru says she knew it, and that she just didn't say anything, even though she knew where the base was. Predator appears behind them, asking if that's so. Mohawk and the rest all turn around, asking how she's still alive. As she walks forward, she says she trusted Glasses because she looked like an idiot, but she ended up being a traitor. But she's sure that she understands just how they end up. Mohawk turns pissed, as Glasses then yells, asking who she's calling an idiot, saying that she's the one who looks funny. Then she points out how many people they have, as there's powers and numbers. She starts to launch out her scalpels, which Mohawk blocks with his arms. He then tells Predator not to talk down on Scammer. As he pulls out the scalpels, he says that she was his friend until the very last moment. Predator tells him to cut the bullshit, because in this world you either hunt, or you are hunted. Mohawk says not to look down on him, as she won't be able to take him down easily. He then glances down at Jin. He says that seeing him, he can't be complacent. He tells Predator to bring it on if she wants, and she starts laughing, saying in that case, she wants to go ahead and thank him in advance for the meal she's received, as she puts her hands together just like Blue does. Mohawk looks surprised, as she dashes straight past him. After swinging her weapon, we see her leave a giant cut on his chest. She begins feeling so proud of herself. Back to when she was on the radio call, she says that now that she was taught how to use life force, the guy on the phone says that what they taught her is a very basic way of reinforcing it, but asks how she figured out about this if she's met someone who can use it. She says yes, as she met this boy who moves in a way she's never seen before. What a freak. She made up her mind after seeing him that if she's going to target strong prey, she must become stronger than it. She then has no idea where she's at, saying that it looks very far from the start of the canyon, but she recalls Eyes, saying that he had a blue blaze, so she'll just follow that. The person on the phone tells her to wait, asking if she's sure it's Blue, telling her to stop right now. She asks why, as they tell her it's not a problem she can handle. She seems pissed that they're looking down on her, and goes to hang up, but he yells, telling her not to. She just wonders why he made such a fuss, as he couldn't even do anything. As we see Jin, Glasses, and Mohawk on the ground, I hope Mohawk is not dead. She laughs at Haru scared, asking if she really thought she could do something. She then throws some scalpels, which Haru bobs and weaves under. She then goes in for an attack, which Haru dodges, and then backpedals from to create distance. She starts to use her life force, saying that she knew she'd be a hassle. A bit later, we see her grabbing her by the hair. Predator wonders why her nose is bleeding, saying that the power must be taking a toll on her body. She then mentions to Haru that she told her before she regrets not cutting her tendons. As she tightens the grip on her weapon, she puts it right to her knees, saying that she'll make sure she can't ever run from her again. She then starts cutting away at Haru's leg, but Blue comes in, stopping her, leaving only a minor cut. Predator asks if he's really awake, and looks down at Haru and kicks her in the head, saying that she wants to fight him. She wanted to see who the true predator between them was. Blue comes in with a punch, which she dodges, and then uses his own power, and starts rocking his shit, saying that things are different now since she can use force just like him, and that he should hurry up and attack her, saying that he was the only one that she felt was just like her. She starts knocking him around. As he's unable to fight back, he then falls to the floor. She says that she'll give him some motivation. Even if he loses this fight, she won't kill his friends, but she'll cut off their arms and legs so they can't run away. Then she'll eat their meat where everyone can see, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to use them for experiments too, as she has to do at least that much, so it feels like she's received enough compensation for him killing all of her men. Blue grits his teeth and starts to stand back up as Haru watches. He's finally back on his 2 feet again and starts to raise his hands, and Predator yells yes, saying this is what she's been waiting for. As the life force starts to gather, Predator looks happy, only immediately to seem disappointed, as there's barely any left at his fingertips, to the point that it completely fades out. She looks so disappointed that she lets out a long-winded sigh, and tightens the grip on her weapon, cutting Blue's arm off in one swing, saying that this is no fun. We see Blue's arm laying on the ground, as his eyes are going hella hazy. Haru calls out to him, yelling about his arm. Predator starts to relax the grip on her weapon a little bit, saying this is no fun, and he did not have this look back then. His eyes burned with the desire to survive, but now when she's staring at him, she says that it looks like he's all out of life force. Haru, with tears in her eyes, grits her teeth as she dashes forward. Much to Predator's surprise, Haru even goes in for an attack. Predator then starts laughing at her, saying that she's probably only used to being able to dodge, and it suits somebody like her, as she's a coward. Haru then trips, causing her to straight up eat shit, and as she struggles to get back up, she says that she won't let her get away with this. Predator starts smiling, saying that she should try even harder, that way she can watch her fall into an even deeper despair, and then kill her. Some time later, Haru is still chasing after her, as Jin is watching faintly as she goes in for an attack. Even Mohawk is watching, as he calls out to Blue. We see a puddle of blood from his arm, and Blue's vision is starting to go out. As he's looking up at the blue sky, it starts to get closed more and more, until it gets fully closed. He then hears a buzzing sound, as there is a fly trailing around. He immediately opens his eyes once more, glaring at it. He starts to raise his arm that is cut off up into the air, imagining as if it was still completely attached. He reaches out towards the fly, trying to grab it, but it flies through his fingers. He tries again, but it flies through them, and then he tries one more, as it this time starts to escape towards where Predator is. As it's right on her head, we hear a loud sound as we see him clapping, and then licking up the fly off of his hand when he was a kid. He said it was so bitter. His dad asks why he keeps doing this, saying that it's nasty as hell. Blue asks if it's really gross, saying that he won't do it then. His father explains that's not what he meant. He was just wondering why he did it. Blue asks what he means by why, saying that it's because they keep moving in front of him. His father looks down at him, a little uneasy. We see Haru on her knees, panting, as Predator is smiling, saying that's enough playing, and she'll do the same thing that she did to Blue. Blue then starts to walk forward, and Predator turns, surprised that he's back up on his 2 feet. She starts to sweat a bit nervously, as he's releasing hella killing intent. He then slowly raises his arm up into the air. As we hear a weird sound, something begins to sprout from his wound, forming a whole new arm that looks very monster-like. His hair then begins to change shape as well, as he's now raising up both of his arms. Haru is completely confused, but so is Mohawk and Jin. Blue explains that whenever the flies buzz around like that, it's as if they're saying where they are. It then begins forming around his face, creating some kind of face mask. Blue laughs while explaining it to his father, and then smiles in the present very widely, revealing some very monster-like teeth. Blue says of course he'd want to catch and eat it. We don't even get to see what happens next, as Predator's dismembered corpse lays on the floor, and her last expression was pure fear. As Blue is holding up her arm, even Mohawk and the rest are speechless, as Blue's mouth is now covered in blood from having eaten some of her. One of the monsters then runs in towards him, and as it goes in to hit him, he slightly moves his arm, absolutely deleting this thing. But it's not just that, as the attack was so powerful, it shatters the terrain behind it, creating an absolute crater from where it was sent out. He then holds up the monster's core, and puts it to his mouth, as he bites down into it. Mohawk and Jin are both still speechless, and Mohawk starts to sweat nervously. As he starts to see Blue's core, but it's not just one, as there are countless of them, formed all around his body. Jin asks Blue if he's a monster, and then starts to lock in, trying to find his core, saying that he fooled him. He raises his hands, shooting out an attack towards Blue. As it gets close, Blue stretches his arms out, grabbing onto it. Jin looks hopeless, as Blue shatters his attack completely, and dashes forward, closing the gap. Before he can even react or see the possibilities, Blue raises his finger and pokes him right in the shoulder, causing him to start spitting blood from his mouth and nose, as he slowly falls backwards onto the floor. Mohawk yells at him, and Blue does the same thing, raising up his hand, poking him in the shoulder, causing him to fall over too, as he hits the ground. He then walks up to Haru slowly, and grabs onto her shoulders. As if he was draining the color from her, she starts to spit up blood, and he opens his mouth widely, as if he was going to eat her. Haru begins to grit her teeth, and her eyes look super tired as Blue continues to come in to bite her. She grabs onto a rock nearby and hits him in the head, and she yells, telling him to get it together. Instead, it just makes him more angry as he starts growling at her and then tightens his grip on her arms. She continues just whacking him in the head over and over while trying her best to stay conscious. The monsterish rocks around Blue's face start to chip off, and we see his eyes for the first time in a while. He looks full of concern as he calls out to Haru, since he has now finally come to. We see the aftermath of their fight with the looters. The rest of his monsterification begins to break off, and he stands there in a daze. He looks down at his hands and over at Jin and Mohawk on the floor, and he can't believe what he has done to them, even though they are his friends. He looks down at Haru and notices how her eyes are no longer open. He then hears somebody crawling and turns around, seeing glasses on the floor. She is completely terrified, shaking with fear, telling him to stay back, calling him a monster. The realization continues to set in of what he just did to all of them. We then see somebody watching this from afar and sweating, asking how this is even possible. He says that he knew he said he would help them, but they never said there was anything like this. As the man walks forward, the other guy tells him that he is going to get him caught, asking what he is doing. We see none other than Balm coming out from behind the rock. Blue is surprised to see him, and as Balm walks forward, Blue tells him not to come any closer as he just did all of this to his friends. But he walks completely past Blue and opens his lab coat, showing a ton of medical supplies. He then starts to kneel down, looking at their wounds. Guardian also starts to approach and calls out to Blue, concerned, asking if he is perhaps a monster. The guy with the streak in his hair says that they are not in their right mind to think they would go over there after seeing everything that happened. We hear someone else asking if he has no intention of going, and we see it as the robed man, and he has a shit-eating grin. Streak is just confused on why he is smiling and starts to feel nervous. As Balm carries Jin, Guardian carries Mohawk and Haru. Blue watches, still drowning in guilt over what he has just done. We then hear Streak a little later at the base, saying that they should introduce themselves and that he met Jin at the looters' base, and they agreed to help each other out, while he helped the looters leave their base. On the other hand, Jin agreed to free his men who had been captured as livestock. Mohawk asks what he means by his men, and the dude says that they came from the place they are trying to go. Then he looks around the room anxiously, asking if he and Jin are meant to be moving around already. Mohawk says this is light work, and he is nothing if not tough. Balm says that he told them they should keep resting, and he shouldn't get excited, and calls him chicken, comb. Mohawk starts tweaking, saying that he is doing this shit on purpose and starts to spit up blood. Bomb tells him to calm down. And Mohawk tells Jin that he doesn't need to push himself like he is, and he can go rest if he is not feeling well. Obviously, Jin does not want to rest in this situation and looks up, staring at him. Necklace then speaks up, saying that if they came from where they are trying to go, that would mean they came from the radio transmissions. Streak says that's right, and he guesses Jin hasn't explained it to them yet. Guardian, Mario, and Glasses all look over towards him, and Glasses asks what kind of place it is and if he has met the person who was on the broadcast. Mario also wonders if what they said is true, that they knew the apocalypse would happen. Streak says they have too many questions, so it's kind of complicated to explain. But what he is sure of is that they will be shocked when they see it. He couldn't believe what he was seeing when he first got there. He and his friends were in charge of scoping the areas near them to find other survivors. That's when they ran into the looters and were captured. And then he asks Bomb if his men are doing alright. Bomb says they are a bit malnourished because they were starving, but he doesn't have to worry. Streak sighs, saying that's a relief, and asks Jin what the hell happened. But more importantly, what in the world is that boy? As he transformed into a monster and killed somebody, then attacked his own friends, and he is no different from the monsters they are fighting. Jin says that he's not sure if monster is the word to call him. Bomb says perhaps the reason behind his abnormal recovery rate is also that. And now that he thinks about it, it seems that he shares some characteristics with the monsters. Mohawk says that's right, and he's pretty sure his arm got cut off, but it was back again when he last saw him. Streak sighs, saying that he is just grateful that he killed that terrible woman. Jin says that it seemed as if Blue himself wasn't even aware that he was capable of transforming. Streak says not only that, but Jin as well had some strange red power, asking what that was. Jin asks what he's talking about, as it was none other than his life force. Streak asks what that is, and Jin asks if this is his first time hearing about it. He says that if he doesn't know what life force is, then how is he fighting the monsters? Streak asks what he's talking about by fighting, as they don't even think about that in the first place. They should just move quietly and not disturb them. Mohawk asks if they're scared, and Streak says that they are the weird ones for trying to fight them. And now that he thinks about it, List mentioned that the monsters have a weakness, but even still, that didn't make him want to fight them. Necklace asks if he means the person from the radio. And Streak says yes. Now that they mention it, he heard him say something like that before, that there is a lethal move that can kill monsters in an instant. And seeing them all, maybe what he was talking about is true. Jin asks what he means, and Streak says that it's nothing. They'll understand what he's talking about when they meet him for themselves. Mohawk says that he didn't even question it. When he first heard about life force, he thought they were pulling his leg. Streak says that he's given up on normal because a huge planet appeared out of nowhere, and a bunch of monsters came from it. Jin says that the planet completes its orbit around the Earth every 6 days, and ever since it appeared, it's been constantly spawning monsters. Mario says in this case, the entire world is swarming with them, and he wonders when they'll stop. Glass is just freaking out, asking why this happened in the first place, saying that they should have been more prepared. Streak says that he wants to know where the boy is now. Jin waits a second before saying that he's waiting somewhere close enough, but also far away. Streak looks down at him, and we see a light elsewhere as Guardian says that he said himself he wouldn't return to the base, as he's worried he might hurt someone. Streak says that he's glad for that, and he wouldn't have been able to come if he knew he was here. And then he asks Jin if there's anything he knows about him. Jin sits there for a second and says no, as it has not been long since he got to know him. Both Bomb and Glasses look anxious, as we get a flashback. We see Haru and Streak's men resting, and Streak just looks anxious. Jin says that they should keep the truth about Blue a secret, and Glasses asks why. Jin says they shouldn't trust him yet, as they haven't even figured out what kind of group they're from. As it might just all be an act, until they find out for themselves, they need to keep it secret. Glasses then says that she also doesn't know much either, and so does Mohawk, asking who Blue even is. Streak says that if they really don't know, then he should introduce himself. And we learn that his real name is Huimin, and he hopes they all get along while he's still alive. But he thought there was another person amongst them. They wonder who he is talking about, and we see somebody approaching Blue. Blue looks up, seeing the robed man. Woman explains that this is who he was talking about, and he's really weird because he doesn't say anything, and he was so surprised when he volunteered to help. Jin thinks about it, saying that the dude really is weird. When he looks at other people, he can see the flow of their life force. But for him, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't see it. Blue asks the guy what's wrong with him, and he reaches up to his hood, slowly taking it off, revealing his face. It's a face we don't recognize, and we see bandages around his torso. Blue asks him who he is, and the man begins smirking, and then speaks enchantment table. Blue asks what he's saying. The guy continues while smirking, and then even laughs at something he says, just continuing to yap. Blue tells him to wait, as he has no idea what he's saying, and he can't understand him at all. The guy is just surprised, and then hears footsteps, so he quickly puts his hood back on. We see two people enter the room, as it's none other than Guardian and Bomb. Guardian says they were looking for him, asking what the two of them were doing here. Blue asks what happened to everyone else, and he's really worried about Mohawk, Jin, and Haru. Bomb says Mohawk and Jin are awake, but they're still being treated. On the other hand, Haru is still unconscious, though she doesn't have any external injuries that could be life-threatening. Blue says it's all because of him, and at that time, he couldn't see anything because it was shrouded, but when he woke up, he's very sure of it. The feeling he had in that moment when he looked down at her, he knew what he was doing, and he was about to attack her. And that feeling is something he's starting to understand now. It's a disgusting feeling. When he attempts to kill somebody, it's not like guilt or rage. Rather, the feeling is pleasure. Guardian slowly starts to walk forward as Blue tells him to stay back, because he doesn't want to turn into a monster again. Guardian grabs onto his hand, and Blue is still surprised. Guardian says that he trusts him, specifically he trusts what he has shown them so far. Bomb says it's the same with him. He saw it with his own eyes, the strength he displayed when he overcame his own rage, his kind-heartedness that wouldn't hesitate to help others, even though he is hurt. As long as he has such a heart, he doesn't think he's a monster. And that Blue himself has already seen it too. People who look human on the outside, but on the inside, are much worse than any monster that's taken over their planet. Blue's eyes start to sparkle with hope, as Jin then says no, and that he is actually a monster. He walks forward, both Bomb and Guardian are surprised. Jin says that he's no different from the monsters that walk on the surface. Otherwise, how else would he explain it? He attacked and ate a human in front of them, and he's no different from that woman. Rather, he is worse than her. He looks like a monster, but he also is one too. Bomb asks why he's saying all of this. Jin thinks about it, and then sighs, saying that in the end they need him. They need his power, his knowledge, but most importantly, just his existence, as it will help them get closer to finding out what these monsters actually are. He doesn't trust in Blue himself, but what he does trust is in the possibilities he will create. Mohawk walks forward, telling Blue not to worry, and he shouldn't take it to heart, as a man can turn into a monster every once in a while, asking Jin if he's right, and he even makes the Yu-Gi-Oh face. Jin tells him to forget it. Mohawk asks if that means they can go there now. Guardian asks where, as Mohawk says that he's talking about the place they sent the transmission from, and he says they can finally meet the guy who said that he'd been preparing for the apocalypse like Blue's dad. Jin realizes he's right, but so does Blue. Jin says that the preparations are complete. The true nature of the apocalypse is not far from them. Blue says that if they meet him, he might be able to find clues about his mother's whereabouts. But more importantly, he got others hurt, and he wonders what's the nature of the monster within himself. He doesn't remember his dad ever talking about it, but it doesn't matter, as it won't happen again. Rather, he won't let it happen again. We then hear the monster whispering into his voice, asking if that's really what he thinks. As it starts to grow out from his ear, everybody looks surprised and begins to feel their hearts racing. Even the robed man is still watching. As it starts to sprout out from his ear, going around his head and arm, Jin readies his laser beam, but Mohawk grabs onto his arm to stop him. Blue starts ripping it off from his face and arms and falls down to his knees, as he is losing the battle. It continues to envelop him. As it starts going towards his eyes, we see it completely cover it with the monster's skin. Mohawk then comes in clutch, ripping it off of Blue's face, telling him to get it together. Unlike back then, They're all here to help him, as Guardian and Balm are also ripping it off of him. The monster tells Blue to kill them all and then eat them right after. Blue says no. Everybody's trying so hard to help him. He won't let anyone precious to him get hurt anymore, as we see him trapped in his own consciousness. He starts fighting against it and starts to rip it, saying that he doesn't know what it is. Then he breaks free from its grasp, saying that he won't ever let it do what it wants. The monster says that's what he thinks and starts to reach past him, casting a shadow over his head. It then starts to squeeze him in its palm, slowly but surely, once more completely engulfing his consciousness, leaving nothing behind. We see in reality, Blue's eyes are a deep dark red now. Mohawk and Guardian start to fear for the worst, as we see Haru's bloody shoes step up. She grabs onto Balm's arm and moves him aside, staring directly at Blue. She tells him to get a hold of himself and yells out his name, which snaps him out of it. As his consciousness begins to snap out of it, we see his eyes lighting up as he stares at her. It then jumps to Balm asking how their rations are. Glasses says that they went on a smaller expedition after the one to the looter's den, and thanks to that, they've gathered about a month's worth of rations, but it's all thanks to Mohawk and the old man, and they come in with their hands full every time. She asks if Haru is still unconscious. Balm says yes, and she's still asleep. It seems as if she's still suffering from the trauma she got back when Blue transformed into a monster. As we see her sweating, Balm says it's a miracle she could even move that day. If she hadn't come to them, he knows it would have been worse. Women asks if they've recovered, and we see the people the looters had kidnapped saying that it's all thanks to him, and that the doctor and everybody else are very attentive. One of the women asks when they can return to their base, as they've already been away for a month. If they don't go back, everyone at the base will worry. He tells her not to, as they're almost done preparing, and tells everybody about Jin as he helped them out at the looter's den, and he never got the chance to say hi to them. Jin says that it's nice to meet them all, and the women begin swooning as he says that it's time for them to head out. Women asks if he's okay, since he looks worse every time he sees him. Jin tells him not to worry, as nothing's changed. Women says surely, then he asks if he's training again, because that life force thing could be dangerous. Jin says he doesn't care, as he can finally wield it, and he doesn't have excuses anymore. From now on, he won't ever say he lost because he wasn't strong enough. As he walks away, Woman sighs. He says it's only been a month since they've met, but he's still worried about him. The women then start asking him questions, and a bit later, we see Mario and Necklace. And Necklace says it was definitely a masterpiece when she gave it to him, but it came back in rags. Mario says at least it came back, and they abandon everything he made. But at the very least, they can fix their weapons, and they can't say they can do the same for humans. Necklace asks if he's worried about them, and Mario starts to get angry. He tells her to shut up, saying that he's got to do what he can to earn his place, and at least he's not worried he'll die out there. As he recalls, Jihyun and Eugene. Necklace says that he's right, and then jumps to the stairs as Glasses is asking the robed man if he's trying to get her to teach him to speak. She says that means he either has a speech impediment, or he's a foreigner. The man nods his head. She says that makes sense now, because he's never said anything. She wonders if maybe it's because she looks smart. He gives her the okay signal, and she instantly folds for his praise tactics, saying that she'll make it so he can speak in no time. As he takes a seat beside her, she asks what he wants to learn first. He points up and down, and she says that he must be talking about why they are under here, and she says that she'll teach him now, and it's called the apocalypse. He starts to smile a little bit, and says the word back to her. It then goes to Blue, and we see that he's trying his best to try to figure out why he only was able to come back to his senses after he heard Haru's voice. Because if it wasn't for her, he would have put everyone around him in danger again, but there's no guarantee the same thing is going to happen again, and he can't just depend on her. When he runs out of life force and becomes unstable, that thing within him tries to take control of his life force from now on, so it won't have the chance to do that. And also, he felt stronger in that moment of saving her than he ever did in his entire life, but when he tries to recreate it, he completely fails. He needs to feel that sensation, and it didn't feel as if he was burning in pain, his entire body just felt warm. If he can recreate those memories, then he might not lose anyone close to him ever again. As he starts to put his life force together, he dashes, then turns, and immediately does it again and again, saying that he has to do more, and he has to move quickly and powerfully at the same time. As he starts to continue his mad dash, we see him break the ground, and he says no matter what, he'll recreate those movements before the next expedition. It jumps outside, as we see the entire group going out for an expedition, but it doesn't look like Blue is with them whatsoever. Women says that she should go the other way, because the monster is not leaving. Somebody bumps into a can, and begins to panic as the monster charges in. After a brief red flash, the monster falls into pieces, as it was none other than Jin. The girls start freaking out, asking what that was. His nose bleeds, and he says that he knew it. Whenever he harnesses that power, it takes a toll on his body, but he can withstand it now. Women says it really is phenomenal, asking how this is possible. He then starts to see the paths and how he's going to die, telling him to get the hell out of the way. When Women turns, all we see is a giant, an orb-like thing right in front of his face. He turns, looking directly at it, saying that he can't dodge this. He says that when one senses their own death for a moment, time stands still, and the wind, and all of the sound, it feels as if the world itself has stopped moving. Everybody watches in horror, as the monster's attack gets closer and closer, even knocking away some debris, and it begins to cut into Women's cheek, only for a blue light to dash by. Women goes to accept his fate, but we see Blue come in, hitting the monster. He then rears back his fist, and punches forward, yanking out its core. As the monster starts to spaghettify, Women just sits there with his mouth open, and says that he couldn't see him at all. Mohawk is cheering him on, while Baum asks what the hell that was, and even the other people are wondering what he just did, as there was a light coming from his hands, and he ripped the monster apart. Jin, though, is still having his inferiority complex, asking him if he really got stronger. Blue is just excited, saying that he kinda got the hang of those movements. But if he wants to stand next to his father, not in the shadows, he has to get stronger. That's the only way he can protect those who were close to him. We get a flashback to inside, as Jin says that they're gonna head to the approximate location where the transmission came from, to List, the guy who said he was prepared for the apocalypse. If they can meet him, they'll be one step closer to knowing more about it, especially since they have a person who might be closely related to its truth. Blue walks over to Haru and looks down at her, telling her to get some rest, as he'll try to control himself even without her. After all, he trained his life force just to do that. The flashback ends, as we see him holding his head, as his pupils begin swirling. They start having a flash of red until it completely takes over, and Mohawk and the rest prepare themselves for a fight, as Blue has become completely stationary. After a second, he starts to slowly stand up, and we see him looking forward, but his eyes have not the slightest hint of red anymore. Mohawk starts to walk forward, as Baum tells him to wait, and he puts his hand on Blue's shoulder, asking him if he's okay. The red is back, and all Blue sees in front of him is the monster inside, trying to take over. Blue is unwilling, though, as we see his eyes full of determination, and he says yeah. We get a nice send-off about the group, about how monsters started to appear on the surface, and people lived on, each with their own reason. Some people to stop running from the past, some survive out of fun, others to survive for a long time, and others to save people. Some are to avenge their siblings, and finally, to some, it's to protect those dear to them. Thus, those who were left behind move forward in order to live. As we start to get further and further away from the station, heading up towards the mountain, in one of the canyons we see a pair of familiar broken glasses. Somebody starts to walk towards them, and stops while looking down at them. He grabs their rims, and raises them up to his face, and says whoa, as they're completely shattered. This is Blue's dad from Temu. As some more people approach, we see nothing but monster scores, and a guy in a crop top asks what he's doing over here, saying he needs to pick them up. The guy says he was taking a break, and he's so mean. Crop top is then surprised, asking him where he got those glasses. The guy says they were on the ground, as Crop top begins panicking, telling everybody to stop and return to base. Saitama asks what he's talking about, and if he really wants to abandon this field full of cores. He says he can tell from these glasses, and they surely belong to that man. He's seen him from afar, so he remembers him. All of the cores they have found, and the numerous traces of battles, were because of this, and they have to let everybody know he's alive. Saitama starts to hold back his laughter before letting it out, but it's not just him, as everybody starts taking him like a joke, asking him if he's gone insane. He says they have no idea unless they've seen it for themselves. Even the Temu dad says there's no way they'd leave the cores here, when he's the one who told them to pick them up. Saitama says he knew it ever since he volunteered to manage the group, that he just wants all the cores for himself. We then hear a familiar laugh from behind the crowd. Saitama asks who the hell is going to laugh this loudly, and when everybody turns, they start to feel anxious, and Crop Top has nothing but fear written in his eyes. As we actually see a man in tattered clothes staring down at them. His laughter is unmistakable, but so is that absolute diamond-ass chin he has, as it is none other than Blue's father. Crop Top screams, and Blue's father asks if he's really going to try to tell them that he's alive. As he lands on the ground, he says that he doesn't think he'll let him. Crop Top apologizes, saying it was just a joke, and starts laughing. Temu dad holds up the glasses, asking them if they're his. Blue's dad asks who he is, saying that his face pisses him off, and in that brief second, he turns this dude's hand into something that doesn't even resemble a human's limb. He starts screaming in pain while the rest prepare themselves for a fight, and he asks who they are. If they're pursuing him, they were told to look for his traces. Temu dad asks him who he even is. Blue's dad says that it doesn't matter to him. As he starts to get into his iconic stance, he says that since they've all seen him, he doesn't plan on letting them live. He begins to gather his life force in his fingertips, and they recognize the blue life force, saying it belongs to one person. Crop Top is the only smart one, as he starts hauling absolute cheeks, saying he told them all that it's him, and everybody needs to prepare for combat. Blue's dad starts laughing, asking if that's really what they think this is. As to him, this is nothing but a warm-up, as we see the blue life force snap. I know there wasn't much added to the last part, but with this it is the end of the season, so this means the series will go on hiatus for a while. I hope you all enjoyed. I'm glad his father is alive, but we knew he would be. My personal thoughts are included once more, but they haven't changed from the last one, so if you saw the last one you can skip it, as there's not really much to add since we just ended the season after a few chapters from when the last one was written out. This manhwa does a lot of things right. I'm not usually into apocalyptic settings. They tend to feel repetitive or overly bleak. But this one, it immediately felt different. It opens with Blue trapped in a basement, killing a fly just to eat it. Yeah, it seemed weird at first, but it ended up being way more meaningful than it seemed. That small moment carried weight. Symbolism. And that alone told me the story was being written with intent, something a lot of other manhwa tend to lack. So many series feel like they're being made up as the story progresses, but here, everything feels placed for a reason. The basement scenes built the tension carefully. Blue's this curious kid, desperately wanting to see the outside world. Meanwhile, his father comes across as totally unhinged. Tells Blue his mother is dead. Rambles about the apocalypse. And just generally behaves in an off-putting way. It makes the eventual breakout feel inevitable, but also unnerving. And honestly, it reminded me of the vibe from Bastard by Kim Carnby. That same slow burn intensity, though in a much shorter form obviously. Blue clearly hates his father, for locking him away, for putting him through torturous training, for robbing him of a normal life. But his father claims he did it out of love. And at first, we kind of just think he's a batshit loon. But as the story unfolds, we start to see there's way more to it. There are lies, or rather half-truths. It's not just about the apocalypse. It's not just about his mother being gone. We get the sense there's something way bigger going on. Blue, understandably, doubts all of it. Who wouldn't in his case, if you spent your whole life hearing about some world-ending event that never actually happened? Of course you'd think your father was just crazy. That skepticism is what fuels his desire to escape. And that desire, in turn, leads him to become incredibly observant. He listens through the pipes. He memorizes his father's routines. He teaches himself to plan, to predict. In a strange way, his father was preparing him. He even picks up on his father's lies, like about his mother being dead. While to some it may have not seemed to be planned from his father. I believe he understood the bigger picture as a whole. Now, before I move on from the basement, there are a few moments I hope get explained later, because if this author's track record holds, they definitely will. There's that phone call his father gets. He asks the person on the other end to let Blue live. Then we cut to a future scene with Predator, using that same kind of phone. After the call, his father breaks down crying in the hallway. That was the first real emotional crack we saw in him. The first confirmation that, yes, he really does love his son. But then he ties Blue up. Slaps him. Laughs like a maniac. And suddenly we're not sure if he's back to being a psychopath or just spiraling emotionally. Maybe it's a coping mechanism. Maybe it's something else. But then Blue sees his father's face, sees the tears, the pained expression, and it confirms that there's more to this man than we thought. That emotional whiplash. It worked. It made the first few chapters land hard. So when Blue finally escapes, it's not triumphant. It's tense. Because he notices everything is unlocked. His freedom came too easily. And he knows his father's not careless. Then we get the twist. Blue looks up at the sky, and the apocalypse begins. It's happening. His father wasn't lying. That emotional roller coaster repeats all over again. What I love is how the manhwa uses echoing dialogue, characters' voices lingering across panels and scenes. It adds so much atmosphere. As Blue watches the world fall apart, those echoed lines reinforce everything he's feeling. The fear. The doubt. The regret. He instinctively knows something is wrong. And that instinct is part of what makes Blue stand out. Then, when the monsters arrive, they don't just attack. They dive straight into the basement. It confirms everything. And then his father shows up again. Finds him. Saves him. Leads him away. When Blue gets caught, his father risks himself to save him. That's not something a lunatic does. That's a parent. A parent who's terrified. Who loves his child. Blue tells him to run, fully expecting him to leave. But instead, it led to a much deeper scene. It wasn't just the bridge collapsing and his father disappearing. He ain't dying with that ass chin. It turned out to be his father confirming his suspicions of his mother being alive. Then, like I have mentioned about the recurring words that echo through the scene. Just like always. His father's words guide him through his first real trial, his first right kill on a monster. Now, stepping away from Blue for a bit, let's talk about the rest of the group. The way this story introduces characters is super deliberate. Each and every one of them get a very brief introduction in some way, shape, or form. Then the important characters always get their backstory expanded upon, which I notice to be a key sign for if a character has the potential to die or not. Is based on if their backstory has been rooted out. While there are some important characters so far that have had yet to be expanded upon backstory-wise. Their actions show to us that they are good people, but I'm going to stick to my backstory theory for now, that if there's no backstory given, the character may just die. Still, even without full backgrounds, we learn a ton about these characters through their actions. Such as glasses, balm, and so on. But these first little meetings with characters show us a lot about who they are. Take Haru. She protects Blue when she doesn't have to. Mohawk comforts a little girl. Balm genuinely wants to help others. These small gestures show us who they are better than any info dump ever could. And this kind of character-driven world building. It's rare. And really well done. Even the monsters are unique. Not a single encounter has felt like a rehash. They're all distinct. Dangerous. Mysterious. And each one raises new questions. Are they aliens? Something else? There are small clues, like the strange flowers and the connection to Blue's parents, but nothing concrete yet. And I love that. It keeps the mystery alive. There's also the survivor groups, another trope, yeah, but executed well. It's realistic. And it adds more variety to the world without feeling forced. But back to the topic of characters, let me just briefly cover some of the character development. In Blue's case, when he first met Haru he was very on edge, and this continued with every person he met. It did the first thing I hated, which was them using his mother's picture against it. I just hated the fact they hard nerf him for plot convenience, but I fully understand why it was done. It's valid, and helps us remember that he is just a boy. I just personally disliked it. Back to the development, he met Freckles and she showed him a lot of attention that was a foreign thing to him. But she was also the first person to show him warmth, as she said she'd be sad if he died. Sometimes the death flags are obvious, like when he said he wouldn't care if she did die, but also her bringing it up in the first place. Later he kept talking to her, only to wonder if it would be okay for him to trust her. But as soon as he made that decision she was stabbed, he stood there completely swirling in emotions. As he felt her life force draining, showing he's also unique. She asked why he was so serious with her final breaths. Reminding him that he said he wouldn't care. But of course he just started to feel warmth, which caused a cool scene afterwards. Then it just spiraled with him continued to make friends and getting closer and closer to them, such as Bowlcut and Eugene. But those interactions led to him feeling more human and fitting in, such as it being a wish to greet others and make friends. But another common theme for Blue is the feeling of loss. With Freckles being the first real loss, he found it hard to trust others. But slowly he did get used to them, so when Bowl-Cut and Eugene died, he put it all on the line to protect Haru. But this changed Haru too. Haru starts off timid, scared. She has no reason to be brave. But Blue's actions, his willingness to protect her even at great cost, begin to reshape her. One of my favorite moments is when she lights her shoes on fire to distract the enemy. It's small, but it's symbolic. It's her stepping up. Later, during the Predator arc, we see it come full circle. She stands firm. No fear in her eyes. It's not about how much she changed, it's about how well it was done. A slow burn. Earned, not rushed. Now, up until this point, you might be thinking this manhwa is nothing but trauma, pain, and death, and yeah, it is heavy. But what really keeps it balanced is the humor. It's got a surprising amount of it, and it hits at just the right times. There are moments that genuinely made me laugh out loud. Some of my favorites include Mohawk, since he is just a lovable goofball. But the first instance was his father's ass chin, kidding. It was when Baum treated the patient only for him to read vet on his name tag, and have a PTSD stare. The comedy doesn't feel like an afterthought. It's baked into the characters. Mohawk in particular starts out as the go-to comic relief, big muscles, small brain, constantly messing up the plan. But that's not all he is. From the beginning, he's painted as this rude, brash guy, but that first impression is totally flipped. He immediately shows that he's got a good heart. He wants to help. And when he realizes he's dragging the group down, he doesn't wallow, he throws himself into the fight, willing to die alongside the others, as he puts himself into the experiment willingly. He keeps being a goofball right up until Scammer dies. And that's when something in him shifts. He locks in. He gets serious. You can tell he's not just trying to survive anymore, he wants to be someone the others can rely on. But even as he grows, we're reminded, especially during the Predator arc, he still has a long way to go. And I really hope his journey continues in that direction. Glasses, on the other hand, is just, really no idea yet. She's the idiot of the group, but in a charming way. She hasn't had a huge arc yet, but one thing stood out, when she didn't rat the group out to Predator. It was a small moment, but it spoke volumes about her loyalty. And I'm looking forward to more from her. Now let's shift to Jin, because his arc is probably one of the most layered so far. Ever since joining the group after coming to terms with his sister's death, Jin's taken on a leadership role. But the irony is that he doesn't feel like a leader. He's constantly battling this inferiority complex. He's hyper-logical, a master strategist. Because of his chess background, he's always thinking 5 steps ahead, but that thinking sometimes traps him in doubt. Still, he grows. When Mohawk is bleeding out, when his own life is on the line, he pushes past it. That moment where his sister's spirit helps him unlock the power of his life force. That's the kind of moment that shows you he is a genius. Just one stuck inside his own mind. He exhausts himself to uphold his role. And that kind of emotional payoff. It hits. Even some of his harsher decisions feel justified. Like when the team got found out because of Mohawk's recklessness, but Blue didn't want to kill them. Jin agreed to doing so, knowing it would bite them in the ass. Or when Blue got locked up in the prison cell to teach him a lesson, he taught Predator about how to restrain him properly. It's tough love. But it's good development. And speaking of development, Blue's growth continues to shine. During the prison arc, his relationship with Haru really matures. There's some back and forth between them, but by the end of it, with them stuck in the canyon on the verge of life or death, he acknowledges something important: she's precious to him. And so are the others. He's not just surviving anymore, he's living for these people, as he has changed. That steady buildup of emotion and connection. It really culminates in that moment where the whole team is exhausted and falling apart. It reminded me of the One Piece pre-time skip fight, when Luffy watches his friends disappear one by one, completely helpless. Except this time, Blue isn't helpless. He ends up turning into the threat. As he's hurting them. And I really hope the story doesn't go the predictable route, having his dad show up to stop him, only to get killed in the process, and then Blue becomes scared of his power for 100 chapters. That would be such lazy writing. This story has done too well so far to fall into that. Now, as for the art, what can I even say? It's just so uniquely itself. You see one panel, and you know exactly what series it's from. But what really stands out to me is how the action is drawn. It feels animated. Almost frame by frame. Like in Northern Blade or The Sword King in a fantasy world. That style really pulls you in. You feel every hit. Every dodge. Every close call. It's immersive as hell. And then there's the tension. Every single monster encounter feels like life or death. No throwaway fights. No recycled designs. Each one brings a unique threat. And that's something I really respect. A lot of series lean on the idea of weak-ass monsters most of the time, with the strong ones barely coming out, but here, every enemy is terrifying. Every creature feels like it could wipe the squad. Even the human threats are well done. Predator and her group were hoarding humans to eat them, which will definitely make the group wary of other survivors. Same with Jin's house, booby-trapped to hell. That kind of environmental danger adds another layer to the survival aspect of the story. And it's good tension that led to an unexpected ally. There are still so many directions this story can take. And that's part of what makes it so exciting. It's one of the most unique series I've read in terms of tone, story, and especially character development. The repeated use of certain visual or thematic motifs, the echoed voices, the fly, Haru's frozen eyes, just further show how intentionally this is all being built. These details aren't just cool. They matter. And I'm positive there are more of them waiting to be paid off with the other characters that we have yet to delve into. I can't wait to find out the truth about the monsters, about Blue's family, about his power, and the whole blue flame thing. And, most importantly, how his dad ended up with that legendary diamond-ass chin. If you've watched till the end, comment, Smisky, to let me know. Subscribe for more videos like this, leave a like or a comment to help the channel out. Thanks for watching.